We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it. Corner judges go for 1, 2, yeah. He needs more. And
they're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. Collins walks it in. Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
All right, hello and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Paidia Cup CECC qualifier. I'm not Nerdy Bird, that's not Zach. Instead, you guys have a little bit of a guest cast here for the morning of. My name is K-Tad, and joining me on the desk is going to be Crife. Crife, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, first time coming on for Esports U, and it's already been quite the whirl.
Yeah, a little bit of a crazy start, a little bit of crazy win, but don't worry. Hopefully, we've got a lot of great Valorant action coming for you guys this morning as we do pick up a little bit where we left off here today, as we are looking to crown the CECC Paidia Cup qualifying bid, as we have 4 teams left in the running. So, Crife, let me just kind of bring you into the action as to what we saw yesterday. 10 teams entered, 10 women-led rosters from across the nation, collegiate rosters, mind you, at that, as they battle out for a spot to play up against the big boys, the rest of the field, so to speak, at the CECC finals in Arlington, Texas, in the first weekend of May. But with that said, we're down to 4. We can actually take a quick look at the rosters. We can get this matchup going pretty quickly right out the gate. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at the higher seed, as we're down to the final 4. 2 of them we'll see later in the day. But first up, we've got Michigan, the University of Michigan Pink, and their roster as it stands on screen. Sadly, not in the mood. Tina, Scrambled Meg, and Ajuli.
Yeah, this is quite the lineup, I'm going to say, to have such amazing female and non-binary collegiate teams to be able to go head-to-head, especially in this qualifier, that's really going to count on them being able to make that position in May. It's going to be one of hell of a ride, So far we've been seeing the qualifiers go on, and an extra day to pay attention to, see what these teams can show us.
Yeah, exactly, and definitely excited to see it, because on the other side, it's a very early morning for them, but we appreciate them for being here. We do have the University of California, San Diego Navy with Tina, Day, Beancube, Shroom, and Soba. So both of these squads that we've kind of seen some tape on, seen some footage on as we went across the day. But I mean, with that said, yeah, exciting to see. We're down to the final 4, and both of these teams know that they are heading into what could be some of the tournament favorites, right? Going into this weekend, we thought that the University of Houston Scarlet was going to be our front runner. They are competing in the matchmaking season, which is another component to this Paidia Cup activation, right? In sponsorship by Xbox and all of that. That is the team to beat. But as we saw yesterday in the winners finals, it actually ends up being Carleton University who could be the team to beat, right? They end up taking down Houston. Now, yes, we heard there was maybe some, medical and health issues coming down with one of the players in Houston. But overall, I mean, anybody's game stay I'd say, as we move into the second day. And, let's actually take a look. I think we do have the map select band up and ready. And let's take a look at where we're going to be playing today, because, take a look. We are going to Fracture first.
Yeah, most definitely. And Fracture's, not one of the older maps. You've got Ascent and, Split, which have sort of been that initial pick, especially for the origination of Valorant. But you've got Fracture coming in. It's been one of the really up there maps in terms of any broadcast, any tournament in general for Valorant teams. And this is one of the maps that you have to pay attention to, because there are so many ways in which teams can be channeling it to their own advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is a map that we've actually been seeing a little bit so far in this tournament. Now, looking a little bit further down the road, Lotus being map number 2 and Haven ending up being our decider pick. So I think it's really interesting to me that we are seeing kind of like some of the collegiate specials we see in Ascent and Icebox, they're off the table, right? They're getting banned away. We are going to some of these newer, some of these more interesting, more intricate maps where strategy can be the factor, right? How do you execute on Fracture? How do you execute on Lotus? Maps that have kind of a more designed plan to them, right? Whereas the tried and true standards, right? Everyone kind of knows all the different strats that go into, your standard map pick. Now we've got some new, some old, but definitely some interesting, I'd say, going into today.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, there has to be time eventually where these teams have to rotate back to Split and rotate into Lotus, for example. And to be able to see it today, it's going to be an interesting one because of how new it is, of course. But just taking a look at overall how the maps are, outlined in general, like you said. So yeah, it's going to be quite the matchup for today.
Yeah, and absolutely. Well, with that said, we are going to go right on into Agent Select. And all right, let's take a look at this here because Michigan, coming out the gate, they did have a strong showing up against Ohio State University Buckeye Gaming Collective in our opening match yesterday. Curious to see, though, how they deal with, one, not only are they playing somebody who, should be giving them a lot more of a tougher fight, but also across the country, meaning that we are, I believe, on central servers. So, UC San Diego, one of the few West Coast teams that we ended up seeing here this weekend. I mean, already out the gate, I'm liking the breach. I'm liking the fade, right? The strong initiator lineup gives you a lot of that ability to kind of just get onto site, right? Using all of their utility to clear out really that execution hit before you even need to do anything. And should be an interesting first few of picks. And there it is, Tina taking the raise. I mean, right out the gate, strong lineup from UCSD.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these lineups, you've also got to dictate for a map like this, what are you going to go for in terms of your duelists in general? How are you going to be able to combine that in terms of what agents are really going to pair up? Your duelist has to be able to rely on those abilities of the rest of your team, and you have to decide what's going to be the best way to channel that. And it seems like University of Michigan and UCSD really is trying to make sure that that gap gets closed.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we will end up running with the straight mirror matchup at the end of the day. So it's a breach, it's a fade, it's a killjoy, it's a brimstone, and it is a raise to roll it all out and to wrap it all together. So, one duelist, two initiators, a smoke, and a sentinel. So going to be interesting to see. I mean, this should be pretty much similar strategies, wouldn't you say, right? Coming into this match, you got the exact mirror of the agents. So a lot of similar capabilities, I'd say, right, coming into this one.
Yeah, you know what? You've got the similar capabilities, but there's also to consider the fact that, these teams are able to strategize in entirely different ways. We could be assuming for the best or the worst, but we have to see how these teams are going to be able to set themselves apart. Yes, we've got the mirror composition, which is absolutely insane, but the fact that we are going to be able to see exactly what teams are going to be able to use their strategies for their advantage despite the mirror composition, how are they going to be able to channel that and adapt in order to be able to win this series?
I love the way, I love that theory there, right? I mean, same heroes, but it's all about how you utilize them, how you make the most out of what you have. And right out the gate, the double concuss hits up all of UCSD, so they have to back it up just a touch. But execute looks like they do want to go down onto A. So flash is out, but it's a nice counter flash from Sadly. They will get picked up in trade. And two more defenders on site. We'll see what they can get. One more swing, but instead Tina holds the line again. So trades back and forth, but it looks like the rest of the squad is there. They know that the raise is on site. They clean it up with a double swing, and just like that, it's a 2-on-4 in the pistol.
And what, so far we've seen that original execute. Michigan really had tried to push them back right off the rip and trying to make sure that they could set the tone. And right now we're just seeing UCSD hold side incredibly with the double peaks going on so far. Michigan trying to come through onto side.
Yeah, Michigan does kind of swing out the door, not in the mood, gets the double. It ends up being a 1-on-2. Scrambled Meg needs to make this one happen. Knows where both are, one up, but it's being cubed, who ends up closing it down. So, all right, pistol comes out. It does make it a little bit pricey, lose some of them, but that shouldn't be a big problem with UCSD looking for the bonus here. Spectres in hand. Then, all right, quick execution, quick plant, and does get them the first quick round.
And it's unfortunate that Michigan doesn't really have enough credits to be able to bring themselves back in the rounds, but there's obviously so much more time, especially if UCSD is going to opt for that bonus and drop the Spectres if they do have enough money at the end of this round coming up. And we have to see really what Michigan's going to do. So far they've been setting the pace well, but they've got to really just push it through again.
Now, it should be an interesting one again, as we are looking like it is a primary B hit. Haunt does kind of clear out the initial parts of the cell. There goes Tina on the raise, jumps right in, finds Sadly right out the gate. I mean, nothing too crazy so far. This is a SMG into pistol disadvantage. There they go, clean up all 3 defenders. It really is just up to the 2 members of Michigan left to see how they want to hold out. But looking at it here, it's classics going up against the Spectres. Really would be something incredible to see if Michigan ends up cleaning this one up.
And it seems like the fault line Aftershock is sort of the way that Michigan's going in this route, but it's not something they've quite mastered yet. I mean, that's probably just because of the gun disadvantage, but of course, you've got to remember the fact that once this gun disadvantage comes in, their utility abilities are really, really powerful.
Yeah, I mean, just holding out. Yeah, speaking of utility abilities there, I mean, we do get to see the little turret kill there from Soba at the end of the round. I mean, obviously did a lot of the cleanup work, did a lot of the damage right out the gate. But all right, bonus time now the other way. Michigan having rifles, having the ability to hold. Let's see what they're able to do with a full economy and a slight gun advantage. And we are kind of seeing it in the setup here, right? UCSD kind of splitting up, seeing where they might be able to find contact, maybe trying to catch somebody off guard in a rotation. We'll see if they slow down the tempo and all just to see what they can get. But the double stack up in tower right now coming out from Michigan should buy them some time. Yep, smoke goes down. And instead, here comes the swing. Not in the mood gets one, but finds the spike more critically. And now that might actually give them all the information they need. They know where they need to back it up. Not in the mood is there. Fault line comes out. Will stun them up. Stuns both of them. But with the utility from the Rays and the rest of the team, they do manage to pull off. But they get the spike and they get out.
And now it's begun to see a rotation. You know, we're seeing there was some abilities coming right off the rip in terms of Brimstone smokes and some extra alarm bots coming on. The Nano Swarm as well on site. And that's still able to get popped. You know, we're seeing Michigan's Killjoy still up and running. Scrambled Meg still taking that coverage on tower. And the spike is down in their favor.
Yeah, they get the spike down once again, but Tina is able to clear out tower. They are in a little bit of a swap position. The Haunt will reveal. Here's one looking for 2. That might be the swing. Tina needs one more, knows where the other one is as well, but not able to get the pop down. Soba with a Spectre needs to make this happen. 1v2. They're close, but catches him in the utility. Oh no, that could be huge. They should be able to get the spike down. Soba needs to get it out, but there is the damage. Instead swings out, Spectre in hand, and sadly, with the 4K, will pick it up. Michigan on the board.
Really impressive to be able to use that Aftershock, really pinch them out. Once you know that the spike has been planted in that exact position, it was really, really important for Sadly to just go in with that Aftershock, push it out, and be very prepared to be able to get that kill down. And that's exactly what they managed to do.
Yeah, let's take a look at this replay real quick. Not in the mood. I mean, the opening pick there was huge. I mean, and we're seeing it, you know, Sadly getting it. But here it is. Tina, the almost hero play, right? Doesn't end up getting the Brimstone in the end, but that's okay because Soba is there. I mean, overall, huge round for Michigan, yes. But let's take a look at this part of it because it is costly for them, right? San Diego finds 4, and we're seeing it now on the board. There's only 1 Phantom in hand. And the rest are pistols, so it's a hero rifle for the defense.
But maybe that's all they need, you know, the possibility could just be that Michigan is trying to get the guns off of UCSD. And that's probably the best bet here as they come through UCSD with the showstopper online.
Oh. Well, Tina not able to find anybody with it, doesn't choose to actually commit it, and instead they do just clear the defender off of a site. The rest of the squad, though, we're seeing them come in from Dish. It would be, sadly, to lead in with that Phantom if they can make something happen with the gun. But the rest of the defense, or the offense, I should say, San Diego knows that they just need to find one. The rest should be on an eco buy. Haunt gets popped. Instead, people dropping down from this. It's Sheriffs. It's a crossfire, though. On my, gets one, gets everybody, and it is just a flawless cleanup from San Diego.
And there's that 4-man retake. When you're coming from drop, it's a really, really tight angle that you have to be using. And University of Michigan just trying to be able to execute that, it's not going to be quite useful when you're on such a low buy, but also without being able to use your utilities to the best of their ability to be able to smoke things down and really make sure that UCSD isn't right there watching you. It's going to be a long shot, if any, but to be able to try and at least get some guns off of them, that would have been your core amount.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that is probably one of the most awkward places you can sit, especially I think after they made the change right to that little box by drop.
Yeah.
You kind of can kind of just hide out right. It's like a little hidey hole there, but instead, you know, they both end up getting caught there, and it's such a really tough crossfire to get yourself out of once it's there. But all right, as it stands, back onto it. Here comes the Nightfall from the side of UC, or actually Michigan rather, forces all of the offense immediately to vacate B site. They're forcing them into the utility of the Killjoy on A. And let's see if this pays off right now. Alarm bot, turret, everything there. There goes the utility. They're going to just try to get some damage down, but nobody through the door just yet. Now they're there. Alarm bot means they pop both nano swarms and instead gets one. Instead, Crossfire is there as well, up on the ramp, but Amai will find that one as well. They swing it out. They are going to be able to get the plant down, but the rest of the defense is aware. And here, now the lurk from the Killjoy as well, up by Dish. Soba could put a wrench in these plans, but instead, they take their positions 3 on 4. There's the
Look
alarm
here,
bot.
almost being able to find him.
Oh,
Not in the
instead,
mood
no.
as well.
Yeah, here it
And
goes.
the Rolling
Fault line,
Thunder coming like
everything.
both sides. Oh my gosh, the Breach is just setting the pace on both teams, UCSD and Michigan, both being able to utilize Breach utility in the best way possible. And that double Rolling Thunder is going to really set a pause to the round. Unable to be able to defuse a spike, if anything.
Uh-oh.
There goes
Oh.
the defusal attempt.
No, it was 1 on 2, but instead, Orbital Strike just coming down. Can Tina finish
Maybe
in
able to
time?
And there it goes. Really close one, you know. Tina really had that. She was like, you know what, I'm going to try this. We're going to see what we can do.
I mean, why not, right? At that point, you know that, well, you can either get out and lose the round for sure, or you can try and stick it, right? And I gotta give Tina credit for that. She just says, yep, it's coming down, but maybe I got enough time, but unfortunately not enough there. Four rounds on the board. I do like the timeout now for Michigan. Kind of reset everything out. Let's see, go back to the drawing board. What is the plan? Because as it stands, I mean, UCSD has done incredible offense, I'd say, so far this half.
Oh yeah, certainly. We've seen so far, as I mentioned before, the Rolling Thunder coming through both at once to be able to really push back and make sure, you know, even though my team has completely been affected by the Rolling Thunder, I'm going to make sure that, you know, Michigan has really just got the same sort of thing going on. And both teams are utilizing Breach Util to set the pace of every round, but maybe that's not the best thing in terms of, you know, Michigan being able to do. Maybe they have to be switching it up here with maybe a little bit more aggression from the duelist, for example, to be able to go in with your Info Initiator, your Fade, to go in your Raise with the Showstopper, again coming online, and maybe they're going to be able to use that to try and set a pace to turn back UCSD and set it again for them in their advantage. You know, we're also seeing the economy coming right through here now that the pause has come offline. They have to do a save here, and maybe that's a strategic timeout, you know, strategy to be able to take that timeout right before the buy comes in, sort of set the pace with your eco, at least get the guns offline for UCSD, and we're about to see it in the round come through.
Would be curious to see. Any guns they can pick up here would be crucial. If you're looking at the board there are 2 members on the side of UCSD who might fall a little bit short in the following round if they do lose enough guns. So goal, I think, here from the side of Michigan, 3, if possible. You know, 2 would be great, but if you can get to that magical 3 number, it looks like they might actually cause San Diego to think a little bit in terms of the economy, in terms of the money. As it stands, playing it slow. Here it comes. There goes. Being cubed. Finds not in the mood right out the gate. And they should know that once again, this is a B hit. Once they find contact, the rest of the squad pushes up. Scrambled Meg sees one, but holds steady. Patience. Waiting for it. Oh no, the timing. Finds one, and that's the spike planner. And instead, will get traded out. But that was one. We're looking for another. But they're not able to recover any of the guns off of this, so a little bit unfortunate from the side of Michigan.
And the spike's back through. Michigan's been pushed back a little bit, and UCSD, they've got entire control of the site. There's only one player remaining from Michigan to be able to set that pace. And it seems like guns are just the only objective here. But nevertheless, paint shells coming in, the numbers coming in. Once you have that information on UCSD's side, they're going to crunch Michigan, and that's exactly what they've just done here. But now, luckily, Michigan's got their guns back. It's not that much of a round disparity. And hopefully they're going to be able to use that timeout time that they just took to be able to make that pace that they really wanted to do.
Yeah, let's see what the call, what the discussion ended up being. I think it was good on them to find the couple, but unfortunately, because San Diego gets the round, gets the win, gets the money, and gets to keep most of their utility, they weren't worried about burning anything on an eco round per se. Let's see what ends up happening. Is there it is, fault line once again alongside of the paint shells, just to see what kind of info. They don't push anybody off just yet. They do just have them a little bit hesitant. Not in the mood, wants to swing, will find one, whereas on the other side, showstopper from Tina. They do get out just in time. And all right, it is a positive trade over for San Diego.
I think I've seen this song before with the right off the bat sort of defense, the breach coming in on main on the very first round of this game. Something to take into account here. Maybe they're trying to restart their positions, go back to round one in terms of their strategy to see what works.
Julie will find the big pick there. Yeah, that's the spike, but also it means that they're slower onto the site. Soba gets pushed back by the blast pack, and actually the defense in a good spot. Tina's still here. They know Soba's around, and yep, there it goes. Michigan finds what they need, gets a critical round win here.
And you know what, let's go back real quick to what Tina had just done. Being able to know, okay, Soba's in this corner right off of drop, and I'm trying to take this gunfight down on main right now because there's still people that I am threatened to. And the fact that that satchel came in to really be able to push Soba back in the event that she was going to be able to push on site. Really, really important to know that Tina's being a little bit distracted, but not trying to take two gunfights at once. She's not leaving herself exposed to be able to get shot on two angles and really panic, but really staying composed. Really impressive move from you, Michigan.
Absolutely. I mean, well done there. And you could say that, if not for Tina's play there, that round could go very differently, right? If the side of San Diego does end up clearing her, getting on site right now, Soba doesn't have to worry about a crossfire in any way, and they could just focus on the rest of the defense. That round could look incredibly different.
Really cool to see so far, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
That, there's a lot of composure being kept in composition to be able to work together. Coordination is a key word here for you, Michigan. And I think that's pretty much how they had won that round as well, despite their numbers coming through.
Absolutely agree. I mean, so far, that to me, that was the most coordinated round, right? If we're thinking about it. That timeout, that did buy them, I think, the time and the space they needed to execute on something like that. But with that said, here we go. The immediate jump through onto site. Shroom does not have the spike yet, so they weren't able to commit. They do want to clear it out first. And it looks like now they'll get it down, but instead Orbital Strike will delay things once again. Smoke utility, everything getting burned right now. There goes the Nightfall as well. Everybody gets tagged up. They know where most of them are, but instead it's just every ultimate in the game.
Lockdown party, right? Everything's coming down. That's in the hands of Michigan. They're really able to use that to advantage. They're coming back now. UCSD's lockdown really pushing them off. And there it goes. That molly just preventing them from being able to take that spike.
That just happened.
What a round. Now that's pretty chaotic, but that's something that it seems like that's exactly what U Michigan was going for in terms of their timeout, right? Like to be able to use their utilities in the way that they did. That lockdown was not going to stop them from UCSD. We had seen the orbital strike come online, the nano swarms come in as well for damage, and that was really what the pace was going for. And maybe that's what they're going to keep up because they know now it's going to work, and they've got enough money to be able to pull this off with the right amount of rifles in the event that their utilities don't work. But you can't just win with utilities, so we're going to see here now how exactly they're going to pull this off. A second time, maybe, depending on how much utility they really want to be using here. Lockdown is online. They're taking a little bit of a slow hold, waiting for UCSD to set the pace.
Swings here is in the right place. There's two more down the hallway. Tina gets dropped right outside the door. And they're going to try to burn some utility, but it's a double swing there from San Diego. Gets them on site. Tina throws out a showstopper. Does get the kill. Michigan, yeah, just I think losing out on the utility here, and actually they do recover some critical rifles. And all right, San Diego has sight 2v4, swings out, Scrambled Meg sees it, not able to do it, instead forced back. The blast pack the paint shells makes enough of a distraction there for them as they're able to just get away from it. And the rest of the squad just backs up sadly. Not sure where she wants to go, but unfortunately for this, knows that it's a tough spot to be in, gets spotted. Fault line, there's the stun. Tries to push flash, trying to burn everything
that
onto Tina.
space.
Oh, they know. They knew. They were ready.
Yeah, that coordination, you can really just hear, you can't quite hear the comms, but you can really feel that something's going on over there. And I think that turret had sort of scared Sadly off a little bit, because once that turret comes in, doing damage to her, knowing where she is, that's giving UCSD just enough manpower and willpower to be able to go, okay, this is what's going on, this is what we have, and Sadly wasn't quite in the position to get that pick of whoever was up there on tower.
Absolutely. I mean, tough beat there, right? I mean, Tina was definitely, feeling the pinch there, feeling the ability. Sadly was kind of trying to push her off the angle, but the rest of the squad there to support. I mean, they had the numbers for it. The power of friendship, I think some would call that, right? As everyone just knows. All right, yep, it's here. Help! And you could hear it, you could see it. We didn't need to have a listen in to know exactly what was being said there. But all right. New round, new me. Let's see what Michigan has to hold here. Loses one on the onset. They do have a sense that the plant is coming down. Boombot is there, and instead Tina finds the kill onto Scrambled Meg. And with that now, once again, Michigan playing at a disadvantage, trying to figure out how do they retake the site.
And it's going to take a minute, they might have to call a little bit of a reset in their communications, because they've just been pushed back at a really fast pace. The Nano Swarm coming in as well from Soba, really pushing them back even more. They have to take a minute. They've got plenty of time before the spike goes off, but they also don't have enough time to be able to consider what the best option is. And there it goes, a Julie just able to stay alive, but coming quickly picked off by UCSD. That's really not going to leave them in the best position. They went on a little bit of this odd buy where someone was on a Judge and someone was using a rifle as normal, and Michigan hopefully is going to be able to do a save here and go back to normal. It's not too big of a disparity once again, but seeing at the end of that round how far they'd gotten pushed, I think they have to consider now the fact that they're getting pushed off by specific utility that they aren't able to counter, and maybe that's something that they are going to consider eventually.
Yeah, and I think also something to keep in mind too, right? The notes from Michigan here, all right, not necessarily working so great on defense, but maybe they're expecting or planning out their offense, right, as this kind of plays out, seeing the notes, seeing the way that San Diego is pushing themselves. As this is my favorite part about eco rounds, the conga line of everybody just W key forward. Let's go,
the conga line. That's exactly what I call it, K-Tad, and this is exactly what's going on as well. That full aggression and any extra fade utility being thrown as well from both sides too. It's not just UCSD that's throwing it off as well. Bean Cubed getting that plant down, but the rest of you Michigans decided to take the ropes. They're going to get in a conga line, and they're doing it a little bit more straight this time.
The true conga line as everyone swings down the rope. You gotta love to see it. I almost love, by the way, UCSD also willing to immediately turn around.
There it goes.
Oh no, well, they got one. Tina's down.
Extra satchel again. And they're trying to keep their composure to play together as well, but the peaks are just, it's sort of being a bit of a 1v1 there. It's a little bit risky. Michigan was briefly sending in only one person just then onto Arcade, and that's really where they had started to fumble it a little bit. But nevertheless, it was a really good concept as long as they had just kept those 5 numbers going in like they did with that conga line. If they kept it going full speed ahead, definitely would have been able to see a few picks come offline as well.
Yeah, you love to see it, but yeah, the coordination both sides, San Diego able to kind of stem the bleeding a little bit as the eco hit came through. And all right, last round of the half for Michigan, a chance to bring this to 8-4 potentially, on off or on the defensive side for Michigan on a map where a lot of people would say, right, this is more of a attacker's favored sided map. You'd like to think, right, the way you can take angles and the retakes are always a little awkward. But all right, every ult burn last round, might as well smoke it if you got it. And not in the mood, swings around, not able to get anything there. Scrambled Meg will find the pick though. Actually finds
Look
two
at all that
coming
damage.
out of tower. Yeah, huge utility now. Just the 2 members. Tina on site does have Showstopper in a second. One more kill would do it, but they don't have a spike.
There it goes! 2 ultimates still ready to come online from Michigan. And that could hopefully be used, but UCSD is doing a damn good job at keeping all of their numbers intact.
Wait, hold on. They find it, and now even numbers. Now, yes, the spike is on the other side, but they roughly know where the defenders are. There's a smoke down. Beancube wants to find Sadly in this transition here. Will get it. And that could be danger. Scrambled Meg knows that she has the spike, just needs to play some time. Just needs to stall out, stay alive as long as she can. Tina from heaven sees it. There's the drop, there's the shot. All right, just like that.
There it is.
9-3 San Diego at the half.
And hey, maybe you've got the 9-3 curse coming in. It's a classic. Hopefully not the caster's curse, but it is a classic. And we're coming in just considering as well what just happened in that round. You had a 4v2 situation of Michigan being able to try and defend it off. They had 3 ultimates ready to come online. And all of a sudden, UCSD had completely switched up. They went for a reset. They had 2 members left on that side of the round, and they just decided, we're going to play back, we're going to see what happens. And the Michigan aggression was really what they had channeled. They had sat back, let them take the pace, and were prepared for it. They kept themselves online, ready to go. The vigilance was up, and that's exactly how they managed to coordinate that round so beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely crazy. And I gotta say, right now the question becomes, what can Michigan do on the other side, right? Will they be able to execute as quickly as San Diego was on their attack, or is there a little bit of jitters in the nerves here? This is opening round of the day, so we want to see how these teams are going to shape up as the rest of the morning or early afternoon kind of shakes out. And instead, Soba now up in tower, trying to defend, but here's a lot of movement around her. Oh,
Here we go, things have picked up the pace a little bit.
yeah, they have.
There goes trying to find one.
Yeah, good damage, and actually they forced Tina to retreat and rotate back to the rest of the squad. Meanwhile, though, they have found a way to take sight a little bit. Still would need to push Soba off of tower, and they know it as they are grouping up. You see everyone staring at that little doorway. They don't expect anybody from Cantina. Tina finds the lurk on Shroom. All right, different angles there. Soba gets pushed out from tower. Finally, that position now cleared out. Meanwhile, Tina, everyone else moving up main, and no other utility should let them know, and instead they swing forward. It's a double peek. Amai gets that one, but a Julie trades it back. It's a one-on-one. The Brimstone v Brimstone. Smoke's coming down. Gonna try to pop it and actually look for the plant. Does she stick it, though? That's the question. Beancube halves it. Now looking forward onto a Julie. Will find it, and San Diego moves up to 10.
And there it is, really impressive. Neither Brimstone really had a lot of utility to work with here, but those smokes were online, able to be used. And that's exactly what happened. There was no molly to be able to fight off that plant. Getting it onto half as Beancube was just able to peek it. And, sadly as well, just being able to also stay on tower, trying to push forward. I think Beancube making that decision to defuse the spike to half and then take a peek with the right amount of confidence, preparing mentally for that gunfight as well. And that's really what had happened, Despite the Brimstone diff, it's been some really powerful movements from both of them to be able to take off and fight each other.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The smokes, I think, have been a very good deterring factor. We don't always talk about them necessarily, but the amount of times that they've stalled out a play or they've given that, that ability to pick your angle, right? As we see Amai will find one, actually has a Spectre in hand as well, and it ends up being a one-on-one trade. Rest of the squad now pushing forward from the door, but it's just a retreat from Amai, just hoping that she can get one more, and there it is, gets it onto Tina, gets it onto Not in the
Here we go!
And it's just like that. Finally, Sadly trades it back, but Beancube is there for the return. And San Diego again cleans it up, but they do lose a few members this time out.
And you know what? That's going to be really crucial for Michigan as well, to know exactly, in terms of analysis, exactly how they managed to bring UCSD off a little bit and sort of try and help that pace again if they do want to call it timeout now or in the next round. It seems like they are trying to go for a little bit of a force on some players. Here we go. They've got the full force with the Bulldogs and the Spectres coming through. And maybe they want to be calling a timeout after their eco comes through to really see what's happening, adapt to UCSD, and hopefully bring a few more rounds back online for them.
Well, who let the dogs out is the track of the round so far, I think, is, the 3 Bulldogs coming in from Michigan. They really want to make this happen at a time when UCSD is, trying to save a little bit of cash, waiting for their rifle round to come out soon. But I don't know if they expect this type of buy. Shroom does get flashed up, doesn't know anyone's there necessarily, and instead Tina finds the one defender. Soba pushed off from tower. Shroom was able to back it up all the way to Cantina, but instead, yeah, they are just
And
gonna
that
hold.
safe fallback. Yeah, that safe fallback really was managing to help the UCSD defense. And Tina again going through for those satchels. Really impressive to see in the way that Tina is managing to utilize those for Michigan. Here we go, aftershock coming through. Orbital strike as well. There's full utility happening now on B side.
A lot of ults there, and actually a really early ult when you think about it from the Brimstone, but unfortunately not enough. I mean, I don't know about you. I don't expect to see a full orbital strike coming out in round 3 just like that. And I don't think Michigan expected it either, because they all got forced right out of tower.
But you know what, it's funny, because it's one of the things I play is I say, you know what, as soon as you get that ultimate online, just pop it, honestly, and that's exactly what just happened here with the orbital strike. It's not something that's usually seen in the pro play scene, but to be able to consider, okay, I've got this ultimate and there's only so many times that I can use it in one singular half, I might as well pop it now and just start working on the ultimate orbs for the next rounds.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, and looking at it here, right, I mean, just because of that now, Amai has that Rolling Thunder available, Tina 1 away from a showstopper. They've got the ult economy, right? They've been in a really good space to pick up all these kills and all that utility, especially after that round now. And alright, counter showstopper available for Tina, but instead Nightfall, the offensive Nightfall, gonna clear out B site. Doesn't quite find anything with it though, and just like that, it looks like it's a fake. They've got them to commit a lot of members, as we're seeing it now, everyone running through spawn, but nothing else doing. They slowly creep onto A site. Oh no.
Here it goes. Extra picks coming through online. The UCSD's advantage. And the showstopper coming through. That information perfectly executed by Tina.
No.
Perfect 3K, and there's only one remaining. Sadly, being found exactly from the fault line. And Soba coming in too. There it goes, closing it off for UCSD. Managing to win that game. What an impressive final call.
Absolutely. The switchback, right? From Tina there to say, you know what? Yep. Something's fishy about this. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I'm going to check anyways. I'm going to take a look at what's going on from the other side, and just happens to be that she finds a pick, gets the ult, throws the ult out immediately, and is just in a position to capitalize on it. I mean, well done from San Diego, I think, across the board for that one. I mean, with an offense like that and then the ability to hold, I mean, Crave, our time on this broadcast might be short-lived. We might not be here that long if San Diego ends up closing this one out 2-0.
You know what, certainly, but we also have to consider a little bit of an MVP calling out to the really key agents of also Michigan, you know, being able to really call off any breach utility. They were really able to set the pace in terms of their fault line right off the rip, being able to stay back a little bit. You know, both teams had the right amount of discipline and vigilance, but UCSD just had that better advantage at being able to work together as a team. Conga liming as well throughout that game was really incredible, you know, from ropes to the general eco coming down arcade. We'd seen quite a few plays that's really crucial. You know, no matter the outcome of this game that we've seen so far, there is always a second map, and we have to know this fracture was really impressive for UCSD and Michigan, telling us exactly what their potential is and allowing us to see them how they grow over the next few months and this year.
Absolutely. I mean, hopefully we will see some more of these teams in what is left of the matchmaking season. So for those of you who don't know, the signups for the matchmaking season, like you say, these teams do have an opportunity to play against other female teams from not just collegiate, but across the country. So signups for the matchmaking season are still open. So for those of you who are interested or want to learn how to play, from February 14th to April 11th, you still can compete up against other female teams in a matchmaking season. Every time your captain clicks play match, you will be put into a queue where you're matched against other registered teams in a Paidia lobby room. You can play anytime throughout the season. So if you want to join the Discord, schedule and coordinate matches, things like that, you are more than happy to. or if you want to be featured on a streamed match that is on this channel here at Esports U, it is every Tuesday from 6 to 9 p.m. So Eastern, by the way. So sign up still open for the matchmaking season. Teams still having that ability to perfect their craft and to really improve over the season. But with that said, we will be going to just a short little bit of a break. When we come back, game 2 between University of Michigan Pink and UC San Diego Navy, I believe. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, hello everyone, and welcome back here to the Paidia Cup CECC qualifier. K-Ted here, Crafe over there, and all right, Crafe, we saw it. We went to a break. We went to a fast little break. We said it'd be quick. We're back, but all right, Michigan versus San Diego. Are we seeing a game 3? Are we seeing what are we seeing in map 2 actually? Before we even get that far, what is your expectations coming into this one?
You know what? Taking a little bit of a consideration at the map picks in general as well, the fact that Lotus is about to come through, we have to consider how did Michigan and UCSD prepare for this moment? This could be a clean sweep depending on how well both teams have scrimmaged this map. And we're about to see, just with setting the pace by UCSD on Fracture that we had just seen, we don't know what to expect. And it's going to be a really, really interesting one to see such a new map like Lotus come online. We're going to see exactly what's going to happen. But so far, there's been a lot of utility usage. I'll say, K-Tad, we were just mentioning it in the middle of the break that there was quite a bit going on at really random points as well, and the ultimates coming online. It's a really, really important thing to be able to channel, but we could be seeing the exact same thing happen on Lotus. Maybe not a mirror composition like we just saw in Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things to think about, right? On a map like Fracture, I wasn't expecting a mirror, but we got it. And then not only in the gameplay, we got a mirror in how they use their abilities too, right? We saw multiple rounds where double Rolling Thunder, just double ultimates across the board. These guys really, or these gals, I should say, were really mirroring each other and matching up. Anything you can do, I can do better kind of mentality and throwing everything in the kitchen sink at each other. And now going to Lotus is a little bit different, right? There is, I think, difference in opinions and difference in ways that people like to play the map. And because it's still so new, right, we're still figuring out, the triple site thing, although yes, nobody ever hits B site, it could happen, and it could force the strategy if you're not expecting, such tight CQC type action there in the middle of the play. I'm curious to see what happens. I'm curious to see, what does the preparation look like? Because I think at the end of the day, if we go back and we look at some of those rounds from Fracture, the score line and the scoreboard is a little bit odd. It is a little bit skewed. I think there was some rounds where Michigan had the ability to take an advantage, and it just comes down to some crazy hero plays from San Diego that turns the tide. And all right, as we go to Lotus, maybe Michigan's able to stem that bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully so. And, maybe we're not going to quite see that mirror composition, as I said, for this game. But so far, to be able to know just the fact that UCSD and UMichigan have been able to sort of take a minute and learn each other's positions, learn each other's way in the way that they do play this game. And in general, how they're going to adapt in that is going to be a core movement here. They do have that discipline and that vigilance that they're really keeping online, especially UCSD really being able to use it as a team. But we have to consider, now that they know exactly how each other plays, are they considering a different strategy here? How are they going to be able to channel that for both teams' advantage?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. They've got, they know now what they're up against, and we'll see how that plays out. We did see, though, there was a change. Granted, only one agent, right? It's a fade for a Sky, on the flip side, but across the rest of the board, Astra, Killjoy, Breach, and I believe Raze as the duelist once again. So both these squads still keeping, I think, the core of that composition the same. Yes, you do switch to an Astra over a Brimstone on this map, and I think that's rightfully so, just with all of the different weird little angles and peaks and ways that you can use Astra utility a little bit better. But all right, we're on Lotus. We're here, and let's see, map 2, how will Michigan come back?
Really being able to see, loving that Australian representation here as well, with the Sky coming in with UCSD. They've so far won that previous map on Fracture, and now they're coming in on attack again this time, which is going to be something that they have to sort of consider. How are we going to use this based on what just happened on Fracture? Coming right in off the bat, turret coming in, guiding light as well through to B site.
All right, I said nobody ever, I might have made the mistake there to say, nobody ever hits B site on Lotus, but all right, forget it. We're just here. It's an all-out brawl. The Coliseum is in effect. The Gladiators on the sides. Amai finds 2 immediately as the smoke drops, but instead, there's a crossfire from behind, trying to support everyone else. It's a 2-on-4, though. UCSD getting hit up from all angles everywhere. Amai has to just kind of pull back and look for it. Sees one, but I love it when the observers turn on all of the sight lines as you just see 4 of them swinging out. It's a team ace for Michigan as they pick up the pistol.
Really, really impressive to see that UMichigan had been able to really crunch UCSD in terms of B site. It's a very tight site. You don't really have a main in some sort of, opportunity. You have an A main, which is pretty much the right amount of space in terms of trying to take it successfully as an attacker. But in terms of B site, it's very, very crunched in. And UMichigan had been able to consider that fact and known, okay, UCSD is actually trying to come into B site now. And we have a lot of opportunity here to really just go for the gunfights, no matter how many utilities we've got.
Doesn't matter in the slightest, really, as instead On The Mood swings right past the bird, but Soba ends up finding that one. So now Spectre in hand, they do get a little bit of the kill. Tina boldly going forward, trying to swing out. Instead, Paint Shells goes across. It's a shorty kill from Amai.
Shorty!
Oh no! The bait and switch as the Paint Shells pushes them off the angle. Now what else can Michigan do? 2v4, but they've got rifles, or rather Spectres in hand. Amai has that shorty. Julie will find one. Amai just waiting, knows that they want to push out from this. We'll see if the shorty play comes out, and yes, Amai gets another! As instead Tina will pick it up, and it's a thrifty. The SMG round goes in favor of San Diego.
You know what? I just got completely caught off guard because that attempt to get that alarm bot down to really push off the defense of UMichigan there, that was just incredible. The fact that they were like, you know what, not today. We're going to completely run you down, catch you off guard. We're seeing that alarm bot attempt come through. And that was something that really set that pace as well. They were like, you know what, we're going to push up that pace now. We're going to pick it up a little bit. And we're just going to go full send. And that's just what happened to be able to win that round again, putting both teams on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I gotta say it. I think this is a little bit, you know, in the unconventional location of the hit right now, as we're seeing here, round 3. It is a little bit more standard. Tina blast packs forward, but doesn't see Scrambled Meg. So could be a thorn in the side as we're seeing it. Meg there, but oh no, they swing right past, gets one, and that will be a right click. Almost gets both, but they're just a little too quick. They, you know, the boots were on and they were running through the site. And now 4-on-4 though, but critically no guns on the hands of Michigan.
Slower pace coming in now. You know, you've just seen that singular pick come through as well on the board. Tina going for an extra 2 now. There we go. Really quick pacing coming through now. Just as I'm saying it, I got jinxed a little bit there in the middle of my sentence, but the pace has slowed down a little bit. New Michigan's only got 1 remaining, and there's not going to be enough time to be able to get to that spike in time.
Yeah. Nothing else doing there. I think Ajuli maybe toying with the idea of, do I wait around and look for an exit frag, or do we just say, all right, we go again, you know, round 4 now we actually have rifles. And on the other side, San Diego happy to, I want to see, wait, hold on, yeah, let's stay on this for a second. They are happy to stick with the Spectres. I mean, cash in the bank, they're looking like they're more than happy to save a few dollars. As okay,
cash in the bank, of indeed. That's a little bit more than cash in the bank. I think that's a bit more, a bit of an understatement there. Coming in now off the rip, we're seeing the same sort of B execute again from UCSD. Hopefully a little bit more in line this time, but Tina being reconned, guiding light again coming through, attempting to get onto site.
Yeah, this time they once again opt for, I think, a little bit of B pressure, force the utility out.
Oh.
And don't worry, Cypher joined the lobby
guys,
for a
chewed
few
on the
minutes.
cable.
Yeah, it's okay. he was we're getting a little bit of interference on the feet, but that's okay. We're back out. It's a slow round though, right? I mean, taking a look at it there. Yeah, actually, this would be the round for a spy cam. Tina turns around and sees that they are exiting from the B hallways. Instead, the rest of the squad slowly pushing up. Sadly, finds one. And it does mean that they are looking for the hit. Not the mood swings out from where Tina once stood. Instead, being cute finds one, but Ajuli will trade it back. 3-on-2. Michigan down to a few defenders, but Tina just swinging on through with the blast pack. Gets the plant down, and alright. Michigan needs to figure out how they're going to get all the way to site. There's a lockdown available for Sova.
And that lockdown might come through, might not come through. You know, it's 1-2. We did see this happen again last game, where it really just all ultimates came online, just right off the bat. The orbital strike coming through. Maybe again, as Scrambled Meg finds one. Maybe a lockdown or a showstopper in this case will come through. 1 HP in a dream. Oh! 1 HP in a dream indeed!
Still dreaming, yep. Don't wake her up just yet. She's cooking, but let's see. Scrambled Meg wants to find one. Running out of time on the spike. Not able to win the duel. And that means San Diego picks up round 4, but can Shroom get out? I don't think so. The door, a little bit too heavy there. Can't get it out of her way in time, but that's okay. They take the round, and all right. I mean, makes it pricey though, right? From the side of Michigan, they clean it all the way up down to a 1-on-1. 1 HP in the dream does cost them a little bit of money. So finally, putting a little bit of a dent in, you know, the money in the bank.
And this is where I say it's really important to get the guns off of the enemy team, but in the event that they have so much money in the bank like they do now, as we had mentioned before, it's a bit of a risky play, and you have to consider, is it still worth doing in the end?
Yeah, I mean, that's really the key here is now eco round or half, you know, little mini buys coming out from Michigan. They want to see if they can find a sneaky little angle. Sadly, tries to chase out. Will get spotted by the dog in the end, and that means now she knows she's in a bit of trouble. A little bit of frenzy damage there, and actually comes out the better of the trade. Forces San Diego back just a touch. They don't want to get surprised by anything like a blast pack judge or something along those lines. But alright, let's see what happens next. As a lot of Killjoy utility holding down this B hallway. If they choose to entry there, it could actually spell their demise. We'll see. San Diego wants to play it slow around C.
The fault line's coming through as well, but there's 4 ultimates for UCSD. They might be able to really close us off this round if they wanted to. The Spike is ready to come onto site. Hopefully somebody's going to go through the Nebulas as well, really being channeled. As well, we're just seeing a bit of a tether on site come through. Scrambled Meg not quite seeing something happening on site, and my grabbing an extra. Only 2 remain on New Michigan.
Yeah, just a little bit. Tina finds one with the Bulldog before getting traded back. It's a Marshall here. Ajuli wants to get the heck out of there, but not able to do so, and UCSD cleans it up. So, okay. Now, if you thought 4 ults was good, how about 5?
How about 5? That's quite the point indeed. You know, you've got the Cosmic, the Rolling Thunder, you've got everything you really need in life there, I would say. You know, if I were UCSD, I'd go full sending right now, especially to be able to keep that disparity on the board as well, as UMichigan's not quite up there, only with 1 round. But then again, considering UMichigan has 2 ultimates as well, they could go for a second counter lockdown if they wanted to. They could go for a second counter Cosmic Divide if they wanted to.
They could. I mean, honestly, it would be on Michigan's side to line up these defensive elements. But okay, here we go. Once again, lockdown coming down onto B site. It looks like the hit from San Diego, they are enjoying kind of running up into this middle site plan. And actually now, look at the map. A lot of Michigan members moving around the outskirts.
And the Nebula's really pushing UCSD back. I mean, once that Nebula came down, you saw them immediately push. And that's something that's going to set the tone. You know, there's only 3 more ultimates left ready to come online. Michigan's ready to play retake with that lockdown as well. And now that the Rolling Thunders come online as well, they're able to hopefully get a retake that's going to be impressive. And another one! Another showstopper ready to come through now. That's 4 whole ultimates for Michigan to retake it. But one's been detained. UCSD's not in the best position. Rolling Thunder, look at that!
That is, once again, all of the ults thrown out again. Tina throws one, they get a stun onto another, as instead Paint Shells goes out. They're just trying to clear the site now. Remember, it was half though. They just need to get somebody to start, but instead they're not able to do it. It's an ace from Tina out of nowhere.
What?
Just clears them out side by side. I mean, that fight on site was so chaotic, but Tina ends up being the beneficiary, picks up all of them. 12 kills on the board.
What in the utility was that? What in the absolute... I think, if you guys can see me right now, I just went full jaw drop for like a good 30 seconds there. It was just like, there is a lot going on here. What in the utility and what in the ace was that? There was quite a round, much deserved for UCSD, but we have to also consider now, Michigans, they've got their Cosmic Divide ready to come online. They're hopefully going to be able to channel it now. Extra stars being placed on the flank for the Nebulas. But they don't know. Michigan's coming around. UCSD's hitting that C, but Michigan's on that conga line sort of developing.
Oh, Bean Cube sees one. But does she know the dance party is around the corner? That's the question. Michigan waiting for it. Bean Cube wants to check this again. Now, Not in the Mood is there. 1, 2. Can she get more? No, the rest of the squad is there. And they pick it up. They get a rifle. But 3 versus 4 at the end of the day. It's Michigan now. They know they need to retake. They're going to slowly swing out. Flash and utility is there. Like you're talking about, great coordination. Fault line is there. Amai, though, in front wants to hold the line, but sadly finds that one. And instead, the rest of the squad will drop. No, I take it back. Sadly gets a pistol kill. 2 members alive at the end of it, but San Diego does take the round.
That was quite a bit going on there, I won't lie. You know, you had that ghost kill coming against the rifles and Michigan trying to hold their space as well for that retake coming around on the conga line. You know, it almost worked too. You had only so much HP from Sadly, and of course a Dream, as we're seeing. They're really not giving up without a fight that we're seeing so far in these rounds. They're really keeping their composure to try and keep fighting. And that's a good thing, because maybe if they just take a simple timeout before the end of this half, they can really use enough rounds to their advantage. And they're coming with the force as well, so this is hopefully going to look up for them.
Yeah, we will hopefully see what ends up happening here. As Michigan, full rifles in hand, full utility in hand. So, new dawn, new day. as they say, coming out from Michigan as the push comes through. But all right, San Diego slowly creeping up alongside C once again, looking like they want to make this the play. Nightfall comes in. Tina will get dropped. The Julie manages to hold the line. Not in the mood, also waiting around the stairs. And instead will get picked up by Amai. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad, they do retreat the rest of them back, and it's even numbers 4-on-4. This plant
Fault
goes
line
down.
again, just as the plant comes through.
Fault line again. They're still burning it. Amai finds the shot in the back line, so clears out the back halls. The rest of the push would need to be from the center doorway there. And it looks like instead they actually find the swings. They win their 1v1s. It's a 2-on-3, and instead they swing forward. Scrambled Meg will drop 1-on-1. Tina versus the Breach. As instead Faultline goes forward, starts to defuse, but does she stick it? That's the question. Yes, she does, but instead Amai gets the 4K. San Diego starting to run away with this one.
They really are. Maybe it is really going to close off for them. But again, Michigan still got a bit of potential here. You know, that was really just one person being able to set off all of you Michigan. But again, hopefully they can call a timeout before the half ends. Keep their composure, go, okay, this is what's going on. Let's adapt to the enemy here. And maybe that's going to give them a bit of utility as well. Not just agent utility, but utility for themselves to be able to develop. Here goes on the save too, just considering that off the rip. Only one Phantom for you, Michigan, but maybe that's all they need.
Only one Phantom. Yeah, it could be, right? Hero rifle in hand. Let's see what they can get out of it. Not in the mood here with the Bulldog, but a lot of people about to swing around. Amai gets that one, and okay. There we go. Instead, the rest of the squad, Azuli waiting around the corner, wants somebody to swing this. They swing low, but Tina just immediately, the reaction, finds the defender on the backside. And, oop, there it goes. So, the rest of Michigan trying to find a few surprises. Actually, a paint shell kill there from Tina gets Soba, and now they might have some rifles if they can just get to them in time. But instead, no, Tina, a Sheriff, a Dream, stunned up, blinded. There's a bird chasing her after. The rest of the squad is there.
And Amai following through. Look at that. It was a good attempt nevertheless. We're seeing Amai had 11 HP left to go. So, I mean, that was a good attempt nevertheless. But I think considering here, now that they have a little bit more of a buy for you Michigan, you know, just considering what just happened in that round as well, taking consideration that we're going to come in, hopefully, to see another attempt. You know, maybe the Cosmic Divide's about to come in from what Bean Cubed is getting up to over there in the astral positions.
All good is now Michigan trying to stem that bleeding a little bit. You are seeing actually an adaptation here as they switch the utility over to C site, but instead Scrambled Meg not able to do it when Tina just flying through the air and ends up picking that one off. And then instead everyone else just slowly on site. Tina just taking space, right? Every time we see it, she swings through and just finds a kill, then backs it up. Once again, there goes Tina on the 3K. Can we make it a 4? Sadly wants to get one. Will pick up Solo, but Tina rotating back to support her team. Amai there with the flash. 2 bullets. Route gets the reload. Instead, Faultline is there, sadly going forward. Tina's on site, though. They know it's just a 1v2. But, oh, here we go. Rolling Thunder thought about it, but didn't want to commit. Being cubed on the flank. Tina waiting for this close. Oh, okay, there we go. I was like, for a second, I think she thought about the knife. She thought about it. She was like, should I go? No, I'll just close it out.
Hit him a little bit with that knife. Either way, you know, we saw at the beginning of the first map, Tina really was setting the pace for Fracture. You know, it looks like we've got our 2 Tinas, you know, Michigan and UCSD, both on that raised roll, which is really, really interesting to see. And both of them are using, you know, the satchels and the paint shells really to their advantage, coming in and really seeing the pace as a great duelist for this series. There is definitely going to be one of these 2 coming in on the MVP side. But we're coming through. We're seeing a little bit of a save happen right now. But maybe a singular Bulldog is all Michigan needs again. And UCSD ready with that guiding light onto B site, but not really hanging towards B site, K-Tad.
No, they're not. They burn the utility. They go out and go, all right, let's get the feeler down, see what the contact ends up being, and they say, all right, nothing else doing, nobody home. All right, we're just gonna go somewhere else instead. Not really willing to risk a lurk or anything like that. Instead, BeamCube will find not in the move. On site pushes the defender back. Wanted to hold with just a stinger there. Instead, the rest of the squad doesn't back it up. Tina now on shot. Here comes Showstopper. They need to run. BeamCube picks that one up. Rolling Thunder coming down as well. They want to get the flash. The counter utility is there. Sadly gets 2 with the ghost. What else can they get here? Soba on site is concussed. Tina around the corner. Soba doesn't quite know where to look. And actually, Michigan hold the phone. Gets the round.
And there it is! They've put themselves back on the board again! And that was one of the most chaotic rounds we've had so far, I won't even lie. It came through, just like Fracture, we had such an impressive amount of pacing coming through. And once that fault line had hit the opposition, Michigan had really just channeled through, pushed it inward, and there it went, just straight through. Again, utilities coming online, making sure that the nano swarms are into their positions, extra paint shells where needed, that fault line really setting the pace as well. It seems like Breach for both teams is really going to be one of those setting characters as a flash initiator, but also as your placeholder in general for this game.
Absolutely. I mean, pace. Talking about the pace, right? It's been slow, it's been fast. We've been going over, but I think UCSD, right, has been looking for these high-speed engagements as once again Rolling Thunder comes through, clears out the site. Scrambled Meg wants to throw down the lockdown. The second she hears that plant or the trigger, whatever the go sign is, there it is. Hey, it goes out, and all right, instead it's the counter Killjoy, but Tina's on site sweeping them through, and just like that, Michigan, blinking, you missed it.
Switching sides.
You really would have. Most certainly, that was something for the books again. Getting a third round on the board is the name of the game. And Michigan's now, they've swapped sides. And we're seeing, hopefully, something come through. Again, the 9-3 curse is online, as we said for Fracture. And maybe this is going to be a 9-3 curse. It's going to be used to the full potential of Michigan. But we're seeing, we don't quite have the normal buys because we've just swapped the rounds into the pistols. And it seems like Michigan is leaning towards B side, sort of mirroring what UCSD had tried in the very first 2 rounds, coming through with that B hit, and maybe they're going to swap it around a little bit. We're also seeing the spike holder, Julie, hanging a little bit towards A site. So we're going to see which of the 2 sites they're sort of leaning towards right now. Immediately off the rip, looks like BeamCube is trying to push as well onto Michigan, and Tina doing the same!
Oh! They swing around, Tina finds that one, and instead they get it. Scrambled Meg will drop, the rest of the squad is there. But this is a very fast pistol round, and just like that, UCSD takes it. I mean, speaking of fast pistols, speaking of fast pacing, right? Fast track your Valorant game. So remember, everybody, that this is a stream and a series and a matchup sponsored by Xbox and PC Game Pass. But with PC Game Pass, members will unlock all of the current agents in Valorant. You get a 20% match XP boost given to them in the Battle Pass, Event Pass, and any active agent contract progress. Plus, you get day 1 access to every new agent as soon as they're released. So, for those of you that are watching the stream and watching at home, join us now at GamePass.com to get your first month free, or not free, for $1 only. I mean, close to free. As close as you can get, really.
And who doesn't want Gecko for $1? I mean, quite the agent as well to be able to try out for yourselves. Now coming in again to this match. Not quite the Gecko this time yet in the series, but we'll see him soon. But speaking of series, we're coming through onto C site this time. Whoa. And BeamCube finding one on B.
Yeah, BeamCube finds an opening there, but it's actually the C hit from the rest of the squad. Michigan does pick up one in the back that sadly does her job and holds down the site. Now instead, here we go. Their retake on focus. 2 members on the left, 2 members on the right. They get traded, but they get one. They don't get the second. And that does mean UCSD moves up to 11 and ever so closer to match point.
Really crucial to be seeing exactly what's going on here for Michigan and UCSD. Again, it's coming pretty close from U Michigan to be getting around every single time. But UCSD, in terms of their abilities as well, they're really managing to stay up as a pair. We saw this on Fracture as well. They had that discipline, and they also had that vigilance to be able to play together in terms of coordination. And once they had taken enough control, being able to sort of pinch as well. We'd seen two flankers coming in, even the previous round, two flankers coming in and around, which is what took them away for the very first pistol, setting that pace, coming through again for that second round that we had just seen. And again, going through to set the tone in terms of a push for the guiding light, the fault line, others.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something to note, right? You brought this up earlier in the cast, Crave, but the coordination of utility just like that. Okay, maybe not.
There it is! Perfect example, perfect timing.
Oh, yeah, I mean, really, they're there, but here comes Tina around the side, just peppering them down, a little bit of spray. There goes a Julie, the flash comes out. It's a 2-on-2, but they can't quite get guns yet. No, make it a 2-on-1. Tina finds the paint shell.
Another 3K!
It very well
and it's
could
just the other Tina
us
left.
On match point. Here we go. What can Tina do? Sees the boombot. 9 shots in the rifle, and instead Soba just swings it. And all right, UCSD match point.
Match point indeed, really, I think Tina had a little bit of that whiplash there in terms of staying on guard, wasn't quite ready for that push to happen by Soba. And, Soba did have full HP, but just considering in terms of how powerful the Spectre is close range, it was just a small amount of disadvantage for Tina to be able to push on. But nevertheless, good point for Michigan to learn off of, to be able to know, okay, we just need to stay a little bit more on guard here, and maybe we'd have an even better chance for next time.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think a lot of things, right? Just the utility, the coordination, like you keep talking about, the ability to say, all right, we're going for the duel, and then just the Hail Mary paint shell, right? From downtown as it picks up a kill and surprises the side of Michigan there. They weren't expecting it, and they lose their number equality here as now Tina once again going forward. Not the mood gets a trade back. Tina flashed up, stunned up, trying to pull out the showstopper, but sadly is there. And that means it's a 3-on-3. Meanwhile, Shroom on the flank trying to get in. Doesn't quite find it, but they know. And instead, Soba's there. They find the spike. They're going to try to clear it. They swing in. Tina gets one, but just like that, it's over. Soba finds the 2K.
Kill. And that's what closes off the series for UCSD to come forward even more. KTAD, that was quite the role in terms of the utilities being pulled in. There's a very distinct pattern here. You can hear me mentioning it quite a bit in terms of patterning for how utilities are being made, how the coordination is being made, and the core thing to think about here is what sort of tone both teams had set. UCSD is our winner here. Congratulations to UCSD, but Michigan as well. But both teams are being able to show us exactly what we have to expect for this year coming up in the collegiate female scene, and in general setting that pace for how well they use utilities and how well they're able to show us what we are in store for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I gotta say, right, I mean, I think we were talking about it on the cast, Crave, but the utility coordination was really great there, right? Don't let the score blind fool you. Michigan was really coordinating their executes well, or coordinating, what they needed to well. It's just at certain moments, it's hard to, I think, run against it when San Diego has a monster like Tina just kind of clearing sight, right? Blast packing in, sweeping the back end, right? When it comes down to gunfights, if that's where you're losing rounds, I think that's something you can walk away with and go, all right, let's go back to, let's go back to the aim lab. Let's go back to the simulator. Let's clean up, some of that aim, and that gets you further down in the line, because at least from our side, right, the coordination was there. The some of the strategic calls was, I think, the right ones to make for Michigan. It's just tough when you're losing every single gunfight.
And, you can't forget the fact that, it might have had a bit of an impact on their mental health and in general. And that's still something that's really important to consider as when you're playing such a tight game. And hopefully that's something that Michigan, I'm sure both of them have been able to square it away in the best way possible. But also just considering every team has their own story, and maybe this is just a fight that we don't know behind the scenes what's exactly going on. And maybe they're VOD reviewing right now. We get to say hi to them for the post-broadcast. But either way, coming through, we've seen quite the play from both teams. Congratulations to UCSD, and a really well played from University of Michigan. Despite the round disparity, we have to consider how well they played it, how hard they fought on to be able to try and win to go to map 3.
Absolutely. It was a tough fight, or hard fought from the side of Michigan, but it will be University of California, San Diego Navy coming through with the win, which means they now move forward to face the potential, big boss in awaiting a a University of Houston squad who wants that revenge, who wants to come back up and take down Carleton, especially for taking them down at the end of the day. But with that said, don't go anywhere, folks. Before we leave, one more note. Did you know that Xbox Game Pass has PC games? So, with the new Xbox app for Windows
Really?
PC, it's easier than ever. Yeah, absolutely. To discover your next favorite game. Browse the library, view recommendations, or filter by genre with hundreds of high quality games to choose from. Join now at GamePass.com and get your first month for just $1. So, with that said, we will be going to a quick little bit of an interview with hopefully one of the players from the side of San Diego as they get ready to face off against Houston. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, hello everyone, and welcome back here to the Paidia Cup CECC qualifier. K-Tad, Crafe, and unfortunately, we have just heard from the players at the UC San Diego side that they had somebody they wanted to send us to interview, but she is currently lagging out of her dorm room, so she is rushing over to their LAN center to hopefully get onto the arena PCs for their next match, knowing how incredibly important that is to play up against Houston. So, unfortunately for everybody at home, that means we do not have an interview for you guys today. And unfortunately as well, that does mean that the time here on desk here, your little guest cast between myself and Crafe will be coming to an end. So with that said, Crafe, I just wanted to say from me personally to you, thank you so much for doing this. Thank you for coming on as a quick little guest cast that we had for today. How'd you like it? How you like casting here at Esports U?
First of all, I want to preface by saying thank you as well for being my guest caster as well as the tournament organizer. Quite a little bit of a shift. You know, I understand that you used to cast, so that's a great extra experience. But nevertheless, it's been quite the ride for Esports University, and I hope to be able to see all of you on future broadcasts as well. Really, really excited again. Congratulations to UCSD for winning this series so far and coming in towards the bracket, moving upward towards our qualifier in May. I've had so much fun once again. I have to skittle on back to my team at Global Esports as I am the head coach over there before we prepare for the playoffs coming in on Wednesday. But again, thank you to everyone who's tuned in so far. But don't go anywhere because we've got the next series coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. So once again, yeah, thank you, Crafe, for joining us on the cast today. And for that said, yeah, like Crafe just mentioned, next up, we do have San Diego going up against Houston, where you guys will be joined by your regularly scheduled commentary team and Nerdy Bird and Zach. So we want to wish them a best of luck with the series, with the cast, and best of luck to the teams. We're down to the final three. We'll see who is going to Texas and who is going to be watching from home. Tune in, or stay tuned, I should say. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, surely the rest of the bracket will play out. This is the Paidia Cup CECC qualifiers. Don't go anywhere.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad to reach video game nirvana through PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game. Game Pass has PC Games. Nirvana awaits.
We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad. Game Pass has PC games. Nirvana awaits.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it! This corner judge is good for 1, 2, dip. He needs more, and
They're doing even more here! You gotta touch the point! Mr. College walks it in! Toy Boy is gonna drop
knife him.
right out front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Paidia Cup CECC qualifier. A little bit of a swap on the desk here. This is gonna be me, Zach, joined once again by Nerdy Bird. We were the ones bringing you the games today, and now we're back with the heat here. We're gonna be jumping into that lower bracket final, but before that, Nerdy, how are you feeling?
A little tired, a little groggy. It's a little early here. I know it's earlier for most of our prod staff, so like me saying I'm suffering is, just like a grain of salt in comparison to their suffering. We're scattered all over the place as far as production goes, but beyond that, of course, when the game starts, I'll be awake. I know you have literally caffeine for blood right now, so you're on a completely different level than me. I'm catching up slowly. This is mainly water, though. I tend to dodge caffeine when I first wake up. With that being said, I'm super excited because we got a rematch coming up. And it's always very interesting to have to witness a rematch in this instance because it's like one team sent one down here to this second chance bracket, and then the other team got sent down by someone else. And then now these two teams get to face each other once again. But what we originally thought yesterday, kind of a prediction in prod staff and a little off screen, was that these teams would rematch in the finals, not rematch in the lower brackets. So one of these teams is going to have to end their journey here, and another team is going to move on and keep their opportunity to punch their ticket to Arlington, Texas in mind, while the other team just has to walk away. And at the end of it, it's leaving it all in that virtual field and trying the best you can. I know that's a tough ask for some teams. Hopefully, I'm pretty sure it was Scarlet yesterday, Houston Scarlet's team, that had a player that wasn't feeling well. Hopefully they feel better now and are going to come back and be able to play full force and keep their opportunity alive without any stomach issues coming in the way of that. But with that being said, I do think we can take a quick look at these rosters to remind everyone about who we're going to be seeing today playing.
We're going to be starting off with University of Houston Scarlet, one of the highest seeds in the tournament, if not the highest. Really, really crack roster. Some beautiful faces that you can see. Orchid, Benko, Raven, Altier, and Alita. And, for this team, something that I have to highlight, Orchid in particular, she is their duelist / IGL. So just overall fantastic, absolutely crack player, and being able to do all of that while also IGLing, just huge kudos to them. But I think we do have UCST coming up next. If we look at the rosters, I think, like you mentioned, these two teams, they did face off yesterday. It was Scarlet knocking them down to that lower bracket with a 13-5 victory, if I'm not wrong. For the side of San Diego, though, we do have Tina, Day, Shroom, Soba going to be playing, and of course Bean Cubed as well. Bean Cubed was that controller player. I think we saw quite a bit of clutches coming out of them in particular, but overall this roster absolutely fantastic. Had a bit of a rough start yesterday, but pretty dominant run through the lower bracket so far, especially that game that we just saw.
Yes, and also on top of that, I was talking to production before we jumped in here, and there was a lot of requests, like not requests that we made to teams, but we made amongst ourselves. That was finally see Ascent at some point this weekend.
Woo!
And guaranteed, it is our second map. We will see Ascent. We are starting out on Pearl, and then the last map. I'll be honest, I asked one of the prod staff, I was like, please don't say it, please don't say it. And of course it was Fracture. He got a good maniacal laugh in that moment because I was like, can we not see Fracture again? So definitely Fracture is a comfort map. It is okay, we are 1-1 right now, and everyone feels so strong on that map that they know that that is their opportunity to turn things back in their favor and finish out in a 2-1 series. But with that being said, to start out on Pearl and then go to Ascent, which is my personal favorite map, makes me extremely happy and excited. I feel like it really shows if you can have a good mid control and a lot of good comms and rotations coming out from your squad. So I'm most looking forward to Ascent, regardless of how our first map on Pearl goes.
Well, thankfully for you, we are going to be getting it for sure in this best of three because it is map number 2, like you mentioned. Just a little remembrance, it was Fracture that was played yesterday by these two teams, where it was Scarlet walking off 13-5. Luckily, yeah, that's not coming up anytime soon. It is going to be Scarlet's pick first, like we talked about, Pearl coming up, and I think we should be heading into Agent Select pretty soon. But before that, just a little bit of a reminder here: this tournament is powered by Paidia.com. Anybody with a free account on Paidia.com will be able to sign up for tournaments like this, host events, play and matchmaking seasons, and way more. They have like a feature accessible for any level of tournament. If you're looking for a bracket with friends or hosting a big tournament with a prize pool, Paidia.com can allow you to collect signups, manage a bracket, communicate with your players, and way more. Just go to Paidia.gaming.com and take a quick look. But talking a little bit more about these maps in particular, I like how you mentioned, Nerdy, that Ascent is one of your favorites. When it comes to Pearl, though, it's one of mine because I feel like on this particular map, there's just a very high skill ceiling here. You have to play for a lot of control, lots of crucial areas that you have to try and lock down here. And the moment you lose one player on defense, you're just so much more vulnerable because of how many lanes there are to really quite exploit on this map. 4 of them, if I'm not wrong, even though there are only 2 sites. So I think this is one of those maps that extremely relies on map control. You have to be doing a fantastic job of it. And I think I've casted Scarlet before on this particular map as well. I remember them. I think that the team that went up against them, it was like a mixed roster. They went up pretty close, but at the end of the day, Scarlet were able to lock it in, and I can see exactly why they've picked it. I really, really like seeing them on this map, so I am looking forward to that first one for sure.
Well, speaking of map control, one thing you and I discussed after the broadcast yesterday was like how different players, with their different strengths and also different skill levels, tend to play some of these maps. I feel like Pearl definitely plays into the not as forward pushing and aggressive play style of some teams. So if a team is looking to play back and just wait for the intel to come to them rather than finding it, this opens up the opportunity for, and we don't mean this as casters as an insult. A lot of things that we say that are compliments are not insults. When we say someone's playing like a rat, it is not an insult to them. I promise. Someone just holding an
It's a
angle
compliment.
and laying back or playing in a really, really awkward spot will sometimes refer to playing like a rat. It is a compliment. And I definitely feel like Pearl is a great map for that. You can play into that playstyle very heavily. It's very much so a retake opportunity style of map, because if you do lose that map control, but you do still have most of your defensive squad alive, you just take a different rotation. You're able to recontest a point and take it back, which is why I do enjoy this map. In the beginning, it does seem to be a little bit more defensive heavy, and I think that is why, because the retake opportunities are a little bit easier to come by. Just the nature of the mid lane rotations that allow you to go back to main or even go all the way to a coastline, so to speak, work a lot better on this map in comparison to others.
Yeah, that is the case, though. I think we have our game ready. We're going to be sending it in right now to Agent Select here. Let's see what we have coming up on Pearl so far. So it seems to be a little bit of a slow pick rate. As I say that, though, UCSC, they're going to be locking in what they're heading in for. Again, on this map, you do see a little bit of diversity when it comes to Sentinel picks. It's going to be the Cypher coming in on Soba here. Alita on her usual Killjoy pick. So that's going to be the first difference that I'm noticing right off the bat. Aside from that, though, Double Initiator comp really, really strong. Like we talked about, multiple lanes available that you want to try and get some information on and control real quick. So I think that KO and that Fade for both sides are going to be pretty vital when it comes to getting that information and being able to make plays off of it. I think also the fact that you have so much utility available, especially in conjunction with that Astra, is going to prove to be very important, both on that post plan as well as on that retake attempt there. For the duelists, though, a little bit of a change here. I think that we do see both of these duelists, especially Orchid, does like to flex on that race sometimes, but for this map, it is going to be the Jet coming out on both of these sides, and we're having basically a mirror comp with the exception of that Cypher versus Killjoy.
I'm excited that we're actually able to see KO. I believe KO is extremely strong in a map like this because it does allow you to be in a more safer position to get intel just by using your suppress knife and nullifying abilities for a few moments. Though if you're some players, you specifically wait if you know someone has an ultimate and then you huck it and where you think they are, general direction speaking, and you say haha goodbye to your blade storm in most instances. Yes, I'm speaking to a lot of KO mains that I personally know that will wait for a round to start and wait to see if they hear the voice line, and then will yeet their knife where they most likely think that Jet is, and then start laughing very evilly.
Oh man, some of the blade storms that we saw yesterday as well. I believe it was from Orchid. It was on Icebox, sure, but yeah, every time they pulled out their blade storm, with the exception of one instance, they were able to get a 3K and watch off of it, like just get the round off the back of that. Being able to really frag like that is exactly what you want in your Jet, and I think that Orchid in particular is one of the best examples. The duelist IGL for the side of Scarlet here is just being able to absolutely put up numbers time after time after time, just so astounding. But right now, it is going to be the side of UCSD starting off on defense. They have that spike. They're looking towards a B hit right now, looking to start things out here. And let's see how this goes. A best of 3, and we're just starting in.
Yep, there is that knife trying to get intel here over into D long, and does look like Tina just was outside the radius of it. That's kind of the hit or miss moment of that knife, but nonetheless, we're gonna have 4 swing peeking while there is jiggle peeking with their knife around. Does probably notice that there's 1 or 2. I think it's outside it. We're gonna see the rotations come out, but Astra still holding over on A, has yet to move. Cypher's gonna dwindle back to make sure that anyone from a mid flank doesn't immediately encroach onto their team. You can see there we do have our Cypher is going to be able to pick up the 2 that rotate towards mid. There's 1, and down goes 2. That is an easy plant for our attacking crew of UCSD.
It's just going to be Raven, though, in a 1v2, knows the position of both of these players, has to isolate these picks, and might be able to even find the timing on Soba here, having crossed over the cam, though. Gonna spot out Raven, and now they know exactly where the Astra is. However, it seems like Shroom isn't quite aware, and it's going to come down to a 1v1. Raven gonna be trying to go for the spike stick, but it's not gonna matter. The Ghost gonna be able to cross that range, still net the kill, and that's gonna be the 1v3 clutch coming in for Raven here. Absolutely phenomenal, and won't look like a round that Scarlet had no business winning. It is gonna be Raven saying, "Hey guys, I got you. Don't worry about it," and walking away, stealing it away, in fact, from the side of UCSD. They didn't get the plant, so we might be seeing at least some kind of heavy pistols coming across the board to try and do some damage. But on the opposite side, meanwhile, for Scarlet, it is going to be their full buy materializing right now. I see 4 Spectres, maybe 1 more. Binko hasn't quite bought into this one right yet. Yeah, there we go. 5 Spectres across the board. Weapon advantage definitely in their favor. And Raven only 3 away from that Cosmic Divide.
We have the suppress go in through Art. Didn't find anything. We're gonna have a haunt as well. The alarm bot has been destroyed. Orchid's forced back. 1 cloud smoke. Double flashed. Manages to pick up 1, but the trade is immediately thereafter. Alita also finds Tina, so UCSD is down to 3, is down to 2. Of course, I cast her curse it. Altair picks up another, and it is just Soba, the Cypher, that managed to live for quite some time, picking up 2 left alive. But Raven, once again, plays cleanup crew.
A very clean round coming in out of UHS here. They are going to be losing 1 player, but all things considered, I think that's not a big loss at all, considering that was relatively flawless for them, apart from that one. Talking about rounds, though, it is going to be UCSD finally having that economy to be able to buy up on this one. Now, they're going to be facing a little bit of pressure here, because on Pearl, apart from that B-long, if you're trying to hit in through Art or towards those doors, it's going to be pretty difficult, because those are really close angles, and we've seen how Spectres can just shred players in this particular range. Perhaps expecting that, knowing the full buy is materializing, they're going to be going for a little bit of a slow play, hoping for a push, hoping for a mistake coming out of Scarlet right now.
Tina just looking to pepper damage in, doesn't get any damage indicators. One of the Astra Clouds is down. Soba's going to back off. I think someone was holding that front angle just to verify if anyone was deciding to use that cover to push up, which no one did. We have callouts from Orchid identifying the rotations that are being made, and this is a quick aggression onto B site. Lots of utilities dropped. We have 1 Prowler find Raven, so down goes our current top fragger. Cage was triggered, but it wasn't enough to keep Amiya alive. Alita is going to be chilling out for a little bit. Shroom's gonna get the crossfire. Another Cypher Cage goes, a blocking line of sight of their own teammate. That is rough as we lose 2 more for UCSD. It is now a 3v2 with 2v2 with 2 left standing for each.
Oh, yeah, that was a round that UCSD really needed to win, especially with that full buy like we talked about. And they do manage to convert it, get the plant out as well for some extra money in their pockets. But they do lose 3 players in the process. So economy looking a little bit shaky there. They are going to be still able to force up random guns used. They have those 2 rifles as well, and if these 2 players with the rifles can find that early damage, it might be the difference maker in this particular round here, because even with these lesser weapons, you know, if you can get a couple of kills, pick those weapons up, that might be what they need. For the side of UHS, though, they have several ultimates pretty close to getting online. 2 off of the null command from Altier, 1 off of the Cosmic Divide as well from Raven. So these could definitely be super useful in that retake scenario. Again, a little bit of a slow play coming out of the attackers here. Not quite many mistakes coming in from the defense either, though, so it is just going to be a very slow start.
You mentioned it earlier, the attackers only have 2 ARs. In that instance, you really want to buddy up with someone who has that AR to make sure that if it's dropped, it gets picked back up. But if you are managing to confirm a kill, the person who's walking around with just the pistol in this instance, or the Marshal manages to have something to pick up. We have Tina with that Marshal pick up Altier. So University of Houston Scarlet is down 1, now down 2 as Binko also goes down to Soba. More fire exchanged, and Raven's gonna fall for University of Houston Scarlet. So no one yet for the side of UCSD has gone down. They've switched things up, not planning on B site, going for A site. We're gonna have a late mid rotation through Among Us, also known as a defender spawn from this jet. Looking like they're gonna go possibly through vent. Actually, no. Looks like they're choosing to go coastline. Alita will find Tina, so down goes the enemy jet. Orchid slowly keep creeping their way up from coast.
2v4. At this point, with the clock ticking, you have to make things work out fast or possibly end the round. Shroom in the corner, no HP left to work with, will go down, but Bean Cubed is there for the immediate refrag. It's all down to just Orchid here, doesn't know exactly where to look, and Soba will be able to get that cleanup duty completed. Right now, it's going to be the 3K coming in for Soba, absolutely huge round, and this is what I'm talking about, right? It seems like UCSD, they lost yesterday, sure, but they went back to that drawing board to be able to really try and figure things out. Economy not looking the greatest, though the ultimates are good for the side of Scarlet. But talking a little bit more about UCSD, right? They're playing this map to perfection. Despite it being Scarlet's pick, they've definitely put in some time here, just constantly testing the waters across the map and being able to take those duels and win them out. I think that's a key factor in being able to play Pro successfully, and so far they're doing a phenomenal job.
They are, and honestly, equalizing us out after pistol rounds. Perhaps we'll get the opportunity to talk to UCSD and we'll find out pistol rounds aren't their thing either. Common trend among some of the teams we've been talking to lately. We're having another attempt. This is the 3rd try here for University of California, San Diego to take over B site. The first 2 were unsuccessful during the pistol rounds. They're going to plant 4th site, and it looks like Shroom has already cleared where we had our previous just annihilator managed to sustain. Soba's going to pick up 2. Soba been drifting in that back spot, waiting for people to flank, and Soba's going to find Altier as well. I really think University of Houston Scarlet needs to identify that there's always this Cypher staying back and looking for those opportunities to get extra picks. Bean Cube is going to find Alita, and now it is just Binko who's hiding in the smoke and praying they don't get found out, but that suppress is going to find them.
Just going to be a stinger left right now. Binko not wanting to give these frags away quite yet. The suppress has caught line, but at this point, their best option is, if they can't get exits, at least to just tie to the spike so that these ultimates don't quite charge up right now for the side of UCSD. And that is going to be the call. Binko will confirm there that, as bad as that sounds, and UCSD are going to be taking the lead in the series. A basically flawless round coming out of them, not losing a single player. And now it's going to be multiple ultimates online on both of these sides here. Alita with that lockdown, Raven with that Cosmic Divide. Both of them are going to be pivotal in that retake, along with that null command. For the side of UCSD, though, we do have 4 of their own available, as well as a really, really healthy economy. Soba is going to be on 8K after buying up for this round. Just a testament to how many really good rounds that these players have gotten. Soba as well, just the killboard tells the story here, 10-2, and it's not because they're just taking these drive breaks. They are just being an absolute rat, like we talked about. Exactly the kind of Cypher you want to have on your team.
Cyphers were extremely powerful yesterday, and today they're even just coming in more clutch. We do destroy the knife as we're rotating here down B long. We're going to check corners, which is great. I love to see people actually remembering the heart attacks that everyone had yesterday. Haunt's going to go out, doesn't find anybody, and null command from University of Houston Scarlet has been activated, so we have that ult from KO now up and running. But we're going to use the Astra smokes as an opportunity to hide. Orchid will find Tina. So down goes the jet, and there is going to be one of the swarm grenades to force back Amia, so they cannot make the default plant spot.
Just buying a little bit of time still on the site. The anchors are going to be there trying to hold it down. 2 players left to try and keep it from being taken away, and perhaps the read is going to be there right now. They're debating whether they want to contest this still or not. The camera watching for a push, not quite able to find anything. And Soba, well, while they hold down this backline, the rest of them are heading for this site. The Cosmic Divide as well online, and Bean Cube is going to be putting it down, trying to find a commit off the back of that. Nightfall as well being invested right now. The Haunts will catch out players though, but the flash combo is going to be perfect. A 1-for-1 trade. Shroom though going huge, able to find the second as well off the back of that. It is going to be the Nano Swarms, though, tagging Beam queued up just a little bit. Quite a bit, in fact, left with only 16 HP. And now it's going to be both the Sentinel ultimates being invested right now. Lockdown on board. Soba finding a really, really crucial kill here. However, though, they walk right into the crossfire. Now things back down to a 2v2. The spike planted in a safe spot as well. They're going to have to re-push and re-clear up all this way. And the spike could just be stuck because there's no post-plant utility available. All Binko has to do is be able to get these kills. Gets the first, not able to get the second. It's going to come down to Alita. Already having spike has been stuck. Shroom being able to just play for time here. Alita, will he be able to get the kill? No, it's going to be Shroom with the 4K closing things out. As it's going to be UCSD extending the lead here. All of the ultimates used by both of these teams, but at the end, it is going to be UCSD walking away.
We have Akuma is going to call a timeout for our defensive squad at University of Houston Scarlet. I also do have Twitch chat open, so if anyone has any deeper intel or lore of these teams, I may see it. Right now, I'm seeing a lot of spam this target to help out Scarlet, spam this tree to help out UCSD. I mean, they're cute, but where's the tea? Where's the spice? That's what I request from the chat room here. Nonetheless, of course, great to see people supporting others and helping out their teams in the form of being here for moral support. Now, that being said, on that last round, holy McNuggets, that was a lot of util getting dropped. We had both Astras drop that Cosmic Divide. We had the Cypher, Bald Man came out, Neurotheft. We had Nightfall get dropped. And we also had, the Null Command was used, but wow, I did not anticipate that was util to go. But with that being said, we're just down to Bladestorm for one side. I think the Null Command for the other KO from UCSD is going to be close this round, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. We do have that ultimate pretty much close to fruition. Away, maybe an ult or maybe a kill. Not quite there on the kill feed there. But, you know, I think in this case, it's more because of the fact that on the team, Soba and Shroom between them are able to get these 3Ks and 4Ks. So there's not much that may have to really do apart from throw some utility around to facilitate their entry on site. Economy not the greatest spot right now for the side of UHS, though, unfortunately. They're going to be going for a little bit of a push here. The Haunt spotting out the own player's position right now as they decide to go forward. But now it's going to be Tina trying engagements. Caught by the Seas. Alme finding a kill in the meantime. And now Tina will be able to the backup squad is here. The firing backup is here. And it's going to be Soba finding another.
That was tragic. I understand it. I get it. We had our duelist push forward. But unfortunately, the Haunt caught them out. I think they got tagged on the snare as well, and now we're relying on Astrostars and Raven to hold back people. They do manage to get one, but they're picked up. Same with Alita. Now it is just Binko left standing, who's caught between a rock and a hard place of 4 agents, and 2 are going to swing peek. Don't take the individual. Come on, everyone peek together. At least 2-on-1. We can't make it fair ever. And that is why you can't make it fair! What did I just say? You cannot have honor. You need to be. There was a 4-on-1, and no one bothered. And then we took 2 solo duels. Okay, we got Crossfire now. I like to see that. Thankfully, we have the tracing on. I appreciate our production staff for doing that, so we could see that there was Crossfire set up. But y'all could have avoided losing 3 people. Shame.
Yeah, you heard it here first. It is gonna be always nerdy, shaming you for not doing the things you should be doing. But hey, it's an eco round. People always get excited on those. Now though, full buy kicking in for both of these teams. Binko having that Nightfall online as well. Though the ultimate economy looking significantly healthier here for University of California, San Diego. One off that Nightfall do have that Bladestorm available in an emergency. Of course, that Null Command that we talked about gotta be there. Once again, the water is being tested towards this A main area. 3-player push, in fact, coming through, materializing, and the spray down from Morgan and Binko is immaculate. They find 4 just like that. It's all down to Soba. A 1v5. We've seen this player pull off heroics before, but suppressed, tagged up by the Haunt, walks into the firing squad, and that is going to be UHS finally fighting around.
Holy cow. That yikers. Timeout came in clutch. Holy cow. That's horrifying. That is absolutely horrifying. And someone did just say, oh my gosh, guys, we need to beef in chat. But keep it in good fun, please. I do appreciate the beef at times. So I like drama. I've mentioned before, and if you follow me on Twitter, I do tend to post Salem from Sabrina the Teenage Witch stirring the pot. It's what I like to do. And if you help me by giving me intel, I'll happily accept said intel.
Talking about intel though, that knife is gonna be broken immediately, so they don't know how many are here, just that there is some mid presence. Once again, the water's being tested right now towards this door area. Alarmbot will give away position that it has been advanced on, and with that gone, there has to be a player position to constantly watch that angle. Otherwise, they might just be able to overrun B side or spawn for free. Once again, though, it's going to be a very, very split map play coming out. Soba on the lurk, as always, towards this A site. In the meantime, the rest of them looking to go towards this art area, but that turret is a little bit of a deterrent. Instead, choosing to go the opposite side, Tina being the one to lead the charge here. Still playing in this close angle. Finds that kill. It's going to be her finding that kill onto Alita. Right now, it's also going to be the Nightfall invested to make things good. Cutting off sound, giving away positions, and so much more here. The two players remaining on site have a lot of work to do. The counter Nightfall invested as well by the attackers to try and make their way onto side. Orchid, though, still able to find one before being shut down, and there's still going to be the KO close to here. Will be taken down finally. Bean Cubed on the flank, able to find one, find two in fact, and it's all down to just Binko. Did use that Nightfall, now has to somehow clutch out a 1v3. We saw one coming out of Raven in that first pistol, but now, I don't know.
I mean, if people take duels one-on-one with Binko, I think, yeah, there's the first of what could be 3 duels. Never mind, okay. I mean, Amaya definitely recognized that someone was taking fire and tried to push up quicker, but after the Prowler came out, they just had no choice. It happens, but yeah, this is why you don't take one-on-ones. When you have you can make it a 3v1, a 2-on-1. Just, I don't understand.
Completely agree, but hey, it's okay. Mistakes were made on both sides. One-on-one taken. Binko using a little bit of utility in the open. It happens. It's okay. It is going to be UCSD extending their lead further, though Scarlet are still going to be able to buy into this particular one. They did use a couple of ultimates last time, including that Nightfall, so that's going to be something that's no longer available for this particular buy round. Binko once again venturing into mid all alone, no utility to help, and off the back of the Tina will be able to win out that duel. Neural Theft comes out. Cypher takes off his hat, and now he has plus 10 additional firepower and aim. Sorry. Jokes apart though, it is going to be a turret almost killing Tina there, but still staying alive, and now they're on their way to hit this B side with the help of that, sorry, this A side with the help of that Bell Command.
Oof. There we go, 2 swing and peek Raven. Raven goes down on coastline. UCSD finds the plant. Now it's going to be a 3v5. Well, Jet is borderline non-existent almost. They can still play Get Down, Mr. President, and make sure that they are the one to take the first round of fire from anybody and protect one of their teammates. We're going to have the fragment go out into main. Orchid pushes in. Baldman goes down, Tina goes down, so we're down 2 now for the side of UCSD. We're in a 3v3 situation for the retake. No one has touched that spike yet. Orchid is going to find Amaya, and now it looks like University of Texas, if they can get these kills, can clean this up, but one peek too soon and went down to Shroom. Shroom is also going to be taken down by Orchid, and Pros stick it, and that Pro is Alita to find the defuse.
Oh wow, that was a beautiful retake coming in. Like we talked about, a 3v5 situation. One player was low, sure, but the post plant just wasn't there. Well, the positioning not quite in the best because they were playing some really, really awkward angles. And of course, Orchid, if you give her an inch, she will take a mile. That's why she's that star duelist IGL for the side of UHS. Makes that retake work. 4K on the round. And when you have someone like Orchid watching over you, Alita's like, hey guys, don't worry about it. I'm just going to stick the spike, and walks away with it. It is going to be the Bladestorm online for Orchid after that absolute pop-off of a round. Right now, though, talking about rounds, we're going to be looking towards a quick B hit coming out of UCSD. The knife for close, trying to watch for a push, not quite finding anything. And now, in the meantime, this mid push is materializing. Soba, though, in the smoke could be the difference maker. If they're not careful about it, it's going to come down to timing and who decides to push where. Squad in the barrel will connect a kill, and first blood goes to Scarlet after a pretty long time.
I feel like that was well-deserved, no offense, Soba, but the fact that you had lurked back there so many times and not been punished, it was about time you did get punished. You meant the open end of a barrel. Tina's gonna find Orchid before Orchid, I believe, even popped their Bladestorm. They put their knives away to pull out the gun, and unfortunately they go down as well. So now it's a 2v1. UCSD just has one left standing, and down goes Bean Cubed.
Really, really, really nice retake coming in once again. UCSC looking more and more confident on their map pick. Remember, they were pretty down 6-2 or something like that, but now they're bringing it back. Has a chance to equalize this. And you know what they say about map like Pearl. statistics-wise, most pro teams, they tend to do just a little bit better on that attacking side. I think that's because of how the map is positioned. You know, once that spike goes in, especially if you're holding those right angles, it's going to make the retake very, very difficult unless you have some pivotal ultimates, which, of course, UHS have been using phenomenally over the course of the half so far. Both of these teams, in fact, and right now, talking about ultimates, the Cosmic Divide is going to be online for both of these sides.
And then beyond that, Orchid still has that Blade Storm, has not popped it just yet. Another knife is going to go through, doesn't pick anybody up. Shrimp's going to use the Haunt. Doesn't find anything either, nor does it get destroyed. So even though it didn't find anyone, not getting destroyed can mean that there's no one looking at it or in that area. So it can at least nullify the opportunity, well, the need for you to check in certain angles. Now we have a full rotation, excluding the Cypher, who is playing like a rat again, going through A main. We have, I believe, yes, there we go. Cosmic Divide's going to go down, and it's an all-on blitz to point.
Yeah, B-side control has been fully taken right now. A 5-on-5 retake incoming. The Haunts catching out multiple players, but that Cosmic Divide buying them the space to work with and the time as well. However, though, it's going to be the knife committer right now, as well as the Blade Storm from Orchid. We've seen how much damage they can do, but in the meantime, it's going to be Soba, like we talked about, being that absolute menace right now. Counter Cosmic Divide for the retake does come through. Alita finding a kill. Raven as well. Raven too, in fact. And now it's just going to come down to this last player on site here, trying to make things work. Tina finds one. Tina finds two. Both the Jets absolutely popping off before Tina finally shuts things down. It's all down to these two players. Tina finally takes the 2v1, and that will be that. It's all down to just Soba, but unfortunately the White Peak won't work out. Ulti are more than ready for it, and we're looking at a 6-6 half here as UHS, they bring it back. That timeout really works some magic.
Sometimes all you need is that extra minute to collect yourselves, get your coach to get your brain centered up and ready to go. As you mentioned, that's the end of the half. We're at a 6-6. This game can go either way. At the end of the day, I'm still happy because the next map we're going to see is Ascent. But looks like we're going to roll out with 2 Frenzies, 2 Ghosts on the side of UCSD here for the first round of defense, where there's going to be 3 Ghosts for the offense. We saw something similar with both these teams' loadouts earlier in this tournament. Not on this map, of course, but nonetheless, that is how they like to roll. I favor the Frenzy as I'm someone who likes to run and gun, but when you are on offense, having that Ghost is favorable.
Completely agree, especially on a map. If you're going to be hitting that B site and you're attacking, of course, the Ghost really lets you try and hit those shots. We've seen some pretty crispy ones coming out from the squad as well. Orchid and Raven in particular, Binko as well. The Binko instead decides to go for a little bit more util, just keeps the classic and the light armor too. Right now, though, the initial 0 point being invested to make sure nobody has pushed up quite yet. It's going to be a very passive setup for the side of UCSD on this particular side. They have a lot of utility to play with. We'll be putting down both the smokes here to try and prevent the push from really coming through. Spam through the smoke, always a good call. I respect that because you never know who's going to be lurking in there with a shorty. Right now, though, 3 players on site here, pretty close. They're going to have to try and find some entry picks before being taken down. We're talking about entries. It is going to be Shroom finding the first. However, the Orchid and Raven are quick to trade back here. Things still at a 3v3 as it is going to be the retake possibly materializing right now. Binko trying to get the plant in the open. Still connects the kill, though. That is huge. And now it's all down to Alita. A 1v2 to close out, but unfortunately won't even be able to find it first.
In all honesty, I thought when we had that half plant and then the conversion over to just the kill and then continue, I thought that was it. I thought that was good night. Door was shut on the defense, but they brought it back in their favor. Of course, it's just pistol rounds. We could see it go either way in this next one. Looks like we're gonna have 2 Spectres and 3 Stingers. I might have swapped that around. I think I swapped that around. Never mind, there's a Marshal being pulled out. Guard. Tina, are you gonna Marshal squad or not? Okay.
All right. Well, it is going to be Orchid with the shorty this time around, trying to find that early frag. No one playing quite close, though. They have taken a lot of space for free. Might be able to find the timing on Shroom, but unfortunately, the shorty doesn't quite work at that range. Still, though, Orchid being able to stay alive and kicking, trying to hunt down this player for that final kill. It's very entertaining to watch right now. The run and gun from these players is fantastic. Soba and Tina both finding some value, and it's all down to Orchid here. Gets one at least. The reload strikes at the worst time, and now it's all down to just the KO. Tina will be able to clean that up, but you know, all things considered, for a round where they just had like pistols and 1 shorty. That was some pretty good damage.
Yeah, and we saw that double tap with the shorty that didn't confirm the kill. The range on the shorty is just so detrimental. You really have to be playing close corridors, like holding a corner and they round towards you, so to speak, type situation. But nonetheless, we'll see how this next round shakes out. Of course, it's still predominantly going to be a bonus round for the side of UCSD. We do see one trading up to the Vandal. The rest are going to go with Stingers and Spectres, and one it looks like is going to pick up the mantle of the shorty. Amaya, what's going on? I saw a classic and that's it. Will you full save in this round for yourself?
I mean, at least for Soba, they're going to be having enough money to be able to buy up, so they can really afford to make that Hero Vandal purchase, and they're going to be gambling on the right side as well. You know, usually in these kind of bonus rounds, you do like to see the teams with the full buy go for this B side instead, just because of how long some of these points of controls are for this team. I think that, yeah, Amai does have that shorty lurking in. The smoke comes down and makes them a little bit aware of the possibility that there's going to be something lurking. Talking about lurking, though, it's going to be Alita, meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, doing the same deed as Soba did so many times consistently, being able to find that crucial opening pick. And again, that's going to relieve some of the pressure here on this particular site as the hit comes in. Still going to have multiple players here, but the flash is going to be perfect. And off the back of that, Orchid finds the second pick for this team. It's going to be Soba swinging into the firing squad, and now it's all down to just Tina, armed with just a Stinger. A 1v5 to boot as the spike goes down. It's Tina versus the world.
Tina with the Stinger. I'm not positive how well this will work out. Might be able to get one. Ooh, never mind. Free Vandal, and we have to use Tailwind immediately. 10 health. This is going to be a rough situation. You can go out swinging, or you can save the free gun and get out alive. I like option B, and it looks like that is what you're going for, Tina.
Really appreciate it. They're always nice to have that additional firepower in the next round. But, you know, talking about that execute coming out of UHS, really, really methodical. Like we talked about on that kind of a buy, when you know you have the weapon advantage, it's always nice to just push down and see. And they were cautious as well. Usually you see teams getting sloppy, like, yeah, we have the rifles. It's going to be an easy round for us. Don't worry about it. And then they get short-eat and buckied and ecoed, and yeah, unfortunate. But, you know, the fact that they were super cautious, they flashed every single corner. That's the kind of utility usage I love to see her coming out of the attack. And Scarlet, well, they have it to a perfection. 7-8.
See if Scarlet can equalize this on this round on their offense. If not, I mean, yeah, they'll go back down with a 2 differential on the scoreboard. I think playing it safe and, you know, of course, going for the win on this next round is definitely in the cards. If they manage to get this win, the hugest thing that's going to come out of it is just leaving UCSD's eco in shambles. You can currently see after buying 3 have nothing left in their wallet, and the other 2 are borderline broke.
Well, yeah, it's definitely going to be a gamble. They have to pull out all the stops here to try and prevent this from UHS from getting away, because they're one of those teams that loves to run away with the momentum. We've seen it snowball in their favor in the past. Right now, though, again, a little bit of a brief foray coming out. Altier aware of the possibility there might be somebody close. Just happy to lurk and wait it out. Thank you for flashing that corner. Swinging off the back of that. It's going to be a fully fast player still being able to get the kill as the whiff is there. Though at least Orchid will be able to get that immediate trade. They are going to be tagged up with that Cypher camera. But after getting away to safety, will pull it out. And in the meantime, Binko, once again, going for a little bit of a lurk, will be able to break that camera and give away a little information that B side is a little bit under attack here. The spike itself will be making its way back, though.
Both squads equal as far as agent power goes. We have one. Binko still dwindling back. They were the one with Spike coming back around B main. Alita picking up their util as well. Looks like the decision has been made to go for A site. We have one go down. It's going to be Raven on the Astra. The Haunt gets destroyed. We have Alita pick up a 2-piece, but Orchid goes down as well.
Yeah, pretty much a trade there. 2 versus 2 right now as the spike does manage to go down. Look at who is alive, though. It's going to be the Killjoy available. And while they might not have their ultimate available in this scenario, they definitely have those mollies and that W post plan that are down. Definitely going to make the job of the diffusing spike much harder. However, though, for the defenders here, they at least have a smoke available. So if they can bait out those mollies or break them, they might be able to really do some damage with it. They managed to get 1 off, but right now in this 2v2, they're going to have to try and isolate these fights here. It is going to be just a tap coming in. The possible stick as well. Right now, though, Bean Cube caught by the Haunt. Still getting both the kills, though. And in the meantime, the Diffusal is just going to be stuck. Trust your teammates, especially if there's somebody as cracked as Bean Cube, as it is going to be number 9 coming in for UCSD.
3 more, and they're going to win it out. Currently, in the lead by 2 yet again. Always a nice situation to be in. Their economy is not as healthy as they would like it to be. After all, there's only 2 left standing at the end of that round. Looks like we're gonna have to half buy for, well, one person going with light shields, another person having to go with the bulldog pick, and that bulldog's going to be coming from Shroom. Shroom has popped off on almost everything, so I don't think the bulldog is going to be that much of a big deal. And then Tina also unable to go with an AR, and it looks like the only one not getting full shields is Binko for the side of University of Houston Scarlet.
It's okay. I think that they'll still be able to pull something together here. Tina now, though, looking to get aggressive, will be spotted out. Does have some backup available from their KO player here. Off the back of that, the flash swing is immaculate, and they are going to be able to confirm that kill. Putting down this as well for them to be able to get that orb in, possibly getting the Blade Storm online for Tina. The dash is going to be either faked or accidentally hit in that corner. Forcing Altier to stay on this position. Alita, though, in the meantime, has taken art control here. I don't know if they're aware of this information. Look at her position. Just walking in towards the most in arts off the spawn, possibly might be able to find the timing. Shroom does look a little bit aware, though. The Prowler not quite being able to spot out their position. Shroom tucked away might be able to do so much damage here if Orchid is not careful, but Orchid, that's a nasty kill.
Alita's gonna meet 2, finds Tina first. Will they also meet up with the KO? No, they're not going to hold that angle any longer. They're going to back off instead. Soba rotating through Among Us gets punished for the one who is currently venting. Binko also goes down. We are in a 3v2 situation, and it's favoring the side of University of Houston Scarlet. They just have to get in, get the plant. They're going to find it, as well as drop their KJ lockdown. So that's going to force Maya out of the point for a little bit longer. Beancube, though, is undeterred by the threat of detainment. Comes in, gets a kill, and then backs away.
Still 2v2 though. It is going to be Almai left super low here. Does have the null command, so it's going to prevent the utility from coming to for either of these players. Position aware as well right now. It's going to be the stun coming in to try and catch Orchid off guard. However, though, Altier ready for the swing will be able to help things out. And Altier will clean house here, as it's going to be Scarlet staying alive, making this game as close as possible. And this is a different UCST that we saw from yesterday. They looked a little bit shaky. They looked a little bit lost on Fracture. But on Pearl, despite this being Scarlet's pick, they're able to do an absolutely fantastic job at more than holding their own here. However, though, Scarlet, you cannot underestimate them. If you let them take a little bit, they will push it through all the way, and that's exactly what we saw coming in on that last shot. Of course, Alita being able to find so much space towards that middle of the map, and Orchid as well, that two-prong push, just slicing and dicing the UCST squad between them. Absolutely fantastically done.
Unfortunately, UCSD is now on a hard save round, and Orchid's going to pull out the Blade Storm, recognizing the advantage, takes down one. Altier finds Shroom. Orchid picks up a Sheriff. I think they only had a Classic, yeah. So now they're going to be able to use a Cloud. Ooh, the Snare might be able to pull someone back. They're not even going to wait. They actually, I think, also used a Swarm Grenade. Didn't find anyone, didn't get any damage either. There's just 3 left standing for the side of UCSD. The question is, what's their plan right now? This is a save round, so they can go in swinging. They can try to pick up an extra gun, but ultimately you can attempt the exit frag. You don't need to live in this instance. Your eco is already, unfortunately, not great.
Oh, a nasty shot from Orchid, despite only having the Sheriff being able to get that kill. And off the back of that, it's the flawless materializing right now as Scarlet. They bring it equal 9-9. Right now, it's going to be the full buy kicking in again for both of these teams here. And of course, I think that might be I think whoever wins this round is going to be the team that has a chance to really like run away with this, unless of course overtime comes through, because the economy is in a much better spot for Scarlet. UCSD, they have to be feeling the pressure right now. They do have a couple of ultimates to work with. I have my eyes on that Cosmic Divide as well as that Neural Theft, both of them which can find really pivotal value. Tina as well with the Blade Storm might be able to do some serious damage here. For the opposite side though, they have 3 ults online, one of them being that Nightfall, high information, reduces sound as well. A cheeky play coming in from Tina, unfortunately not quite able to connect.
We have one, I think it was, our Cypher get marked. Alita goes down to Shroom. There's that null command, taking away the Blade Storm, and Tina's forced to disengage. They get pop flashed. Orchid finds them. I mean, it's a classic into a Vandal. 2 go down. Soba is gone. 3 left standing for the side of UCSD. There's 4 on the side of University of Houston Scarlet. It does look like Fade is at sub half health though, so they gotta be careful. As Nightfall's gonna get dropped from our offense to prevent the retake from being as easy.
Oh, this flank, though, it might be huge. It's going to be coming up. Raven has the read, though. Might not be able to connect the kill, unfortunately, as the damage done is going to be heavy. Right now, 2 players for the side of Scarlet. Quite tagged up here. The Hot not giving away any additional information. Though the flash peek is going to be good. Still, though, Raven able to find 2 there. And Binko will get the last. Absolutely beautiful sight ult coming out of UHS. Despite 2 players being tagged up to an inch of their lives, Raven in particular didn't manage to fully dodge the flash, but was able to hide their position for long enough that they were still able to quickly flick to not 1 but 2 heads. And off the back of that, the economy once again in a really bad spot for the side of UCSD. And they are at risk, unless they can pull off a thrifty, of letting Houston Scarlet take another round and get to 11.
Pulling off a thrifty isn't out of the cards yet, but it's going to be a little bit of a tough ask. We have seen Tina pop off with the Marshall before, but the question is, can they do that consistently, especially as we have 2 waiting just around that first corner on A main, and Tina's just quietly working their way over to B long. They're not going to see anybody, and the Cypher's already rotated back through defensive spawn to meet their teammates over at A. We have some exchange fire. Hopefully Tina doesn't get caught by the tripwire that's right in front of them, and they see it in time. Instead, it's actually, sorry, apologies, Orchid's going to be creeping around towards that tripwire. And there is that cosmic divide you brought up earlier.
Yeah, it's going to play a major factor in the round here. Off the back of that, they are going to be able to take some side control. Oh, the tripwire, though. There's going to be a player caught in it, but it doesn't matter because Orchid's there for the cover, there for the kill, and it's going to be player advantage going right off the bat to the side of Scarlet. These defenders have to wait for the Cosmic Divide to really go offline before they can try to even attempt to retake. That's going to be happening, though, and now the clock is ticking. The timer's on. This lesser buy, they're going to have to try and push into areas like the backside to try and get a fair fight here, but Orchid's still holding it down, finally being shut down by Sova, but the crossfires between all these players are just immaculate right now. Just a judge available. Am I finding at least that one particular pick? Now a 1v3 to somehow clutch out here. Positioning noted, the utility coming out from Binko at the wrong time, but still able to get away with their life. The knife being broken as well. It's all down to Ame against the world. 26 HP and a dream. Not even able to find the first, though, as it is going to be UHS taking back the lead here. 11-9. 2 away from sealing this map away.
And we have a timeout being used by Tina. See how just 1 minute to try and reconvene. They were in the lead by 2, and now that has swapped. Since they got that 9 score line, they have not managed to clutch anything out. I do believe this could force an additional eco round out of them, and they cannot afford that. This is getting, well, they can theoretically. I requested it yesterday. If you're at this point and your eco's not fabulous, you should, theoretically speaking, go for a save and play for next round. And unfortunately, play at match point. It does suck knowing that you're most likely going to just lose, but it can make sure that you can full buy in the final moments and ensure that you can come out on that round. Whether or not that's going to be the decision, I think that is actually what this minute timeout is going to be used for.
Pretty good call there. Right now, Ultimate's taking at least advantage in that way lies towards UCSD. They have that neural theft. They have their cosmic divide of their own for that retake. They just have to be in a position to be able to use it. If they can pull up an operator, it might be the difference maker, because on Icebox yesterday, I think that Tina was able to find quite a bit of damage with that particular weapon. If we're able to see them kind of get it back into their clutches, that might be there, but the economy not quite able to help out in that regard. Unfortunately, it's just going to be rifles across the board right now. Looking at UHS, though, they have no ultimates. The Orchids one off the Blade Storm. Nothing else really close. At this point, they don't need them, though, because this is a team that likes to play the momentum, likes to run away with it. The timeout has to have put a halt to it. And off the back of that, there has to be some really, really good plays coming out of UCSD to try and hold on to it. Right now, it's going to be a full 5-person rush onto the site, A site, where there are 2 players, the Cypher as well as the Astra, holding in. 2 of your best holding agents, so as to speak. But now the Haunt is going to be caught and catching out Bean Cubes. And off the back of that, once again, the entry comes through for Orchid. And site is completely taken.
Cypher is chilling inside that Astra smoke. Orchid and one other have completely pushed out towards the opposite spawn and get punished. One went down, Binko goes down, Soba picked up 2. Alita's gonna pick up 2 in response. Baldman from Soba comes out, that Neuro Theft online, trying to see if they can figure out where these 3 left standing for the side of University of Houston Scarlet are. They know they're over here near Flower Shop. I don't know, the double Cypher cage. They find 1. They found 2. Can they find the 3rd? Do they have enough time to get the defuse? Oh, Alita is lurking. Goodbye, Baldman.
Loud up in the ace clutch for Sova, but unfortunately, I think the position that was revealed, he was. Because Cypher wasn't sure whether Alita was going to be coming up from towards that backside or through art. Just no information after that. Yeah, that neural drift doing a little bit of a mislead, looking at Alita's position that it pinged the last time it went off. Right now, though, it was a little bit of an awkward, scrappy buy coming in because I think that UCSD decided to play in for overtime. You're going to see that operator finally coming online for Tina. A lot of the impetus on this round is going to be on her shoulders here, having to be in the right place at the right time. It's going to be venturing towards B right now, so that might be the difference maker here. If she is able to get that first pick right off the bat, it might be the case. Now though, it's going to be a Prowler invested. The shot going wide though, and now Orchid knows that there's going to be an operator here. Not going to be twisting the waters in that area. They're just like, nope, we're out of here.
I mean, there's absolutely no reason to force down an op if you don't have to, and I agree completely with that. Now we've got a full rotation coming out, no one lurking. They're actually catching back up with ult here. The KO that's been popping off does manage to suppress one, gets in, clears one angle, and the Astra smokes are going to help keep the other two backed off. There's going to be a snare, and then the pop flash flashes their own teammate, possibly causing the death of one of them. We'll have to wait and see if they're managed to rekindle this flame in their favor. Soba finds Raven. Orchid did find Amiya. Ultier went down just before that, and we're in a 2v2 situation, playing for defensive retake, and the op shot from Tina tries true.
Yeah, finds one. Tina gets a little bit sort of shaky there, but at the end of the day, still, it's going to be Soba getting off the spike, being like, hey, Obi, I got you. Let me help you get that kill, and has that neural theft back again. What? This Cypher just used it last round, and they already have it back. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a really, really great round coming out there. And now 12-10, 2 rounds away from overtime, 1 away from closing it out. They really don't want to let this slip out of their hands. Or Scarlet, they're going to be using yet another timeout here. Second one, I believe, in this map so far. The last one, unless we go into overtime as well, to try and figure out what exactly they can do better right now. Unluckily, last round, I think, despite they were aware of the operator shot, but instead of double peeking him, they decided to just go for a single 1-by-1. Alita peeking just a bit late, wasn't quite able to confirm that kill, and yeah, a bit awkward.
It happens. This is why sometimes peeking together is better. I mean, the worst part with peeking together when you know there's an op is that someone's going to have to take the shot, so to speak. Or you can try and jiggle peek and bait the first op shot and then rush the person with the operator if you're in close enough quarters to do so. But when it's Tina with that op, I wish you luck.
I completely agree with you there. The first choice that they made, they went towards his B side. They saw it was Tina. It was an operator. They were like, nope, I want nothing to do with this. I might have a fade and a KO, but I can use them much better elsewhere. They do get the plan for their troubles. Economy's still in a really, really good spot for them. As for UCSD, they're still going to be living kind of hand to mouth here. Still being able to save that operator and a rifle will be coming in clutch right now. Across the team, the rest of them, 2 of them will be having bulldogs. I'm forced to play with the help of that light armor as well. Though, I mean, when your opponent team has 4 vandals, I don't think that's going to be a huge factor heading into this particular one. A little bit of an early mid aggression coming out now from the defenders, but the push itself is going to be towards this ace side. It seems like they're opting to play this for retake. The lockdown as well coming out of Alita as they look to hit this side. They should be able, I don't think they knew they could have had it for free, but off the back of that, they're still looking to do some more damage. Smokes haven't been committed yet too much either by the side of the attackers here. Tina, though, will through the gap, will be able to find that first, taking out Ultier. That is absolutely magnificent. A second as well before finally it's going to be the trades coming through. It's all down to just Alita, the lurking Killjoy here to have to try and close out a 1v4. They're aware of her position. Let's look at where Amiya is watching. Soba finds one. Alita should be able to fall back. Has some time to work with. A minute left on the clock.
Please. You said it. I 100% agreed with you. They knew where she was, and yet we took a 1v1. But Amiya, confident in her 1v1 skills, takes down Alita. That brings UCSD in striking distance in University Houston Scarlet, but it's still too close to call.
Yeah, it's just going to come down to 1 round here, of course. Looking at it, they have 3 ults, UCSD, to work with. Raven, one off that Cosmic Divide, might be pivotal in being able to prevent the diffuse from coming through and to try and take side. Operator from Tina gonna be positioned towards the opposite side of the map, so this might be a B side take that really, really does work out in their favor. However, though, I think talking about last shot, it was a little bit of an unfortunate occurrence to Tina. There was a gap in the smoke, I think, the jet smoke, and she was just able to get 2 kills off the back of that.
And Altair is going to have that no command. It gets activated almost immediately. Shroom goes down to Alita, who's playing the lurker role this time. Altair finds Soba. This is definitely a sticky situation right now. If you're a UCSD fan, is they're going to have to play for retake down 2 agents. There's that Cosmic Divide as well, which you mentioned earlier is going to prevent the defense from being able to easily get in. But Tina has no fear, passes through it, and holds this angle, looking for someone to peek too far forward and get that op shot. Can they is the question. Will someone do it? As we have the second Cosmic Divide get dropped. UCSD's Bean Cube finding Orchid. Tina goes down, so there goes the operator. Amaya finds Altair. We have Bean Cube find Bingo. And with the KO down for UCSD, it is a 1v2 and attackers win. University of Houston Scarlet walks away with the first round victory on Pearl.
Remember though, this was their map pick. They chose this because they were confident heading into this, and look at how close it got. A 13-11, entirely different side from the UCSD that we saw going up against Scarlet yesterday. That was before they were warmed up, but yeah, heading into that lower bracket, they've been absolutely phenomenal yesterday. We just saw them pop off, win 2 really, really dominating victories, and off the back of that, they do lose this first map, but map 2, it is going to be their particular pick. So I think that we might be seeing something much, much more favorable. What do you think about the next SmackDown, Rudy?
I'm excited. So this is UCSD's pick, and I, of course, I have a love for Ascent anyway, so it makes me extremely happy. I feel like it's going to create an opportunity for a little bit more versatility. Most likely, we're probably going to see a Sova pulled out. We only saw Sovas on Icebox yesterday, and we're probably going to see them on Ascent. But with that being said, we can actually jump to a quick break so all the players can have the opportunity to stand up, walk around, take a quick breather, and we'll come back here in just a few minutes. Yeah, a few minutes with more Valorant. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage here on Esports U of the Paidia Cup. And as a reminder, this is a qualifier for a team to head on over to Arlington, Texas in early May later this year. And right now we are in our lower bracket finals in game 2. We're watching UCSD take on University of Houston Scarlet. With that being said, Scarlet walked away with a first round victory on Pearl. And now we're going to go into my personal favorite map of Ascent, which is UCSD's pick. Are we probably going to see it equalized and then throw us into Fracture, which was the end-all be-all pick for both teams? Probably. With that being said, my name is Nerdy Bird. This is Zach, and we are here to call all the action for you. So Ascent is, though, my favorite map. I mentioned earlier, I feel like there's a lot of flexibility for agent picks, but I do think we're probably going to see a Sova. What do you think, Zach? Unfortunately, we are having technology problems. It happens to everybody. But beyond the Sova pick, I mean, we could still also, obviously, so we could see an Astra. I do see a lot of Omens on this site as well. KO can work for pop flashes. And there we go. Zach is back with us. Zach,
wow.
what agents do you think we might be seeing for the agent picks for these two teams?
Yeah, before my little mic mishap, I think that we were talking about Silva. Definitely, we are going to be seeing some of that because of how paper thin some of these walls are. Always very toxic, but fun to see some Odins and Sheriffs just being able to tap, tap, tap. Even the operator as well. It's just really, really well fun to watch. Not fun when it happens to you in game, but really fun. But apart from that, I think that a must pick for this particular map is that Killjoy as well. It's just some Sentinel love coming in. Personally, Ascent Killjoy is my favorite thing to play. And it's exactly why how some of those setups can be so strong. For example, just being able to choke down these points, considering that Ascent is a very defensive-sided map, Killjoy really shines through. For example, on that B lane, putting down what I like to call the toaster oven setup, just being ready to cook anybody up who tries to walk through. Same on that A short, a lot of information, a lot of utility, incredible value, and of course, on that 6th round, the turret is basically player number 6. You might even catch a couple of kills, more than some of your actual players if you play your cards right. But yeah, that's just me being a fan of Killjoy in general. Apart from that, though, I think duelists, we did talk about it a little bit. Both Orchid and Tina have proven to be really, really dangerous on that jet, as we saw over the course of that last map. I think we are going to be seeing that double jet coming in with a little bit of operator action if either team can afford it. Hopefully, because I think we didn't see an operator coming in at all until towards the end of that map when Tina and Go really decided to go in for a bit of a save to be able to get that operator online. Got a couple of rounds with it. But either way, though, you've heard me and Nerdy yap enough. We're going to be heading into agent select. So let's see if our speculations are going to be proving true. And just like that for UCSD, there you go. All 3 that we called.
Yep, we're gonna have that KJ. We're gonna have Sova. There's the Omen pick that I suck with Omen. I am absolutely atrocious with Omen, but I love personally casting Omens. And with that being said, it looks like we're going to have the KO possibly rounding out that roster for UCSD. And then over here on the side of this, it's mirrored for me. So this is currently where Houston is on my side, but I'm going to face them a little bit. And with that being said, we have Orchid coming in on that jet. We already called that one. Alita with the KJ. We're going to have Omen, a KO, and a Sova. So mirrored comps on both sides. I have a love-hate relationship with mirror comps. I feel like it definitely shows just how solidified both these teams are in their playstyle, as well as understanding the meta picks and what they are strongest at. So this definitely is going to be what I refer to as a game of mistakes. Whichever team makes the most ones that are capitalized on by the other team is going to be the one that ends up suffering. That being said, we've got about 15 seconds before we hop into this, and I want to give a quick reminder to anyone that is currently watching. If you don't have any of these agents unlocked, or if you want Gecko really quickly because you're me and have all the other agents unlocked, then you definitely want to check out the PC Gaming Pass, because members unlock all current agents, plus you get a 20% match XP boost, and you will have event passes and active agent contract progresses all go up. Plus, you get day 1 access to every new agent there is that's going to be released. So that includes Gecko and anyone after that. So join the game Fast Pass and get your first month for just $1.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend, because I don't know. I don't mind grinding out the tiers, but sometimes when everybody is playing them, you just want to be trying out the new agent first off the bat. So yeah, definitely vouch for that. Right now, though, talking about Ascent, like I said, I think this is one of both mine as well as Nerdy's favorite maps. Really, really fun to play. Really, really fun to cast as well. It's been around since like game got out of beta, so it's always a pleasure. I remember when it came out, people were still like dodging it, but right now I think everybody at this point, you know, whenever we try to queue comp and we see like Fracture or Pearl or whatever, we're just like, oh no, not again. But then we see Essence and we're like, ah yes, our favorite. Essence enjoying aside though, right now it does look like the attackers, they're going to be stacked outside of this B site here, where it does seem like 3 players are going to be trying to gear up for a push from the side of UHS. So we're going to be seeing some battle right off the bat. If we're lucky, 4 players, never mind. Wow.
Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. Yeah, this is about to turn into a bloodbath. Yikes. Sova, you're about to get popped by Orchid or the other Soba. Okay, it's gonna be actually Altier who finds you. Down goes Shroom for UCSD, and that is why you don't solo peek.
Oh, but in the meantime, look at this. It's going to be 4 players from the
Alita!
just running into the
Alita!
spawn, doing a little bit of a cosplay there. Alita caught between that brutal onslaught will be immediately shut down. Tina not even taking a lick of damage as they are able to get the spike down here. Heaven Control maintained as well with this crossfire between Bean Cubed and Tina. Exactly what we like to see. And now these 2 players who are trying to retake from this particular lane will have to be super careful while clearing things out. They are going to be putting down the smoke on site, but right now, while trying to isolate these fighters, it is going to be Tina and Binko finding one apiece, though Ame is immediately there for the refrag, and now it is going to come down to a 1... sorry, rather I was going to say a 2v2, but yeah, the Molly and Tina on the Frenzy are going to be able to clean things out. UCSD, they start off strong on this attacking pistol, and honestly, I gotta say, I love that strat. You know there are 4 towards B main, you know A is clear, just take the shortest route, which is 2, which is, as it is, going to be through the defender spawn, pull off a little bit of cosplay there.
Yeah, they rotated just past market where no one was standing and then just kept on going. I mean, yeah, they lost Shroom. Shroom said I went down with a purpose. I pulled attention, go, 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 and everyone else rotated, and then Alita met the same fate.
Yeah, I feel bad for Alita there. It's hard enough to deal with 1 Tina with the Frenzy, let alone 3 other people right behind her. Right now, though, it's going to be a pretty quick execute onto this B side. Very standard. Soa gets caught with the recon in the open, and it's going to be the hunt on for Tina right now, looking to finish off that kill. Will be converting onto Alita, looking for the second, but in the meantime, on site here, it's going to be the rest of the players trying to do some damage, take some shots. Raven finally finding a kill, but R is going to be positioned super low. Site has been dropped, and in the meantime, towards CT, Shroom will be able to find their counterparts. Sova being taking them down. That was a really quick round. I think it lasted less than 30 seconds there.
Quick round for UCSD, but University of Houston Scarlet still trying to find their footing. Let's see if they can bring this one back in their favor. This is their opportunity to full buy. Does that mean that UCSD should probably avoid going in where they're currently looking over towards B? I think so, personally. But mid is a little bit rough to push. A site auto defaults high ground, so it's kind of like stuck between a rock, a hard place, and an even harder place. It's kind of pick your poison in this instance, but they backed off B for the most part. All of the defense from University of Houston Scarlet, they're waiting in near mid, trying to see if they catch any util sighting, any, an arm, a leg, a shoulder. We do have Sova finally creeping back in. Binko jiggle peeking here is going to avoid the suppress, is going to also be able to avoid that dart, but has double smokes over them, so they're not going to be able to have vision onto the site. And the rest of the team for the side of UCSD has made it in. Binko's now going to pull out that drone, look for anyone, as Shroom is sending in those shock darts.
Oh, first blood though, gonna be Orchid. Always check your angles, and it's gonna be Orchid being able to find that first. Soba right now though towards main, being able to just be this lurking player. Turret comes out, immediately gonna be broken, so they know that there's at least gonna be 1 player towards main right now though. The trade's coming through on site. It's all down to just Tina here, will be taken down, and Soba in a 1v3. Alita more than ready for it, will be able to find that final kill. They lose 2 players in the process, but the defuse will still successfully be able to come through. And the nice thing about Valorant is that if in these rounds you lose only like 2 of your teammates, you might still be able to buy up, because somebody always is going to be having a little bit of extra money in their pockets to drop their teammates. Already you can see it. Yeah, Binko has 3.1k. Orchid, you can request for a gun. It's okay. We've all been there. And yeah, that's going to be dropped down. Can't quite say the same for Altier here. But anyway, talking about that ultimate economy right now, looking a little bit rich on both of these sides. Altier only 2 away from that Nell command. Really crucial on a sense, because you have all of these pesky lineup plays, all of this utility available as well from that Killjoy and that Sova, especially if that spike is down. That's just one of those ults that you really, really want to have in your pocket when you're trying to retake. And Sova, well, they're only 1 away from that lockdown as well. And on a sense, B side is basically free if you have that lockdown, especially with there being no Brimstone or Hunter's Fury available.
The thing I'm looking at right now is that Blade Storm that is ready to go from Tina, the first ult online for this entire game so far. And of course, you know, it's 4 rounds in, so it's a given that someone should have theirs. But ult here, Jiggle Picking finds Shroom, a Raven with the crosshair placement of a King finds Amiya. Ult here goes down to Tina, but right now UCSD needs to check these angles and have the better positioning of that crosshair. Orchid playing patiently over by Wine, checking to see if anyone's coming through main. There's no one there. Plant has started, but Beancube wasn't checking their own head and goes down. Tina returns the favor, but they have to pick up Spike. So the question is, can she, because she's now the last player standing, has to pick up a 3-piece or get this plant and wait for time.
Yeah, no, Raven's more than all over that, ready for the door to break. Like you mentioned, if we can't really get that spike down in a 1v3, have to try and find a pick first. And with the other players playing so back on that heaven area, just not anything else that Tina could push. Perhaps was hoping that Raven would be caught in the astral form or caught off guard there, but yeah, it's not happening. Raven's more than wary for it and ready for it, able to get that final kill, a 3-piece on the round, having that cosmic divide off the back of that. 3 ultimates right now ready to go for the side of UHS, and for UCST, the economy again in a little bit of a rough spot. They do have that Marshall on Tina as well as that Blade Storm if they decide to use it, but now knowing it's an eco, it's going to be a bit of measured aggression here. The kill's not quite connecting. The reload coming in as well, though Binko at least has them back up with that B-main push. Wow, it's just going to be a flawless, once again, the round getting over in like 20 seconds flat. Just a 2-prong push from B and mid, and it's just clean.
Holy cow, just UCSD was bleeding all over the place, and the Executioner came in and said, let's end this, and that Executioner was Orchid, who popped off yet again. Currently, though, Tina's leading our lobby in kills, but can't lead their team to victory in these rounds just yet. We had an equalizer, now University of Houston Scarlet is leading by 1. Are we going to have a third back-to-back round that ends in less than 20 seconds? We'll find out in about 2.
Once again, though, it is going to be Tina venturing out that turret. We'll be finding some early information here that there is, in fact, a player off the back of that Binko will be able to hold down this off angle. Here's the reload, but Tina is not ready for it, and now Binko, after confirming that kill, will be happy to fall back a little now that they have the numbers advantage. Once again, no Sage available either to bring Tina back up. That's a huge kill there. Your entry fragger being taken down in the first few seconds. Just difficult, more difficult right now for UCST, because with still more than a minute left on the clock, they're in that 4v5. In the meantime, on the opposite side of the map, it is going to be that aggression coming through once again. Shroom waiting for it, but still going to be caught off guard by not 1 but 2 players pushing out. Another player in spawn right now. Oh, this looks so scary.
Shroom has been struggling to not get picked off from just a stronger angle peek coming from someone else on the other side. It's a little rough to see. Hopefully it's cleaned up here very soon. 4-2, University of Houston Scarlet hoping to close this out in game 2 rather than force us over onto Fracture, but of course Scarlet feels very comfortable on Fracture. And it looks like the side of UCSD is going to full save? Almost no, we're going to go with a Stinger, a Spectre. Okay. Alright, we got a Frenzy now. We're saying this is a save round, it's an eco round. We're going to have Tina pop Blade Storm, immediately rush out. Fragment goes through towards Market, dodged by Binko, so I don't know if they're aware Binko's there. They're going to close the door back off. We've got a lot of fire coming through this smoke, so Tina's aware. Tina finds one. Can Tina find another? They're going to pull back out the Frenzy, get the reload going, and disengage while Amiya gets the plant.
Oh, a second kill as well as Beancube finding just the shoulder out of Binko, able to get that wallbang headshot through that, making out the relative position. Soba on the alert as well, being able to find another absolutely huge round coming out there. Right now, the Orchid is still alive, still kicking. Not if they have anything to say about a 2v4 situation. The spike has been planted, the clock is ticking, and the hunt is on for these players. The flashpoint is perfect, does catch out Tina's position. The second as well for Orchid. The third, you don't run around with your recon in the open there. Now, though, Amiya knows exactly where these last 2 players are positioned. Not known quite yet, but it's going to be the Stinger trying to cap things out for 6 HP on all tier. The run and gun is going to be too much for them to deal with. And the clutch on the eco round comes through for the KO. And UCSD, they might say, Scarlet, you like to get aggressive, you like to get spicy. Well, so do we. And they convert that round.
Now it looks like everyone's going to be able to go for a full buy except for Tina. Nope, Tina is going to go for full buy as well. It's like, wait, are you going to go for like a Stinger or a Spectre and then pull out the Op on the next round, which would be a little interesting to see, especially because we haven't seen a whole lot of action coming in through mid, and it would kind of force a B site push. It'd be a little, well, an A site push, be a little rough. But I'm glad we don't see that just yet. As far as ult economy goes, we've got 4 in favor of University of Houston Scarlet and 3 in favor of UCSD. The name of the game is rush in, get the util down, get some spray, and pray. Alita goes down to that fragment. Tina's going to go in and clear the back of sight.
Yeah, once again, this side is almost completely empty here. A 4v5 situation. Alita being taken down means that Killjoy utility no longer going to be there. Lockdown as well. I think. Well, I don't know if it was available, but might not be able to get taken down. Now, though, it is going to be the Omen ult as well committed for a little bit of additional pandemonium. For the side of Houston, though, they have their ultimate available. That null command will be spotting out 2 players on site. In the meantime, the Omen that a TP towards spawn there will be taken down by Orchid. A huge kill right now. Don't have to worry about the flank. It's just 2v1 duels across the board, though. Tina and Shroom are able to strike back by themselves. It's all down to just Binko here. The reload kicking in at the worst time possible. And it's going to be the equalizer coming through as UCSD, they get to 4.
Everyone's economy is doing, I'm going to say okay in air quotes, because there are a couple members of UCSD that if this round is not successful could be struggling a little bit to make full buys on the next. And for the side of University of Houston Scarlet, there is only Alita who might struggle just a little bit. There is a lot of util you got to buy for KJ, and if you do use all of it, you have to buy it all again. So it's understandable. That being said, it's really anybody's game still as we're tied for a side. That's 8 rounds into this. We're on round 9, getting very close to that halfway point. I don't know if we're really going to see a clear victor by halfway or if it's going to go to the wire like our first map did.
I think it's definitely going down to the wire. Again, Tina just taking space with so much confidence. You know, Scarlet, they get aggressive either early on or they play very, very passive. Right now, though, Binko trying to find a pick with the help of that Hunter's Fury, not quite able to connect anything, unfortunately. And that null command making things even worse. Orchid on the flank here. Turret will be able to detect their position right now, but Orchid still getting a bit aggressive. That it is going to be the lockdown popped, and Orchid with that spray getting all 3. Pulls out that Blade Storm as well, and now these 3 players on site, they know exactly where they are. What under heaven, though, Tina is still gonna be able to clean that kill up. Tina on the second as well, 26 HP and a Dream still kicking. The trades are gonna be there for UCSD. Tina going absolutely huge that round, both the Jets popping off, but ultimately it is gonna be UCSD retaking that lead here, 5-4.
Question is, can they maintain this lead? I mentioned it earlier that there was a little bit of painful economy for some players. Alita in particular is going to have to go with the half shields. If they take a headshot, they are going to get sent to that Shadow Realm and just have to root for their team as best as possible. Now, it looks like Tina is going to aggress here through tiles or try to get a pick onto tree if anyone peeks from there. We've not seen anyone from defense swing out from tree, so I don't think we'll see a pick out the gate, as we also used the suppress. Didn't find anything. Sova is all the way back near spawn. No way we're going to get wall bangs onto her. And the peeks from tiles, we did actually have Altier peek out from tree, but nothing was found.
Yeah, very slow round compared to the ones that we've seen so far. You know, it's just been Tina dashing in, Tina closing the door or whatever, and Tina finding frags on top of it. But now, like you mentioned, a bit of a slow start here from these 2 teams. Binko being smoked out, trying to get some cheap damage in mid, not quite able to find anything. And now that 0 point is going to give away information that there are 4 players right now. The flash point is there. Raven there for the backup to boot, able to find 2 off the back of that. That's the kind of teammate you really want. In the meantime, Orchid on side, making things even worse. What was a 5v5 just 10 seconds ago is now going to be a 1v5 as Alita is anchoring down mid, finding both kills. No gaps in the defense this time around, as that slow play coming out of UCSD is immediately just ripped apart brutally.
Alita said, I only have half shields, but that's a-okay. Defenders are actually going to call a quick timeout. We've seen these timeouts come in clutch. These coaches know exactly when to call them to make sure they get their team focused up. This could be and we did speak to the members of University of Houston Scarlet, and they are very much so centered up. They're focused. They don't really, they have a minor celebration, but they don't over celebrate these great comeback wins, especially on a round that they were pseudo down on, so to speak, because they could not all have full buys. But Alita absolutely crushed cracked on this KJ right now. Clutched that one for her team. We've got 30 seconds remaining in this timeout. I think this next round is going to be 250-50. If we see an awkward rotation come out from UCSD and Scarlet capitalizes on the slow rotation that they do, we could see them caught out again. I don't know if it'll be by a lurking Alita, though.
Right now, the timeout, like you mentioned, I mean, we saw Houston do this yesterday. They pulled one out even when they were winning 7-0 to make sure that, you know, they could pull together as dominant a start as possible. And I think it was against the same team. So not the same situation quite yet, seeing that it's 5-5 right now. Talking about the economy here for UCSD, they're going to be putting everything they can in this buy. They should be able to get the Blaze Storm if they can get this orb. I think that's what Tina is really banking on. No, they do have some ultimates on either side. I have my eyes on that Huntress Fury from Shroomier. They've been able to get some really nice entry picks off the back of that, or just go in for that stable post-plant play. But for the retake here, both that lockdown as well as that Cosmic Divide is going to be available. Both parties aggressing towards B main right now, trying to perhaps deny that orb from being really picked up here. And it seems to be working like a charm. Tina trying to walk into Orchid. In fact, we'll get a headshot off, but that classic not gonna quite kill Orchid, at the very least.
I mean, it's a classic going up against full shields. The question is not, can I get the confirmed pick? It's, can I get a little bit of chip damage in? And it looks like they're gonna just slowly come back in. We've got Tina crouching down, trying to avoid a possible headshot out the gate. Binko gonna rotate, get the body shots down, find 2. Orchid finds 1. And now there's just 2 left standing for UCSD. The slow rotation really not in their favor, as everyone was still posted up and anticipated there was no disengage coming out from the side of UCSD. We do have Shroom rotating as far away as possible. Bean Cube lurking near this smoke.
Yeah, in a 2v4, you really want to try and find a pick here. I think that at this point, these 2 players are just trying to get back in the same area, so at least they can try to take any fight that they do as a 2v1. Right now, though, the mid-cross being watched. I don't know if Raven was able to spot this out here. The last 2 players trying to head in towards the east side. Binko, though, still lying in wait. Finds 3, goes for the 4th, but Altier is like, don't worry, bro. Let me help you out there. Gets that final kill. You know, just breaking down that route, right? Like, right off the bat, you again see a little bit of B-main aggression. They expected Tina to go in for that ult orb. They were ready for it with some utility, and wow, they didn't manage to get a kill right out of the gate there. But of course, once again, Binko being able to just hold down that nasty off angle. Once Orchid peaked and went down, they weren't expecting that second, and Binko just walks away with 3 in that round off the back of that.
Never underestimate your opponent for sure in that instance. I do agree. They predicted that Tina wanted that orb and they played denial on it very well. We have Blade Storm coming out. We're going to have that dart lineup to get sight onto A. It is just the KJ. They're going to smoke off the turret. There's a lot of util being dumped on high ground. Both swarm grenades have been expelled. Orchid finds 1. Raven went down to Amiya. We are at 4 for the side of University of Houston. Scarlet is still standing. They're going to swing into Tina, who's defenseless. They go down, and there's just 2 left standing now for the side of UCSD, playing defense into 4 as Defender KJ is going to drop the lockdown. That's going to make things pretty sticky now for UCSD to stay alive.
Yeah, this lockdown, all they have to do is really wait it out here. Orchid able to confirm that kill as well, and now it's just going to be a 1v3, the weight of the world against Sova. Position spotted out, the recon will tick before it's broken, and off the back of that, through the jet smoke, Orchid will get that kill. Final one, 39 HP, but that's all she needs to be able to get that 3k on the round. Phenomenal retake, and this is what I'm talking about. When you have that killjoy of lockdown available, it's just free for you, especially if your Sova's going to be dead or doesn't have that Hunter's Fury. Yeah, switching sides right now. Scarlet, they do have that 7-5 lead on defense, but you know, again, just talking about Ascent as a map in general, teams tend to perform much better in defense here, considering how narrow some of these choke points are and like how high info these agents are both teams have picked. For example, you are going to be seeing that Sova coming in right off the bat with the recon, the KO with the 0 points just available, and of course Killjoy's turret to make things worse. So you have a lot of utility that you have to really get through to try and get onto site in the first place. Sure, your Jet can dash in over all that Killjoy utility or whatever, but everybody else has to either clear it out or break it and then make their way, and quite often people breaking utility is a distraction that you need to just swing out and get a free kill.
Well, they have a lot of util dumped again. The one way over here on A makes things a little difficult. We have 1 posted up just outside tree. It's going to be Amiya. She's going to have to deal with not only dodging the Sova drone, but Orchid, who's looking to try and pick up that one person. I believe they heard them. Classic Fire into Classic Fire, and Beamcube goes down. Raven, who had that ghost, picks up Amiya. UCSD's Soba will find Orchid. Tina goes down. 4v2, but three of the players for the side of University of Houston Scarlet have a sliver of health left. So it is truly going to come down to crosshair placement and who fires first and with the better shot.
Yeah, like you mentioned, I thought the Soba was full, but never mind. It was just their bar being so low. Shroom now able to find that first in this engagement. It is going to be the utilities at the worst time possible. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, though. Alita bringing it down to a 1v1 with that full HP will be able to close things out. And Scarlet, they find the pistol, they find their 8th, and they're definitely looking to start this half off with a great attack coming out of them. Once again, though, I like how this team is playing. Despite there being 3 players on that A side, the fact that they were able to more than get those trades time and time again, it just came down to it. And yeah, it was a 2v4 at the end. It didn't go their way, but remember, 3 of them were literally 1 bullet from any gun, like Classic, Ghost, Frenzy, whatever it was. Even if you like blow on them, they're probably gonna just go down into the Shadow Realm, as my co-caster likes to say. And now it's gonna be 5 Spectres across the board, advantage definitely towards the attackers.
Yeah, when you have a sliver of health like that, typically there's a teammate who got that person super low, who's currently dead, saying just tickle them, sneeze on them. You just need to get 1 sliver of health away, and it's always unfortunate to see that type of situation unfold. But that full health Alita came in clutch. Now Beancube's going to pick up one playing patiently, but the return fire from Orchid is going to pick them up, her up right after. Orchid also is going to grab a new gun. Their teammate has a gun, and they are on the hunt now, rotating quickly. 2 are still posted up over here near A, as is Raven, waiting to see if anyone is bold enough to push out around that corner, if they're going to have to go through a rotation all the way through their own spawn.
Yeah, a little bit of a patience play coming out. Like you mentioned, a 1-for-1 trade so far. The info initiator being taken offline on that KO is huge right now. Shroom, though, is going to be tucked away into this corner. I hope that this recon really does clear it right now. Will, in fact, be able to find that distraction. Alita taking a little bit of damage, but still able to confirm that kill. Off the back of that, though, this B-side looking very, very vulnerable. Orchid methodically clears out every corner, pre-firing angles. That's what you like to see from your duelist, as it is going to be Raven in the meantime on the lurk, able to confirm the second kill as well. Now 2 players left alive. Tina, aware of this lurk position here, has to try and do some work. Soba only 10 HP at a dream, and at this point, it's not about whether they can retake, but how much more damage they can do. Binko trying to swing out will confirm the first, and Orchid will get that second. And just like that, UHS, they get to their expected 9. They do lose a Spectre, but all things considered, that's really good.
I mean, you lose a Spectre, theoretically speaking, that person could choose to buy a better weapon, but it looks like we're going to just have Altier go with the Sheriff and Light Shields on this round. Now we're going to have almost everyone buying ARs for the side of UCSD. Tina with that Marshall. We've seen Tina pop off with the Operator in this series already. I've seen them get one or two kills with that Marshall as well. But yesterday, Tina was a force to be reckoned with on that Marshall, so let's see if she can lock in on that sniper yet again, as we have a lot of smokes being used in mid.
The Marshall from Tina, not quite able to find too much value here. I don't think it even tagged anybody, unfortunately, and now it's going to be a different tactic that we're seeing. A push towards mid. The flash is immaculate. The upgrade picked up on top, and Orchid is going to be the one who's absolutely tip of the spear, just leading this firing squad down towards the rest of the players' demise towards CT. It is going to be 2 players stacked up, but they don't want to push the smoke because they know all attention, all eyes are going to be on them. Once again, the site has been left completely open. However, though, the smoke goes away at the worst time possible, and both Soba and Ame are able to confirm 2 kills of their own. Alita, a nasty run and gun shot, being able to confirm that. It is going to be Beanfield jumping around in the open. You don't do that. Bingo on the lurk, just finding that kill, and now they're going to be trying to go in for the trades here. Tina knows the position. Here's the reload, but again, Binko ready for it. Doesn't even take any damage, and now Soba on a 1v3 here has to try and find something. The call here might be just to try and hold on to this rifle, though, considering the economy. This is not in the best spot. Binko still watching the cross, easily gets that shot. 3K for Binko. That lurk, so much value.
Oh, that was a little rough. We've seen teams and players definitely decide to save, and I think you're right in your suggestion. Of course, they can't. These girls can't hear us. Of hang on to the gun and just disengage. And now UCSD, it looks like their economy is in shambles. We're having half shields, no shields, and a frenzy from Shroom with a dream, and no one is, close enough to their ultimate to rely on that to make up for the lack of util and firepower that they're going to have.
Oh no, that recon bolt's already spotting out Shroom here. They try to go in for the reposition, though do manage to tuck themselves into this relatively safe corner. And right now, towards this B side, a little bit of a stack. 3 players, I believe, got to be geared up to try and hold on to this. And in the meantime, though, on the opposite side of the map, it is going to be Tina on the flank here. Tina might be able to find some incredible value if the timing is correct. Going for a mid clear right now. Alita, the only person quite there. Shroom, though, gets a little bit too over eager. And with that gun, it is going to be Binko bringing in that Sova diff for real. Tina finds Alita, but Orchid is there for the trade towards that side. And once again, B is completely open. So far, every single round on this attack, with the exception of that pistol, it has been the B side that has been looking so vulnerable right now. No matter how many players UCSD put on it, it just doesn't seem to be enough. And Tina, with the only gun on board, has a lot of work to do.
Tina finds Orchid. Can they find another's? We have Omen, Util, and Dart. Oh, actually, I think went over the UCSD players. Amiya is going to find Binko. Raven finds Amiya. Tina with a 4-piece clutches it up. We mentioned she was the only one with the full gun. She got it. She has Blade Storm online for the next one, and that's a thrifty round for the side of UCSD.
Fantastic retake coming out of them. Thrifty, like we talked about, of course. Alita not quite ready for that flank coming out of that A side. The push from Tina confirms the kill. Killjoy turret down, and off the back of that rifle, just being able to pop off. I think the round really came alive right there, because the rest of the teammates, they were just cannon fodder. They didn't get a couple of kills, no offense, but they were the perfect distraction for Tina to just sweep in with that rifle and just clean house.
Look,
really.
Look what Tina bought!
Oh no.
It's time! It is time for Tina to unlock the 5th gate. She's ready to go. That Omen one-way smoke, that was gonna make things a little bit rough for her. Got some pepper damage going through smokes near tree, off catwalk. Not gonna find anything, but Tina, I'm watching. I'm watching the mini-map. I wanna see you get a pick.
Luckily for Tina, nobody quite seems to be peeking into that angle quite yet, though we might see a re-rotate coming around, and if that's the case, it's going to be A site where Tina is more than ready for them. Once again, though, I feel like the attackers know at this point that B is pretty easy for them. It seems like that retake, I mean, it did come through, but it was more about, like, really questionable post-flashing and bad trading than anything else. Now, off the back of this null command as well as this Cosmic Divide, they're looking to go into site here. This time, though, 2 players positioned towards his backside. They're not leaving it entirely open. Shroom, though, goes for the swing, not quite able to do anything. They haven't cleared the second, though. Sova still alive and kicking, not for long, as Orchid gets that confirmed kill. And now, once again, the numbers disadvantage towards the side of UCSC here. Orchid is super low, though, and with this operator, this retake is going to be super difficult. Alita on the flank as well to make things even more difficult. The door being broken, gonna buy a little bit of distraction time. The paranoia comes through, but that flank from Alita finding so much value here. 1 for 1 so far. Alita still looking for more. Raven finds one. It's all down to Justina here. A 1v2 to clutch out with the operator, and now the shot goes wide. Not able to pick up the upgrade.
Oh no!
And it is gonna be UHS finding 11. Wow.
Okay, Tina got some great picks with that op, but the question is at what cost? Because at close range, everyone knows the op isn't the best thing. It's not fun. We even saw Tina pick up that Vandal and drop the op, but it was too little too late, and now we're forced on a really hard eco around here for UCSD. And if they lose this one, they're gonna have to play for match point, and it looks like they're going to buy what they can and, excuse me, I have hiccups, make do.
Yeah, they are fully investing in this because they really don't want to let a team like UHS really get to match point for free. Their Tina willing to get aggressive, has that dash activated as well. Ult here in this position. It's going to come down to this 1v1 fight. The headshot not quite connecting though. Finally, it's clean up coming through. That's going to be a rifle that the rest of the team can retrieve. Tina finding 2 though. Phenomenal shot there with the dash still being able to do and work some magic. On the meantime though, it is going to be Soba being taken down, and now Binko tucked away into this corner, trying to prevent these rifles from being picked up here. However, though, the convergence is coming in. It's all down to just Alita here. A 1v3, no HP to work with, and just like that, that's a Thrifty once again coming in.
I guess economy is not what UCSD needs to win. They need the pressure mounted on them to allow them to pop off. Every single one of these girls did incredible on the Thrifty rounds. But the question is, when we've had full buys, they've kind of struggled a little bit. This time, though, they have shaken up the economy for University of Houston Scarlet enough that they are not all it looks like they're not all going to be able to buy ARs this round. And it looks like one is going to have to actually sacrifice full shields and just go with a classic, but Orchid does have that Bladestorm online, so she should be okay. Immediately pops it, is going to have it taken away by the suppress.
Unlucky. I hate it when that happens personally. So now, not only do they know where you are, but it's just gonna be so much more difficult to make things work. Once again, though, you're gonna see this aggression towards B main from the defenders. Unlike Binko, though, Shroom not able to quite get the shots or do the damage. Alita's turret destroyed will give away information that there's at least one more player watching this particular angle. I'm pushing the smoke, trying to see what they can find, but not quite finding the timing correctly. The door gotta be broken. Tina on that angle will be ready to hold it. Finding another as well, though. Alita's there for the refrag. 2v3, both players not close to the site. Lockdown being invested to boot, and now it's going to be broken, giving away information that Alma is right here, being cubed as well towards the spawn. These two players trying to keep their team from getting to match and series, keep their opponents from getting to match and series point. Site's going to be clear. Spike is going to go down, and again, look at the post plan available. They have that Hunter's Fury online. They have site control. They have Raven tucked away into a really nasty, ratty corner, and for the retake, at least the defenders have that null command available.
They do. The question is, are they going to use it? And they are, as you brought it up, but unfortunately it goes immediately punished. We're going to lose all members of UCSD, and that puts University of Houston Scarlet at match point and series point. This is everything is on the line now for UCSD. They need to bring this one back in their favor, and it's a tough ask. They have to get 5 rounds in a row without losing a single one, or it is it. The door is shut, and that is going to be University of Houston Scarlet moving on, and UCSD ending their journey here for this tournament.
Yeah, stakes are super high right now. Pressure has to be mounting. The nice thing is at least the ultimate economy is in their favor. They're still going to be able to put together a semblance of a buy. Though I see a judge on Tina. Honestly, that could work out in her favor, all things considered. Right now, though, it is going to be the lockdown attempt, probably coming to be invested for that retake if necessary. B-side, again, every single round on this attack, it's this B-side that has fallen apart. Once again, that might be the case here. Almay in this backside, desperately trying to stay alive as the door gets open, but Orchid pushes out. The trades are good, and still numbers advantage in favor of the side of UHS as they take side. It is going to be Beancube caught in the open as well. Binko more than ready for it. 6 bullets left in the chamber. Trying to confirm the kill, but has to go in for the reload at the worst time. 2 players left right now. Omen on almost no HP. The Cosmic Divide as well to try and make this thing work out. Unfortunately, the shots for Soba not connecting. And now it's all down to just Beancube. A clean shot for number 1, but 36 HP and a dream. Knows that these players are both towards the backside here, using it to take a little bit of space. But this turret, that's going to be the first indicator that already it's going to be being cubed on site right now. The plan for the side of the map, and Alita will swing out with all the confidence in the world. UHS, they're going to be moving on in this lower bracket, and they make it to grand finals.
I mean, yesterday they struggled a little bit in the last game that they had of the day, and today they brought it back in their favor, swinging at full force. So excited to see what they do in the grand finals. I think we might see a rematch again going into that, but nonetheless, we are going to take a quick break, allow everyone to grab some water. We'll snag one of those players, possibly Alita again, just to talk to her one more time before we see her in grand finals. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back here with more Valorant in just a few minutes.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad to reach video game nirvana through PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game. Game Pass has PC Games. Nirvana awaits.
We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad. Game Pass has PC Games. Nirvana awaits.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Paidia Cup CECC Qualifier. I'm Zach, and with me here is the Nerdy Bird themselves. We are the ones bringing you all the action today, and we just got out of a really, really intense best of three. I know it only went to 2 maps, but both of those maps definitely got the heat. At the end of it all, though, it is going to be University of Houston Scarlet walking off with the victory. We're looking at a grand final rematch here from yesterday, Nerdy.
Yes, and I'm super excited. And the funny part is that, like, we were anticipating some form of a rematch. We thought originally we would most likely see Scarlet go against UCSD in the finals. Instead, it's going to be Scarlet going against Carleton. Either way, I think all the matches we've seen today have been fabulous thus far. And we actually are going to get into a quick interview now with one of the University of Houston Scarlet players, Alita. It's great to have you back with us here today. Are you hyped and ready for this next game?
Hell yeah, I'm super hyped. We can't be more excited, honestly. We've been thinking about it all day.
Time for some revenge, maybe. But yeah,
Of
you know,
course.
talking about before we jump into hyping you up for the next game, let's talk about the one that just went down. So my first question is, for that pistol round, remember, like, right off the bat, it was a 4v2, but I think 3 of your teammates were super low. Only you had like any HP to work with. Tell me, like, what your thinking was behind that, and how were you guys trying to play it?
We definitely wanted to focus on making sure we're there to trade our teammates, That's like one of the fundamentals, and I think that's something that personally I've been working on just because I'm, new to the scene a little, working with my team rather than just being like a ranked monkey, it's like something we're always focused on. So yeah, I think the major thing that we were all thinking was let's make sure we can trade off each other. Whoever takes the first peak, we're there to get the second.
Yeah, I think you managed to clutch it out quite really good. Like fantastic round coming out and really nice ascent as well. Well done.
I appreciate that.
There was also another instance where you were the only one on your team forced to go with light shields. It was like a kind of a pseudo eco on your side after your team went down one round, and you rotated in through mid, and I think it was a triple kill that you ended up getting. Did you anticipate that you would see that rotation come out, or was it just kind of your team made the call, you started rotating through mid, and then it was you met with the firing squad, but you were like, this is a fair fight for me, and you just eliminated everyone?
So the plan was for me to get a pick mid, and then we were going to decide whether we wanted to continue pushing or if we wanted to rotate off that. But we did think that we could get some space mid, so that was pretty much my role. When I heard them all running, I was like, okay, this is going to be a fight. Like steal myself up, and then I don't know, luck took the wheel, and I'm glad it worked out. But yeah.
You know what they say, 10% luck, 20% skill. Okay, I'm not going to do that to our broadcast. but yeah, congratulations on your victory. And we're going to be seeing you again shortly. We're going to keep this interview a little bit short because we have another surprise one tuned up. But thank you for joining us, Alina. Good luck for your next game. And maybe we'll have you back again after you guys win, if you guys win. So good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Well, all right. We had Alita again. I think we had her yesterday as well. As amazing as ever. Right now, though, let's talk a little bit about our grand final matchup. We saw the same one yesterday, I believe, where it was Carlton facing off against Scarlet. We thought I think a lot of the chat, especially if you look at the bets they were placed and stuff, they were thinking that it was pretty much going in the favor of Scarlet, considering that they are like the more known team, I would say, so as to speak. They've had a little bit more experience, etc., in these events. But Carlton, they walked away with that clean 2-0 there. So Scarlet right now, they made their way through that lower bracket, just got out of a game 2-0 for them as well. And in this finals, I'm super excited to see what both of these teams are going to be cooking up.
Scarlet is warmed up and ready to go. Carlton yesterday, I actually thought that it was one of the Scarlet players that was not feeling well. And we found out actually it was one of the Carlton players that wasn't feeling well. And despite that, they were firing on all cylinders. So today is going to be even better. I'm hoping to have all three maps. We have no idea what we're hopping into. If we start out on Fracture, I might, yeah. I have no shame in caster cursing a grand finals to go all three maps. I apologize to you though, because I know that you are running on empty at this moment.
Oh no, I meant caster curse as in every time that either of us have said it's gonna go all three maps, it's never gone. So I would like it to go to all three maps, but we're not gonna be jinxing or saying anything others. Let's hear from the players themselves. We have a representative from each team up here to talk about their teams, hype stuff up, and give us some insights heading in. So let's head to our interview right now. We have Alita once again joining us from University of Houston Scarlet, as well as Hans from Carlton. I think we did have both of these players on the interview yesterday as well. So we just talked to Alita. Hans, you had a really, really good showing yesterday, 2-0 finish against this team, and now you're going to be facing them against the final. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking it's just going to be the same as yesterday. We're going to bring it on just as strong, and I feel like since we've already played all of our games yesterday, we kind of had some time to rest up and kind of feel better, and I think we'll come back a lot stronger and healthier today, get out of our bad habits and all of that. So I'm really excited.
Oh yeah, Hans bringing the heat here, but Alita, those are some fighting words. What's your response?
I have to say, I think it's good that we played games today and didn't get them all done yesterday, because we were hella warm.
Ooh.
All I'm saying is expect a fight. We're gonna bring it.
As soon as Hans was like, we're gonna do what we did yesterday but better, Alita just had this huge grin on her face, and I was like, just threw down the gauntlet a little bit, did you?
Nothing like that, no. But yeah,
we're trying so hard. We're trying so hard to be rude at each other.
I know.
Production habits exposed. I'm gonna expose production right now.
Oh no. Oh, we're just trying to bring the heat, but yeah, you guys, you're definitely doing them, but also you guys are too adorable to really be super scary. I'm sorry, but I gotta say the truth out here.
Yeah, no. It's not
Don't
it's
worry.
not possible. I mean, if you saw like the in-game chats that some of the production staff have seen, and then just some of the chats that we've seen inside the Twitch chat, there is like no bad blood. There's no animosity or anything. It's always just like leave it all on the field, virtually speaking. There is no one who's just trying to one up the other by any means of negativity. It is all just positive and good vibes and very supportive over here. So despite our best requests to stir the pot, it's just not possible.
Yeah, I think that's about as much we're gonna get when it comes to us, stirring the pot up though. But I think that Nerdy, you mentioned that one of the maps that we're gonna be seeing today is gonna be that Fracture. So far, I don't think these two teams have had a chance to go head to head on it quite yet. But both of these teams individually have had pretty impressive showings. I think that Houston, they pulled off a 13-5, and well, Carlton, they pulled off a 13-2. Different opponents, but still very, very similar results. So yeah, both of you. This is the last question probably, but yeah, what are your expectations for Fracture? Alita, you can go first.
Honestly, because we don't have much like VOD work with Carlton on Fracture or like have played them before, we don't know what to expect, but we will say that we think our Fracture is really strong. It's probably the map we've scrimmed the most, like ever, especially since I've joined. So I know we're really optimistic about it. We're really looking forward to playing how we play. Not going to give anything away, but we're definitely
it for
excited.
the server.
Of course.
And Hans, any response, any final thoughts before we head right into the game?
Nah, I would just probably say like all love, but if you get crashed, like I'm just saying, like I don't know what to tell you. Might need to scrim it more. I might need to scrim it more.
Okay.
That was good. That was good.
That was good. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. All love.
You're good. You're good.
Good luck to both of you and to both of your teams. Always, keep the spirits up. At the end of the day, it's going to be GG's when the final, round is over. One of you is going to be going down to Texas in Arlington for May, and one of you might have an opportunity in a last chance qualifier. I know UCSD, I'm pretty sure one of your squads, not for Valor, but a different team, is already qualified to go down to Arlington. So, well, sorry, not UCSD. Houston, I think one of your teams has actually already qualified to go down to Arlington, Texas. I could be wrong on that. However, I don't think we have any Canadian teams represented just yet, so it'll be very interesting if Carlton, I was told that you guys are from Canada. I could be wrong on that. If your squad qualifies, that'll be super duper interesting, but nonetheless, there's more opportunities after this. It's just one of you is guaranteed to go down after today.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be it for the interview, though. Good luck to everyone on the server, and I'm really happy that this interview was, despite all the fiery threats. At the end of the day, we are a community. We have to stick up for each other, and I think our two players just exemplified that. Thank you so much for joining us, Hans and Alita, and we're gonna be seeing you guys hopefully pop off on that server soon. But heading into this particular match for the day, like I mentioned, super excited, super hyped up because yesterday, it was a close game. Yeah, it was a 2-0, but definitely Scarlet on multiple rounds being able to really put up that fire. I think especially that second map that we saw was Lotus coming in, and both teams got some really interesting agent comps. I think that at the end of the day, Carlton, they were just able to kind of build up that momentum and steamroll with it for a while. You did see Scarlet kind of trying to make an attempt at a comeback, but by then the damage was kind of done. So I think that kind of situation is what we're gonna hopefully be avoiding, because today Scarlet, they looked a little bit shaky, but they were always able to kind of take those pauses and reconsider and come back into the game with a clean, fresh mind. And I think that kind of mentality to be able to reset after a loss, whether it's an entire game or just a couple of rounds, that's really huge in Scarlet. Today, they seem to have it in spades.
Yeah, I think that comes down to not only your IGL and your teammates, but also your coaches knowing when to call for a quick timeout and to make sure that they have everyone focused up. So even though we don't get to talk to the coaches, want to give them a shout out on both sides. Both of you guys are doing a fantastic job of keeping your teams together and collected. And we can take a quick look again at these rosters for both squads. We're going to start out with University of Houston Scarlet and see the beautiful faces of all these lovely ladies who are battling out for their chance to go to Arlington, Texas. We're going to have Orchid, Binko, Raven, Altair, and Alita. We have now interviewed Alita, I think, twice or 3 times, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, possibly a fourth later. We'll have to wait and see, but that is our whole roster. No substitutes, no switches, no swaps coming out for the side of University of Houston Scarlet.
Woo, bringing the fire, but right across, it's going to be their opponents coming up next. None other than Carleton University, all the way from Canada, like we mentioned. They are here as well. Hans, Tranquil, Apple, OK Tina, and Queen Noctium are going to be looking to bring that heat, bring that fire in this grand final. And of course, I'm going to be a little bit biased towards Apple just because of how cute that wingman looks carrying that apple on its head.
Adorable. I love it. It's absolutely amazing. And this is something else that Prod was discussing. We're like, if you don't want to show your face, which we get it, some schools don't release player photos, and you don't have to, deal with the press release stuff, and you can stay anonymous for as long as you want. And just the opportunity to be like, look, I got wingman with an apple. This is my player pick, and we're gonna keep it that way. Is absolutely perfect. I did not get that lucky. My coach was like, "Here's the green screen. Go take a photo." And I was like, "No, okay." And I wasn't even ready for picture day. And that seems to
Oh
happen ever
no.
since high school. But with that being said, nonetheless, super excited to see all of these players and what they're going to be bringing to the table, because this is it. This is throwing down the gauntlet as best as they can. No negative feelings whatsoever. But we have ban out Haven. We banned out Ascent, and it looks like it's going to be starting on Fracture. We're going to see Split for the second time, and then we're going to go to Icebox. And Icebox was a huge map for Carlton yesterday. Super excited to see if we make it all the way there. I mean, yeah, I might have cast or cursed it earlier, but nonetheless, I'm hoping
Oh
for all
no.
3 maps. I think you are too, and I think everyone who's
Oh yeah, for
watching is
sure.
as well.
Oh yeah, I think everyone is. And talking about Fracture, we just heard both of these teams give their opinions on this particular map and what they think they're going to be doing. Really immaculate gameplay coming out of them so far individually, but now on this map, it's going to be a bit of a clash between the Titans, so as to speak, as we head into Fracture. Split as well. I think we saw some individual play coming out of Carlton there before, but first time again that I'm going to be seeing both of them facing off. But like you mentioned there, Nerdy, if it does get to that decider, Icebox, it was neck and neck all the way the entire way. It came down to that jet fight. Okay, Tina versus Orchid, who could pop off more? And at the end of the day, both of them had the numbers up there, but it was the rest of the team, a little bit of differential that came in. I think it was a super close map, 13-11 or 13-10, before it really got closed out. So if it goes down to that decider, it's going to be a fight all the way. But first off for the day, it's going to be Fracture. A little reminder though, I remember both of us were fangirling about, totally fanning about that cute picture that Apple had with the wingman available. If you still haven't unlocked Gecko yet, don't worry about it. Riot Games is on Game Pass. You can play legendary titles from Riot Games with premium benefits for PC Game Pass members. You can just link your Xbox profile to your Riot account and unlock agents, champions, legends, XP boosts, and way more. If you want to get an agent as soon as it's out on the day with that contract unlocked as much as possible, it is going to be Game Pass that really lets you do that. So you can join right now at GamePass.com and get your first month for about $1. But now that we talked a little bit about Gecko, I think we are going to be getting ready to head into Agent Select pretty soon. Until then, though, Nerdy, what shall we talk about?
Honestly, I want to talk about the fact that we are going to have another moment on Split today, which we saw yesterday, and I feel like the one thing that we saw that differentiated Carlton from other teams is that they pulled out that Sky and they pulled out the Sage. So having that double heal is a huge thing on some of these maps, and I definitely think teams not leaning into that sometimes don't fully understand the amount of util and just sustainability that brings to the table. Yeah, typically your Sage is going to be, pocket healing, so to speak, on your Sky, but your Sky takes care of everyone else. But by having your Sky healed up, you guarantee that your team survives. Now, that being said, we have University of Carleton all but completely locked in, and Apple is once again granting your wish of giving you that harbor. I knew that would make you super excited, but we got KJ Harbor, Breach, Brimstone, and Raze. And then we have Raze, most likely Alita on KJ. She absolutely dominated on KJ just earlier when we were on Ascent. And we're going to have Brimstone, Breach, but then Binko pulling out the Fade, one of my personal favorites. I love Fade. Also, I'm a huge player who relies on audio cues, and so when that Nightfall is used, if it's used against me, I'm horrified because I so heavily rely on noise, and that's why I get jump scared in the game a lot. But when one of my teammates used it, I'm like, let's go. We marked 3. We're rushing in and we're taking them down. It doesn't matter how much we stomp. We've got 8 seconds before we're about to go into the buy round. Teams have completely locked in their rosters, and I am excited to see this first round on Fracture.
For sure, like you mentioned, basically AmeriComp going to be coming out here, an extra initiator, for the side of Houston, an extra controller for the side of Scarlet. That's about the difference that we're seeing. I think that for Scarlet in particular, it makes sense because that double controller setup, it gives you a little bit more flexibility on that attack, and of course, just having that cove to be able to safely put that spike down, especially when there's not going to be any pesky Viper mollies or shock darts or whatever to try and push you off it like there were on Icebox. I think that definitely is a huge W. Of course, you are going to be able to put down a little bit more fakes. You have a little bit more utility to work with. Brimstone, now having only those 3 smokes sometimes can prove to be really annoying, but yeah, Harbor brings you that extra bit of versatility. To contrast that though, like you mentioned, that Fate pick coming in right now, lots of extra information available apart from just the Breach, because Breach isn't an info initiator. He's more of a very aggressive player, and of course, in conjunction with that raise from both of these teams, he's going to be able to find a lot of value. I think both of these teams, when you look at the Breach player, they might not be up there in that kill feed, but they have the assists. Like I think somebody had like 20 assists or something yesterday, so it makes perfect sense. That raise and Breach is going to be really huge, but that Fade is going to be that info initiator coming in for Houston here. That Han's going to be able to early on detect how many players, if it's not broken right off the bat. 4 retakes as well, super clean. If you know the lineups for the side, it's going to just reveal everything like a scanner going through. And again, in that kind of a situation, when there's so much utility daunting you, it can be really difficult sometimes for someone to break it in time. So I think that Bingo in particular has proven to be extremely good on that agent before, and we can expect a lot coming out of her today.
And just a quick reminder for anyone who did not get to watch any of our Carlton games yesterday, Carlton has openly admitted that pistol rounds are not their thing. So even if they go down in the first 2 rounds, do not anticipate that being the tell-all for the remainder of the game, let alone the series. Just had to, refresh everyone's memory on that one, because it only just came back to my mind. I was like, oh yeah, pistol rounds. Let's see how this goes with all the util. It's going to be in favor of University of Houston Scarlet for, intel, as you're discussing. But then I was like, oh, wait a minute. Carlton's like, that don't matter.
Oh, really, really quick execute coming in on the site, though. The flash is going to be immaculate, and off the back of that, OKT able to get the first, tagging up the second as well. Will be trying to throw the paint shells to confirm that kill. Runs out of bullets, though, and Alita will barely get away with their life. It seemed like Houston were just not ready for this kind of aggressive side take, and right now the plan should be able to get down for free. Already, one player having gone down. The Orchid is going to be able to make things even here towards that A main area. Right now, though, these 2 players, both Alita as well as her fellow agent here, going to be tagged up super much. It's just going to be them isolating the picks. Alita still finding one before going down is huge. 2v3 right now. 2 players towards the CT area. Despite going to be tapped to get some information or working. Going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Gets the first. The OKT now will confirm the second. It's all down to just the ulti here. Baiting out the peak. China doesn't late the fights, but that's why you always double teak. That's going to be an explosive round coming out of the raise here for the side of CU as they get the plant. The 4K for OKT now as well. And the pistol, for the team that hasn't won a pistol round yet so far, they've definitely put in the work because they're starting things off on fire.
Yeah, I'm sitting here like, hold up, Hans, you said pistol rounds weren't your thing. Maybe last night they spent a little time going over some of the VODs, or they finally figured out what in the world was going wrong for them on those pistol rounds. But also, it could have just been, in the words of themselves, a stroke of luck that they managed to pull that one off. We'll have to see if they can do it again, or if this one goes in favor of University of Houston Scarlet, as it looks like we're going to be having a push onto B site now.
Ooh, but look at the positions of these players from Scarlet. It's going to be a full-on gamble start towards this particular site. It's just going to be a fake attempt, though. Tina being able to find that first, but also getting up that altar. Only 2 away from that showstopper, which could be crucial in trying to convert that bonus round here. 4 more players, though, from Scarlet going to be just positioned on this site. Not quite seen right now. Tina taking a little bit of headway, spots the turret, will break it. Waiting for the reswing off the back of that, but nobody quite yet seems to be peeking right now. Still very, very patient play coming out of the side of Carlton. They don't want to risk losing too many of these weapons. Finally, though, it's got to be that initiator utility coming in as they just make their way onto site. The high tide as well, denying information right now as they go in for a push. Tranquil watching that cross, but Alita and Orchid both with elbow. Those pistols going huge now. The upgrade picked up as well by Orchid, though Apple will be putting a little bit of a stop to that 2v2 situation. It has been some guns picked up right now by Ultier and Binko. Spike going to be dropped on site here in the open, and Binko unfortunately left with only a classic. A lot of this lifting is going to be falling on Ultier's back, unfortunately, though. Not quite able to find the pill. However, though, the Prowler is going to be there. Both players tagged up super low, but Ultier is not going to be able to confirm that kill. Really, really good anti-eco coming out of the side of Houston, taking down 3 guns there and breaking the armor of the other 2. But still, the round, it's going to be confirmed by CU.
And after 2 rounds down, University of Houston Scarlet is going to be able to roughly everyone full buy. I see Ultier, but every time I've seen someone with half shields on your team, they ended up being the top fragger for that round. So we're just going to disregard the half shield and make believe everyone on your team has full buys. And we've got a partial eco coming out for the side of CU. After all, they are still bonusing.
Again, it's going to be some aggression shown on this B side. Hit by the stun, and Oketina takes the space. Orchid not expecting the player to be up that close. Right now, that's going to be a rifle they can pick up. And more than that, it's going to be the showstopper online. Here comes the party. It might be time, Tina. You're still going to be trying to bait out some utility, though, on this side. That Boombot being instantly broken is going to give away a little bit of an information queue. And Tranquil, in the meantime, trying to take some early drop control here, waiting for a possible push towards the orb, but nobody quite taking the bait yet. Right now, it's going to be a 4v5 still, weapon advantage geared towards the defenders, but they are a player short, so that might be the difference maker.
I did cry yesterday a lot about people trying to engage on Tranquil, who was waiting over here by Dish heading towards drop. Tranquil took multiple 1v2 duels and still came out on top, so I think it's best to just leave her and let her cook over there and not disturb her while she's getting all set up. And then, you know, wait for her to engage onto you as we have Oketina take down Altier, and now it looks like Tranquil's going to come down from drop. I think High Tide should expire here relatively soon. It's been up for quite some time. I think they're going to pull it down. Raven's going to put down smokes and allow their team to engage. Yes, High Tide is gone, and Binko coming in from ropes with the help of one of their teammates.
3v5, still a doable situation, but they're gonna have to be quick about it, because if they take much longer, it might be the best call to just try and save whatever weapons they have left. Tranquil, though, might find the timing, though it's not necessary. Apple able to find two. Alita only taking one player down, and now this is the dream here economically. 4 players, all of them able to pick up these crucial upgrades into this particular round for free, basically. Han still holding on to that Bulldog. Maybe if they feel computer on it, maybe they didn't have time to pick one up, but whatever. CU, they're gonna be able to win that bonus out very, very convincingly. Didn't even have to put in that showstopper, and right now it's going to be a little bit of a half buy coming in for the side of Scarlet, unfortunately. One stinger on Alita, apart from that. Sheriffs across the board, though. I mean, we saw how many rounds, thrifty rounds, came out of this team yesterday, so I think I wouldn't count them out quite yet, especially with Orchid being only one away from that showstopper.
Not at all, and we also have Showstopper on the side for CEU. Looks like Tranquil's gonna take ropes very quickly after hearing some of that util get dropped. There was a pinch maneuver over towards that half of the map, and there's a quick rotation coming out over to B site. It looks like attackers have it on lockdown, but the defense is coming back through. There's gonna be a pinch maneuver coming over from Arcade. You can see 2 just took ropes. It's gonna be the Raze, and I believe Breach that's coming with her, and they're rotating in. We have the first flash used. I think Tranquil might have gotten flashed, but they backed up. They're getting wall banged, though, and they managed to pick up Hans.
Yeah, Tranquil just being flashed, barely getting away with their life there. But yeah, them being able to stay alive is huge right now in this retake. Still, though, First Blood going in favor of the side of University of Houston. Now, though, it's going to be on-site, the fight that's happening. Queen, Noxium, and Apple both just being able to frag out of their minds. Harbor being able to pick up 3 of their own, having the Reckoning online for next round, and CU find their 4th. For a second, it looks a little bit dicey, but yeah, Tranquil being able to make it out alive, but get the information that, hey guys, there's like 3 people behind me, help me out, and confirm those kills. Just phenomenal coming out of them.
And now we have Reckoning and Showstopper online for Carleton, whereas we have the Lockdown and Showstopper ready for the University of Houston Scarlet. I think each of these 4 ults individually, I mean, yes, one's a duplicate ult, are extremely powerful, used in the right situations. I want to see a multi-piece Showstopper that doesn't accidentally pick up a teammate. I've seen that too many times.
Or yourself.
Yeah, again, too many times.
That's why I never play Raze. But yeah, we digress. Right now, again, it's going to be this B site looking to be the point of contact here. Killjoy utility stacked up on site as well. That might come into play in this particular round. Tranquil one off that lockdown herself. Might be looking to go for the orb here, though. That's probably why Binko is going to be playing in this corner right now. Turret going to be broken. Contact taken by Alita, but Tranquil is just playing around, dancing around, trying to buy some time. In the meantime, though, it's going to be Raven watching this main, able to get that first kill onto Oketina. That's going to be the showstopper denied over the course of this particular round. And now it is going to be Tranquil trying to put that Molly down, but still Binko able to confirm that kill. Only 2 players left as Raven finds another. And now they have their Reckoning, but I don't know if this is going to be the round that you really want to invest in. Finally, signs of life coming out of the University of Houston Scarlet here as they converge on these last 2 remaining players. Hans finding one, though. Lita wraps around there for the trades, perfectly coming out and find the first on the defense. It seems like now that they're in their full buy, it seems like they're back in their element a bit.
No argument, but it's not as though that round loss is really going to shake the economy over here for Carleton University whatsoever. I mean, yes, if they don't come out on top of this one, they might struggle just a tiny bit. There's plenty of money in the bank. Alita, once again, a little low on creds after full buying this round. They did win it. They got to win the next one, and they got to pray there aren't too many gun drops so they don't have to make up for any lost weaponry even if they win this one. Looks like we're going to have Orchid and Altier both get flashed at B main, forced to back off as there is firing squad, but then Tranquil, lurking, playing the rat. I think they got noticed though.
Oh wow, both showstoppers toss at each other and both connect there. Raze versus Raze duel. It's gonna be pretty much an even footing. The player advantage still remains at the hands of these players from CU. That high side gonna go down soon, so they have to get the spike onto side, do exactly that. Tranquil as well, playing that power position with that lockdown active, but look at the HP of two of these players here. Apple down to half HP, Hans just a sliver of HP to play with as well. And now on this retake, still very much viable, especially considering the ultimates that are gonna be online. The lockdown being invested as well right now, especially with that orbital strike from Raven being taken offline. It's going to be a full-on push right now towards Apple here, who does get shut down. The lockdown broken as well. Alita just trying to stick the spike. Halfway done, but Tranquil will be able to get that kill. Right now, it's just going to be these 2v1s constantly taken. Last two players, one of them looking extremely low. Half the spike has been stuck. Raven looking to just stick the defuse. The orbital strike comes through. And it's going to be the defuse sticking in before Noxium finds that kill. A really nice defensive round coming out of the side of Scarlet. And I like that faith in Alita. Alita's just like, hey guys, you know what? I will stick half no matter what. They're probably going to think I'm faking it before checking in. And they knew the orbital strike was there. That's why they had to do that maneuver. Puts the smoke down. Raven gets the rest. Sure, dies in the process, but objective wins are what matter here. Am I right?
Most definitely. University of Houston Scarlet now 2 away from equalizing with Carleton University. Everyone's still able to full buy. Some people starting to look a little bit broke. I'm looking at you, Raven. But this is the opportunity now for University of Houston Scarlet to pull this all the way back in their favor. We have the concuss come through on Orchid. They use the pink grenade. They're going to also drop the boom bot. Lots of util being expelled over here in A main. No one backing off. Altier is staying here by doorway. They used all of that noise to keep that door open, and I don't think it was called out. Nonetheless, though, everyone else is rotating. Tranquil, yet again, over here, encroaching on that space by Dish. There's nobody there, Tranquil.
Yeah, Tranquil just doing classic Tranquil things. That's why nobody wants to fight Dish anymore. Honestly, I agree with them. I wouldn't want to fight Tranquil at Dish either. But, you know, talking about this round, it does seem like a retake setup is going to be up on this B side. There is going to be that alarm bot and a little bit of additional utility there. Alita, as well as Blanco, are both just playing for this retake. The Alita does have that Killjoy lockdown available. So they're just trying to hold down this arcade power position. Maybe try to get a kill if somebody gets a bit over eager here. They're also expecting the Rolling Thunder out of Hans, which does manage to go connect. Right now, though, it's going to be Binko spotting a player out, getting that first kill, and now onto site. The Nanoswarm's doing a little bit of damage as well. The Tranquil fighting too, once again, finding that huge impactful lurk right now. Phenomenal, absolutely well done. The Nightfall does connect off the back of that Raven, able to find a kill. The lockdown popped as well. So many of these crucial ults being popped, but now it's all down to Alita. 1v2 against the world. It's going to be them trying to get out of sight as fast as possible. But now Alita might not have had the timing here because they're still going to be able to find the cross. Apple gets detained. Still in a safe position though. And now Alita, all that she really has to do is try and stick the spike here. We're going to be holding on to it for dear life. It's not planted for them. The wall banks are coming through. That's another ninja out of the side of University of Houston. Second round in a row. What a way to win.
Holy cow, Alita pros stick it, and unfortunately the plant was just a little too far to one side and you couldn't get the wall bangs onto Alita. That was incredible. Every player popped off though. I mean, Apple got multi-kills. It was super cool to see, but unfortunately Apple also got detained, and we're going to have OK Tina call a time out here and get their team re-centered and ready to go.
I mean, talking about this so far, you definitely do see Houston going back to what they're really used to on this map, which is they try to play aggressively on one side of the map, and they're happy to go in for a retake on the other, especially when they know that they have these crucial ultimates available. Like last round, for example, we saw both that Nightfall as well as that lockdown being invested, especially after they got that numbers advantage. Apple was able to put a heroic show on site to be able to buy some time and kill some players, but aside from that, the ultimate advantage and the economy was completely in the favor of Houston, and their setup was entirely based off of that. So a really good read. They again, like they're just taking advantage of what they saw yesterday from the side of Carlton. There, I don't know if you remember, but in our winners interview with Hans, once again, I believe we did see them say that, like, yeah, we knew that we could keep getting the site for free, so we just kept attacking it time after time. And it seems like they're taking a little bit of note. They're happy to let the site go. Sure, you can get the plant, but it doesn't matter if we can defuse it, and that strategy has worked for them these last 2 rounds. Right now, though, it's going to be both of these teams being able to buy again. Once again, like you mentioned, the economy not in the greatest spot for the side of Houston. Scarlet, though, still, sorry, CU, though, still having a little bit of a buffer here as they head into this next round.
Yes, but if they don't come out on top of this round, 2 of their players are going to be left in hot water. They will not be able to make full buys. We have OK Tina pushing up towards Arcade. They don't know Binko's there, but Altier's going to fall. Orchid's going to return the favor and take down Tranquil. Orchid now undeterred by Tranquil, who's always by Dish, says, no, it's my turn now. They take it over. She's now going to just dwindle over near A site, but the spike is over on B, so the rotation needs to happen fast. Lots of people being dropped in tower. Binko gets blighted. Boomba is dropped. Tells that people that Binko is there. Okay, Tina takes down Binko, and I believe this is going to be site locked down after smokes, and it doesn't even need to be planted. Apple, okay, Tina and Apple again sweeping everyone off of that site.
Yeah, very clean sweep there, only losing one player in the process, and now, like we talked about, the economy gotta be in dire straits right now for Houston. Gonna be a bit of an eco coming out of them once again. We did see a bit of damage being done yesterday's game, so perhaps they can hope for the same result. They do have that Rolling Thunder available if they need to use it, but aside from that, not much else. Talking about the side of CU, though, they're back on their usual strong attacking half. One off that lockdown, we might see that coming into play if it's really necessary. And already, okay, Tina, I think they used their ultimate in one of the previous runs. They already have it more than halfway back. Both of the raises, in fact, are just they being able to frag out of their minds in this particular series. Right now, though, for the side of Houston, once again, it's going to be the B side looking a little bit tasty for the attackers. They're looking to get aggression and make their way as far as possible. The turret getting away with information, confirming that there is going to be at least one player here as the spike itself waits for that push.
We have 2 defenders still inside A site, not moving just yet. We've done some noise over a B tower and backed off after throwing that paint grenade. Once again, Tranquil is pushing up by themselves, but they're not going to be over alone much longer. I think they're going to have some teammates catch up to them, and they're going to split off in the opposite direction. So Tranquil's just going to hold the flank positioning here, and it looks like my screen is too tiny, but I think that's Harbor over by Dish this time, looking to pinch off A site. There we go. Yes, it's Harbor.
Yeah, of course, it is going to be Apple this time around, being that lurk player towards his dropper. It's always Tranquil, but they chase things around a little bit. All good. That Aftershock not going to quite clear anything, but Orchid will... Never mind, it does find Orchid there as she goes down. Okay, Tina finding the second as well. The nasty flick onto Raven to boot. Having the showstopper online off the back of that. Doesn't need to invest it, though, because they know this is going to be an eco round. These last 2 players, one coming towards a drop on flank, might be able to find the timing here, because it's going to be the Harbor as well as the... I believe Breach playing around. Binko does know this is where the Harbor wall came from. We'll be trying to take the deal, but Apple is tucked away into that corner, has the perfect angle. It's all down to Alita here. Best case scenario at this point is that she is able to get a couple of kills, maybe just die to the spike, but now they're on the hunt for her. Gets the headshot onto Hans, but the classic won't kill at that range, even with, unless you get like a really lucky or clean right click. Either way though, 3-6 right now. CU really extending their lead on this attacking half. And now it's going to be the timeout coming out of Akuma, the coach for the side of UHS, I believe.
And as we take this time out, I want to give a quick shout out to one of our sponsors. Xbox Game Pass has PC games now, and with the new Xbox app for the PC for Windows PC, it's easier than ever to discover your next favorite game. Browse the library, view recommendations, or filter by genre with hundreds of high-quality games to choose from. Join now at GamePass.com and get your first month for just $1. So if you're a broke college student like me, that's a pretty sick deal, at least for 1 month.
I completely agree. Get it yourself if you haven't quite yet. But right now, talking about this defense coming out of Houston, they look just a little bit taken aback. They can go for those retakes when they have those powerful ultimates, and those are the rounds that we've really seen them win. They're kind of going in for these objectives to be able to close things out, but unless they seem almost a little bit afraid to take these head-on-head fights, and with the raw amounts of utility that CU have in their arsenal, I can completely understand why. Right now, though, it is going to be just a little bit of better team coordination coming out of CU that's really helping them to excel over the course of this half so far.
And it looks like full buys both sides, except for, once again, we've kind of talked about it a few times. The economy for Scarlet is getting into dire straits. If they don't come out on top of this round, it's going to be a full eco, and they're going to have to hope and pray and let luck take the wheel the rest of the way. I mean, their luck has been in their favor. They've had to thrifty a few rounds and they did great. So we have a forward push over onto A site. High Tide's been used. Orbital Strike is just gonna force them to take space faster, as we have Reckoning also get popped by Apple. A Queen is gonna find the full plant, and now it's retake. This is the game that University of Houston Scarlet's been doing well, playing for this opportunity just pinch off everyone from CU and take them down. There's the Rolling Thunder to engage. Everyone's shaken up.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, but the return fire from Apple hits the target right away.
The cover smoke as well coming out. Right now, though, it is going to be a 1v4 situation. Hans able to only take down Alita before anything else works out. And like we talked about, when they have these ultimates online, Houston are absolutely on fire. They go for that flank. You do see Oketina coming to check to make sure that it's clear, considering that there's no Killjoy utility available. But it's going to be a little bit too late. Brinko was just holding that angle, gets that kill, and off the back of that being confirmed, they just go for the Rolling Thunder play. I do know that I think Orchid went down there, but all things considered, Brinko got more than their fair share of trade. And more after that, it's just going to be a really nice round coming out of them. Right now, though, we're going to be taking a little bit of a tech pause. I think one of the players has a little bit of an issue. But looking back at the Ultimate Academy, Alita is only 2 away from that lockdown. Even after winning the round, unfortunately, for the side of Houston Scarlet, a little bit of an awkward buy coming through. I think that their teammates have enough money to drop everybody else, though. So at least that's going to be in their favor. But yeah, Alita 2 away from that lockdown. The Showstopper as well online for Orchid here. Both things, we might be seeing them come into play pretty soon. For the side of CU, we do have the Showstopper for Oketina. We saw the kind of impact. No rules outs today so far from anybody. Huge kind of impact it was able to have, especially against the opponent raise. And of course, Tranquil with their old lockdown that basically guarantees them a free B side, especially considering that there's no Orbital Strike available for Raven quite yet.
Honestly, I'm just hoping to see another Raze v Raze Showstopper moment. That is like... it's a highlight reel funny moment. You don't really want to clip that and save it and be like, look at this pop-off moment, because it was just kind of nullified one another. But it's one of those instances that it doesn't always happen, but when it does, it's really cool to see. And to see almost perfect mirror of when the util was used on both sides and the angles that they took. I want to see it again, but I want, like I said earlier, I want a multi-kill not including yourself.
Well, so far we haven't seen any of that yet, thankfully. We have been seeing quite a bit of utility kills coming in. I think we saw one from the paint shells, one from the aftershock, I believe, of Hans, and of course those Showstopper frags. One on the Molly as well. I think Tranquil got that particular one. So it's just really, really fun to watch so far. Really phenomenal usage, utility usage coming out of both of these teams. But especially, I gotta say, CU look fantastic on this attack. One thing to remember though, on a map like Fracture with so many entry lanes, it does tend to be very attacker-sided, unless of course you're in that highest tier where it's pretty much even. I think for anything below like teams that play in the UGT champions, it's gonna be more attacker sided than anything. So I think as long as UHS can get themselves to a score they can be happy about in this half, which would be anything like a 5-7 or a 6-6, ideally, they should be okay heading into the next one.
Honestly, I even think if University of Houston Scarlet doesn't get any more rounds in this half, they will be fine.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, going into second half with 4 in your pocket is, it's doable. It's not impossible, but we have Orchid try to post up and is taken down by Oketina. Tranquil finds Binko after Binko took down one of our good fraggers of Apple. Now we're in a 3v4. The Molly's going to get used to force back this aggression coming through B main. And lockdown also is going to be instigated here for the Carleton University. Stim Beacon, they placed it in a little bit of a different spot than earlier. Still killable if someone were to rotate through B main, but none of the defense is in that position, and they have forced back all of the defenders. They did not engage immediately, so now there's time for them to come back. We do hear that Oketina has taken down all tier, and it is just Alita left standing. We've seen Alita get 4Ks, but the question is it worth it right now with the economy the way it currently is for the side of University of Houston Scarlet?
Yeah, Alita's a smart girl. She's just gonna be like, nope, I'm out of here. Like we talked about, the economy in a very horrible spot, in all honesty. I think that Alita having this rifle is gonna be huge. Only 2 away for that lockdown. Don't really want to try and lose this particular rifle just to get one particular point on that ultimate. That turret gonna be watching anyone pushing through spawn, and right now just the discipline coming in from these UHS players. They want to make sure this round is confirmed, have the orbital strike to boot, as well as some nano storms on the spike here to be sure of it. But yeah, Lita should be able to get away with this gun, keep it safe into that next fire round. But once again, just breaking apart this round, Orchid goes for a little bit of an isolated peek, immediately punished by Okitina, who was more than prepared for it, and off the back of that, it was just a lockdown and the quick swing into sight.
I do believe with Alita saving that gun, it's going to help their team's economy just a wee bit. We can see here Alita has a significantly larger wallet than anybody else. Not really, I think, yeah, she's selling stuff to get the Bulldog here for Raven. So that extra money not having to buy herself another AR definitely helped out. Bulldog, it's better than nothing. It's better than a Spectre. It's better than a Stinger in this instance.
Definitely going to be the case here. Now it is going to be a full-on push, though, towards this arcade area. And immediately hearing the sound cues, it's a really quick disengage coming out towards this B side, A side. They're just going to be running in for free. Alita, the only person in the turret, going to be blocked off by this high Titan. And now it's a rolling, it's going to be the showstopper as well by Oketina, invested to try and clear out some of the space. But nobody's going to be home on this particular site. Not going to find any value at all off the back of it. So at least that's one less ultimate that UHS have to worry about on this particular retake. It is going to be the Nightfall online for Binko, though. That's why they went for that arcade push for the orb. Showstopper as well as that Nightfall, putting in the hours here, but it results, unfortunately, that's by quite a bit of space, though. And in the meantime, on the opposite side, Hunt and Tranquil able to find a lot of damage, do manage to get both that orbital strike as well as everything else online, and now it's just going to be a 2v4 scenario. Orchid, though, with the paint shells going huge there. This is still very much doable, especially considering how low Apple is going to be. That Boombot might be their demise position given away, but now it's going to be Orchid in a 1v5. Well, 1v1 right now as they clutch it out. I was aware of the position of Oketina, but the clock is ticking. They have to go in for the spike here. Goes for the top, looks up, gets the kill, but I don't know if there's going to be enough time. The ace for Orchid, but unfortunately, the defuse...
There's time.
Not going to be coming through, no. 0.74. That was a really clean round coming out of her, but yeah, unfortunately, the ace is not going to be enough because Tina bought enough time.
I mean, the ace was qualified from Orchid accidentally dying on spike.
True.
The 5th kill was an own death, unfortunately. And now that the round is concluded, I said it, or well, I said the half is over. I said it earlier. University of Houston Scarlet coming into this one with just even 4 rounds as victory is completely fine. It's not the worst scoreline I've had to see teams come back from, but 4 is doable. It's manageable.
Oh yeah, for sure, especially with the momentum shifting over on the attacking side like we talked about. But, there is a little bit of pressure here. You do want to see them try and win this pistol because that is going to be really the start of the comeback, so as to speak, to make this game close. If CU win it, they're going to be able to likely get double digits for free here, unless, of course, that anti-eco doesn't go their way. Right now, though, the points of contact is going to be Tranquil, playing in a really, really ratty corner behind this box. Looks for the timing, able to find 2 with the help of Acme. Noctium that's just huge right now. The second as well for the Brimstone, and now it's just going to be the push coming out of this opposite side as well, the pincer maneuver, as we like to call it, Alita in a 1v5. Alarm bot game, we're going to give away the position, her being eaten alive right now by the Nano Swarm. All it takes is one bullet from Queen Noctium to be able to clean it up. A flawless round for the side of CU on this pistol. Yeah, after this, if we do get Hans in for that winner's interview, I'm definitely gonna be telling her, like, yeah, you guys should take that off that bio list.
I think they baited us. I think we were lied to.
Probably. I think that it's more like, yeah, we're bad at pistol runs. Let's just go where we're a bit free today while the rest of the game is played. Let's just go take a look and fix that issue because they've come back on fire on these pistols.
Most definitely. I mean, we saw them win the first 2 in the first half. They've won the first one here for the second half. Will they win the 4th and final pistol round here on Fracture? I don't know. We'll have to see.
It's gonna be pistols right now. They didn't even get the plant, so of course not much they can do. At least they're trying to farm up these ultra orbs, taking control of that much at the very least. After making a little bit of noise towards that B side, though, is where they're looking to hit. 3 players gonna be still stacked up towards this main area. You do see Orchid going around the opposite side of the map, trying to perhaps go towards Straub. Does have a friend with her as well, so that might help out in these fights. Right now, though, again, just usually on Fracture, a lot of these teams love to play A main aggressively, especially, like we saw that flash as well as that combo, trying to push people off guard. Binko in the meantime gotta be caught off guard in that position. Tina finding 2 kills somehow despite being headshot. Wolf is gonna be huge right now. All down to just Orchid as well as ult here. A lot of work to do, not much to do with. Apple, I think, has spotted out the positions right now, and it's just Orchid trying to rush this player. Here's a reload, might find the timing at the very least, but nope, it's just gonna be Apple cleaning house.
That was tragic. I was looking at the mini-map over towards Arcade, and I saw the Binko go down. That was so sad, and that was just the go button for that defense to rotate out. They cleared those angles and just kept pushing forward. And Tranquil, are you posted up to do some ratty gameplay again? Nah, you've got teammates with you. Not as ratty as we've seen you do in the past. Oh wait, nope, back to the rat. Okay, I'm here for it. If we see anyone start to go near Tranquil, I hope we swap over to her POV.
Yeah, I definitely agree, because right now, though, she's not going to be on drop. She's going to be on site instead, so a little bit of a change-up coming in, so not too bad, all things considered. Right now, though, full buy finally kicking in for Scarlet. They have a lot of pressure on them to try and win this round. Do have the weapon advantage, at least, to do it with, but aside from that, you know, Carlton, they have a huge lead at this point after that conversion of that pistol. Binko will be able to find that turret and take it offline. The smoke will be coming through to try and prevent any kind of other information being taken. Right now, though, it is going to be the flash coming in off the back of that. Okay, Tina able to swing out, get that kill, and again, the cascade from that harbor, just being able to cut off the point of view. Orchid denied the trade as well, and just a beautiful opener to start things off.
Spike is still in the hands of the Brimstone, and never mind, that was just some very loud util. Flash goes out, it picks up two. Oh my goodness. Okay, Tina and Hans picking up one apiece. Paint Grenade just trying to buy some time, but Spike is in the control of the defense. We have the snare come out. The DK is going to fade away. Okay, Tina is safe and sound, but Alita finds Tranquil, and we are now in a 2v4 situation as Okay, Tina is at sub half health.
And very, very low. Lita has to find the timing here. However, unfortunately, it is going to be Noctium finding that kill instead. It's all down to Binko against the world. A 1v4 finds the first, but Apple is more than prepared for that trade. And let's just talk about that round, right? It is what you'd call a lesser buy coming out of the side of CU. Spectres across the board. A Bulldog as well, I believe, on Apple. But, man, they made it work. And, of course, Apple at the end made it bark for sure. Just that control on that A main area. Like we talked about, that flash to be able to open that door, get that first pick, immediate harbor utility to cut off that refrag. And once again, they do the same thing, this time finding two. It doesn't matter if you're gonna keep pushing into that sheer amount of utility, you are gonna be punished, and that's a huge show of how much they were really able to do there. And now they're just left with pistols. They're playing for overtime here.
Game is not over until the last round is done. I've said it before and I'll keep saying it because you have to keep that positive mental attitude strong and fortified. So we have Orchid dropping out the boom bot. They just have the Sheriff. This is a heavy save round. Yeah, they're playing for overtime. There's a lot of util being expelled as well, so at least they're gonna force some buying power out of Carleton University. But Tranquil, in conjunction with their util on site, finds Raven, and now we are down to a 2v4.
Yeah, only pistols for both of these players. At least they have control of the spike, but though it's a little bit of a small blessing. But remember, Raven wasn't even able to break that turret, so they're gonna have the information anyway. The bright side is they've been, again, as always, farming up these ult orbs, so they're gonna be having that Rolling Thunder online either way. Next round, right now though, it's gonna be the double swing coming out. A flawless round almost for the side of CU, only losing OK Tina in the process, and now it's gonna be match point. And remember, this was University of Houston Scarlet's map pick. They were feeling really confident. They said this is the map that they had scrimmed the most. And remember what Hans told us, you might have to go scrim it more. That does seem to be the case here, unfortunately. 12-4 right now. CU, all the cards being held by them, have the showstopper on OK Tina. Only one away from that orbital strike as well. For UHS, though, it's not entirely hopeless. They might be behind on rounds, but that Nightfall is only one away, and they do have that Rolling Thunder online. So these ults, so far, every single round that we've seen them win, it's been off the back of these ults here. The push!
Ooh, Showstopper gets popped. And we have Raze for OK Tina go down, and Hans finds ult here. Lots of trades from Agent on Agent aggression. Finally, Raven's gonna change that up, take down the breach, and we are in a 4v2. UHS posted up to take this round and stop Carleton University from walking away with the first round, well, a first map win, at least on this round, dropping a lot of util to fend off the defenders.
Alita was on the lurk, but perhaps reconsiders, goes around instead of Noctium at this point, just trying to make sure all of this is clear before these two players attempt to retake. They're going to be having a decent amount of money in this, so any pretty bit of damage they can do these players from the side of UHS is going to be really, really valuable. Tranquil already starting things off, being able to find that first, looking for the second, connects the headshot, huge kill coming out, and now it's just down to the Brimstone and the Killjoy here. A little bit of utility that both of these players do have right now. I think that is going to be Orchid finding that kill. It's all down to Noxium here. The Nanostorm making it impossible for the defuse. But however, in that 2v4, it's just going to be Alita walking away. A very expensive round for UHS that they managed to convert. But the question is going to be at what cost? They're still going to be able to manage a buy, though it's looking a little bit awkward for two of these players. However, though, for Raven, it's just going to be Raven with the Bulldog, so it's not too bad. And they hold on to all three of their ults, so definitely a huge W.
And you mentioned it a couple rounds back. The University of Houston Scarlet has won plenty of rounds off the backs of these ultimates, and they're posed right now with these three into just the orbital strike coming out from Carleton University to be able to take this one as well. The question is, will they? There's a lot of pressure, especially in these match point rounds, that can really eat away at players' confidence. Hopefully, University of Houston Scarlet is not feeling that.
Right now, though, B-side is going to be the point of interest. It seems like they're going to be playing it for a retake. Whereas right now, Orchid trying to find a little bit of damage. Okitina pushing up, catches Alita completely off guard, gets the second one as well. And absolutely huge kills. That's the discipline that we're talking about coming out of CU here. They get those 2 kills, know that they have a huge advantage heading into this particular one, especially with that orbital strike as well as the lockdown being taken offline here. Right now, the 3 players left. They have to make this work with 1 minute left. What can they do?
Quietly rotating through Arcade. Altier watching the flank. They have all 3 angles posted up and taken care of. And they're going towards drop. This is a risky move. There's people still rotating through spawn for the defense, thinking that it's going to be a B push. But there's 3 posted up on A, so it's going to be equal fire on both sides if those 2 don't rotate in. But the audio cue from that Nightfall is only going to pick up the Harbor, so they've marked 1. The Prowler's going to go out and immediately after Apple. And now it's time for that pinch maneuver to come out from the defense as we have the Concuss coming down. The Orbital Strike to slow down. Aquanoctium's going to pick up 2. That's a flawless victory. And Carleton University walks away with the victory on Fracture.
13-5, exactly what they pulled off again yesterday when we last saw them on Fracture, and now it's going to be the same fate coming out. 13-2, sorry. They to be fair, it was a bit of a tougher opponent, UHS, but still a very, very dominant victory. A statement made. They stole away Houston's map, and they did it in style and with the most dominating fashion possible. And that last round, of course, a work of art. They knew they had the orbital strike and the concussion. They were happy to let it go for retake, especially since they had A main control. It was just a firing squad descending on them from every single angle, and just lovely gameplay coming out of the Carleton ladies there.
Yes, now we're going to move on to Split. And just a quick heads up and reminder to everyone that's watching, if you're interested, matchmaking season for Paidia is still open and signups are open as well. Minimum requirement is 5 matches need to be played, and they can be outside regular broadcast time, so you don't have to try and line up a schedule with being on air. But it is really cool if you can get on air. Teams can still sign up and still be eligible to play in the playoff brackets so long as they meet that minimum of 5 over the course of the next few weeks. Teams will have until March 24th, so that date is getting ever so close. Kind of, if you look at the dates how I do, which is that's this month, that is scary, to get all of their matches in. That's still a couple weeks. I mean, if you think about it, you find a Saturday, you get 2, and then, you get 2 more on the next day, or like 2 during the week, 2 on a Saturday. You can get it figured out. It's 5 matches. Surely, if you're wanting to find a squad, you're able to do it. So go check out Paidia.com if you're interested in joining in on these Valorant games. Next is Split, but I'm not positive. We might want to take a quick break here. What do you think, Zach?
Yeah, I think we are going to be taking a break. I think after that game, it's going to be not just us, but also Houston, who needs a mental reset. So we'll be right back. Stay tuned, everyone. This is the Paidia Cup CECC Qualifier, and we'll be right back.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad to reach video game nirvana through PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game Pass. Game Pass. has PC games. Nirvana awaits.
We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad. Game Pass has PC games. Nirvana awaits.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the Paidia tournament. Currently, we are in our grand finals. One of these teams gets an auto ticket and bid down to Arlington, Texas for the first weekend of May to compete in the biggest collegiate LAN in North America. With that being said, I'm the Nerdy Bird, and joined with me is Zach. We just got done watching Fracture, and to say that it was a little bit of an upset, I think would be an understatement. What about you, Zach?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Like, I mean, before we headed into the map, we did hear a player from the side of Houston say that this was their most scrim map. They had a lot of practice. That was their pick. We expected to see a really intense, heated up fight, but instead it was more of a little bit of a sad whimper coming out of Houston. They had a couple of really, really good rounds off the back of some of really powerful ultimates, but on the whole, I think that for the side of CU, they were just a very, very more consistent team. Fun fact, the lowest fragger for the side of CU had 13 kills, the same as the highest fragger for the side of Houston had. That should tell you, at least over the course of Fracture, what kind of a team diff was coming out. I think overall it was just a much, much better coordinated set of team play. Of course, I think that Harbor pick in particular really shining through, because you saw the smokes just constantly coming down again and again. But I think more than that, huge credit goes to Oketina being able to frag out. Right now, though, that's map number 1 done and dusted. Everybody has to put it out of their mind, especially Houston, if they want to head into the second map to try and make it to number 3 to be able to clutch this one out. This is Carlton's pick, like we talked about yesterday. That Sky Sage pick coming in with huge value. Nerdy, you elaborated a lot of that before we headed into the series at all, and I think that's going to be something we're going to be seeing again out of this team for the set of Houston. It's going to be the same, so it's almost a mirror matchup. Just the difference of that controller.
I really think that Houston might have checked the VODs yesterday and realized the strength that comes from having a Sage and a Sky, especially on split, because, I mean, Sage can play denial for the mid area. It buys you time. Like, time is a huge resource in most of these FPS games, and having that wall up buys a significant amount of it, 40 seconds to be exact, as Zach just pointed out. And on top of that, you have Sky to sustain your team, and then Sky, the unfortunate downside is because Valorant doesn't want to make, a one-player, godlike. You can't heal yourself, and so what you have to do is you rely on your Sage to be your pocket healer. Your Sage gives you the heal, and you heal the rest of the squad. You just have to make sure that your Sage isn't playing with one of your, going with one of your duelists and healing them first, because then you're out of luck for a hot second. With that being said, we also saw some insane ratty Cypher play. Again, it's a compliment. Just a quick reminder to anyone that just popped in here. Everything that we say that sounds like it's going to be an insult is 100% a compliment.
It comes from love. It comes from love, and honestly, a little bit of scary terror from us.
Yes, so watch out for Tranquil. Keep an eye on Tranquil for sure. Do not take a solo duel with Tranquil. I think definitely University of Houston fixed that problem on Fracture. We saw Tranquil popping off over by Dish and Drop consecutively yesterday, and they started shutting that down and responding to it. Not taking 1v1s is going to be the name of the game, and knowing that there's going to be a Cypher waiting out in an awkward spot to catch you off guard is also going to be very important.
Oh yeah, for sure. And talking about a map like Split, I think despite, it went out of the rotation for a while, it did come back in with a couple of changes that are supposed to quote unquote from Riot, make it more attacker friendly. It's a little bit better, but I still think it's a very, very defender-sided map, because, even with some of these choke points being widened out a little bit, like for example on that A side, that Rafters has kind of been cut short, so people can't just tuck themselves and hide, like again, rats underneath it. B side a little bit more open areas as well. I think it's still kind of defensive side, especially with the kind of picks that we're seeing from both of these teams. And yeah, like you mentioned, that Cypher versus Killjoy, we saw Apple time and time again being able to find consistent value on some really nasty lurks. Right now though, it is going to be them once again just looking for that B main control, while the rest of the squad, they're going to be going for a mid push here. Oketina finds the information, but will be denied that kill, and Binko, after getting that one immediately, will be willing to fall back and heal themselves, and First Blood goes to the direction of CU here. I'm sorry, for UHS here.
And then the follow-up is going to be on Apple. So University of Houston Scarlet is posed up and ready to go. Aquanoctium, the feet are going to be visible first. This is always the rough situation of not having the high ground, but the double band peak helped out a little bit. Alita got a 2-piece. Tranquil cleaned it up. We're going to have the wall dropped by Tranquil. They're going to try and run in onto site. They did take care of the KJ, so thankfully the turret is not going to cause any damage. But it is Sage. Tranquil Sage against the world, and this is always a scary situation to be in as a Sage.
1v3 though, gets the first headshot, tries to get the second, connects it, and now it's going to be 76 HP.
Heal
No,
up.
not necessarily. No, because the heal makes a sound. I don't think they want to give away their position right now, though. Binko and Sage versus Sage. Who can clutch it out is going to be the question, and Binko will find the better in that particular fight there. Classic versus Ghost. The shots are better overall from Binko, and the defuse is going to be coming through. A 3v1, it got a little bit close towards the end, but the clutch will ultimately be denied, and Binko will find that pistol for UHS. Starting off strong. To recap, CU, they said yesterday that they absolutely are not good at pistols. But, you know, on Fracture, they won both of them, but they're back to their pistol saving ways. But it's okay because, you know, whenever they do mess up on these pistol rounds, they always tend to pop off on everything else. So I don't think it's too bad.
Yeah, also, hear me out. The reason why I said to heal was because the Sage knew there was a 50-50 shot that you are, well, a 30% shot. You are either right in front of them across the opposite side of the pillar, or you're right to their left or right to their right. Being on the opposite side of the pillar, like our Sage was on Tranquil, healing up would have, I think, actually given the extra advantage in that gunfight to keep her alive in that duel, and that extra amount of audio cue when your position's basically known at that point, I don't think would have been too detrimental. But I digress. We're going to see if that ends up happening again. We do still have Tranquil with Spike, and it looks like we're going to push through here inside B main.
Paranoia on the ready. Raven more than ready to go. However, takes a headshot. Wallbang will be brought down to 15 HP. Luckily, though, like we talked about, there are these two healers available. So very, very quickly, you are going to be seeing them brought back up to that 100 HP fighting scenes. Though right now, without the help of that armor, it's looking a little bit more vulnerable. After making that noise towards B main, it is going to be the wall being broken right now. And against these pistols, it's going to be very, very difficult. In fact, you should not commit your frenzy that much to try and break that wall because you're not going to have enough bullets to try and spray at a person. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt, not a fun experience. Now though, again, after breaking this wall, back towards B main, it is going to be the Omen pushing out, but Tina ready for the aggression, will be able to confirm that kill, and now that's going to be a gun that's able to get picked up. Just flooding onto site right now. However, though, Binko and their teammate Orchid between them able to get these kills. Binko on the stage in particular seems to be going up huge right now. It's all down to Hans. A 1v3 again, has that Spectre upgrade that they picked up, but with 15 seconds left, they have to get the spike down at the very least. And now it's going to be a lot of players converging on them. Binko with the 4K on the round, one away from that resurrection, looking strong.
It's a tough ask for anybody to get a plant down with 14 seconds left on the clock and 3 people standing all at different angles surrounding you, conquering you, and you can just feel like, you know, the hairs standing on the back of your neck in that moment. Hans went down, but they went down, she went down fighting. Honestly, pistol rounds, not in their favor. CU mentioned it, of course. I am calling a little bit of a bluff because their Fracture pistol rounds were popping off. Just seems like maybe their split pistol rounds are not in their favor.
Maybe. Fracture, they looked very, very convincing. Right now, though, it is going to be them having their full buy kicking in. The rifle advantage, huge for these particular players. They are looking to put some pressure towards this A side in the beginning. You can see 4 of them, in fact, being around this area. The one is just going to be watching for a mid push. They're going to be playing a little bit of a default here, looking for some information, possibly looking for a pick before they decide to go where they want to go next. On this A side, it is going to be 2 players kind of anchoring it down, though. It's going to be the Sky as well as the Killjoy. So a lot of utility that they can really use to try and work with. The flashes for information as well as for just being able to peek. The Cyber Cage comes through. They're going to be using that to push up towards Heaven. But in the meantime, on the opposite side of the map, it's going to be Raven finding a Sheriff headshot onto Queen Noctium there. Huge kill. And now they know A is going to be where the rest of them are. But still, it's going to be quite some time bot.
And Altier is going to go down, but they did take down Tina beforehand. Apple puts the tripwire, drops down. Sage most likely going to wall over here near screens. Yes, and now Sage goes in for that plant. We have Tranquil checking that spy camera, seeing if anyone's coming up. Oh, it looks like we've got 2 people kind of bunched up onto Spike. A little bit of a rough situation to be in if the firing squad comes down. Yes, and we do have Hans over towards... Oh, boy. Yeah.
Oh.
Oof. I'm sorry, Hans. Bingo had the better crosshair placement and the high ground.
Oh, 1v2 now, though. Binko does have the resurrection available, but it's going to be tagged up by the camera, trying to push forward, find these 1v1s. Tranquil more than ready, though, and it is going to be the first round coming in for CU off the back of that full buy. They did lose 3 players, so economy looking a little bit shaky. Not going to be able to really build upon it, though. They still should be able to buy up Alibay 2 players with light armor, 1 with the Guardian as well onto Alita. I think that she is going to be the one trying to like sort of just go in for this hide anchor. I don't think it's a big problem. Right now, though, both Sages are going to be the ones to have their ults up first. The Resurrection online for both sides. One off of the Neural Theft as well for Apple might be coming into play. And of course, Ravens from the shadows, if they can get a kill or that orb, going to be crucial. Rifles across the board with the exception of that Guardian.
I've seen people pop off with the Guardian. They've changed my thoughts on it. Do I prefer it over the Bulldog a little bit? But typically these players have favored the Bulldog, and I totally understand that. We've got some spray fire coming in through mid. No wall was put up. There it is, a late wall from Binko. Gonna stop the Trailblazer, but it's burned immediately, and we got sight on at least 1. And the second sight after that Sage threw the slow orb, so they know there's 2 there. Now they gotta make a decision. Are they gonna force it? They're gonna risk getting pinched off, or are we gonna rotate somewhere else? And I think the call is to actually rotate, as Apple's posted it up here on A site, ready to go. Takes down 1, but there's another. Elita's gone, but Altier's still up there, and I'm not sure if Apple is aware of that.
I think they are. That's why they're going to be falling back, trying to play with the rest of the team. They have the numbers advantage equalized right now. In fact, the advantage, so as to speak. Killjoy taken off site, so Altier is going to be the only one trying to find that additional pick as the spike goes down. Resurrection coming in right now. Huge pick, and it's going to be a 5-on-5 retake that we are going to be looking at. Noctium fighting that first blood onto Orchid, though. That's going to be your star duelist offline, and now on the flank, the clock is ticking. They're going to be pincered between the Lurk as well as everything else coming in right now. The Sage Wall as well, buying so much time for these players onto site. Tina finding yet another, and now it's going to be a 3v5 situation, having so much work to do here between all of them. The paranoia on site is going to be materializing. Unfortunately, not quite connecting with anyone, though, aside from the one playing under heaven. Noctium finding another on the Lurk, and now it's all down to these remaining players. Just 1 versus the world. Gets the headshot onto Apple, but will be still the kill coming through for the Cypher. They didn't even have to use the Neural Theft. They knew exactly where they were the entire time, and it's going to be an equalizer coming through for CU.
The power of the bald man was not needed just yet in these rounds. And as we talked about it, pistol rounds, according to CU, which is why I'm just going to put that in air quotes, figuratively speaking, aren't their strong suit. And as soon as they've gotten full buys out, they are now equalizing us as far as the scoreline goes. We'll have to see how close this game is. At halfway point, remember, on Fracture, University of Houston Scarlet only had 4-round victories. So are they going to get 2 more, or are they going to go above and beyond that this time? I sure hope so, because we're asking for 3 maps, and University of Houston Scarlet needs to post up and come in swinging in order to make that dream come to reality.
Tina again starting things off with an absolute banger, though. Ulti are able to find 1, being shut down, of course. It's still going to be the numbers advantage in the favor, and right now perhaps to get the economy a little bit of a boost, to be sure that they convert this round. They respect Houston here on these eco rounds. They know the damage that they can do, and they just want to be sure they can convert it right now. Changel's being invested. Orchid will be falling back to safety to make sure that, you know, they're not going to be taken out by a stray pot shot. 2 players pushing down towards ramp have taken control. Apple going to be that point of contact, though, if they do decide to come further right now. And the flank, in fact, materializing. Apple finally being shut down here. Neural Theft taken offline. No damage being done at all. That's going to be another rifle they can pick up, assuming they manage to take down Noctium. It's all down to just Binko here. Has managed to pick up that rifle, but will only be able to allow to get 1 before being shut down. Carlton take the lead for the first time in this map, and on attack, it looks like they can do no wrong, because not only are they winning these rounds, they're winning them with at least 3 players left standing, and the economy reflects that, because with the exception of Apple, every other player has at least like 4K in the bank right now.
Yeah, and if Apple happens to go down again, it'll be okay. Someone can always buy Apple a weapon, because theoretically speaking, if we don't lose more than 2 people for the side of CU, they'll have plenty of money going into the round after this one. Now we are almost at the quarter point here. This is round 6, so at the end of this one, we are at the quarter point. We've got 3 ults online for the side of CU, 2 ults online for UHS. We have the Hawk come out. Apple's camera gets flashed, but Apple does not get flashed. You should be aware that Apple is there. She has stuck in this spot more than once. We've recalled the camera, and standard wall here coming out. Orchid and Binko, I believe, both found 1, so CU already hurting on the agent front.
Yeah, At least it's gonna be a 3v5 right now. They're still looking to aggress onto the side. Do have some ultimates to work with though. Alita's utility is still gonna be on this particular side. They have to find this kill with a headshot connects. Orchid will pull out that show. Will be able to take that paint shell, dodge the showstopper as well. And now it's all down to these last two players. The heal as well from Binko to make sure everybody is in full-on fighting shape. Apple on the lurk, looking for the timing, connects the kill, has the neural theft, not quite choosing to invest it though. And now it's just gonna be the convergence coming in from the rest of these players. It's gonna be the ultimate. Oh wow. Ultimate from Orchid as well to confirm it. And yeah, that's just gonna be a 3K for the Raze. All down to just Apple, but it's gonna be the double peak 4 for the round for the Raze. And it's going to be UHS coming back into this 3-3.
Yep, we're all tied up at the quarter point. This is what we asked for. We want to see this go all 3 maps. So now, University of Houston Scarlet, I've got a tough ask. Can you continue to win and pull this one in your favor and close this out on the map that Carleton University picked, nonetheless? Because you guys picked Fracture, and they took that one from you. Now it's time to pull the rug out from underneath them, and you already have started to do that. You've countered a lot of the standard strats you've seen from them. That tells me you definitely watched the VOD, or at least someone paid attention to the broadcast to bring up these strategies, and you're denying those opportunities this time. That is growth, and it's overnight. Love seeing it.
Yeah, always good to do your research, especially, you know, considering that you're coming off already playing a best of 3. Maybe they were a little bit tired after that first one, but now it is going to be the wall to deny the Trailblazer, the poorest guy. I think that it's a Tasmanian fox or a wolf. Yeah, Tasmanian wolf. It is going to be denying that info right now, though. It's going to be Apple once again baiting this out, putting down the cyber cage. It is likely that there could have been a cross right now. Raven, though, going to be watching for it. This angle might be going in favor, but Raven just misses that sliver, and it's not going to be the confrontation, really. Instead, it's going to be B-side where this execute looks to be coming in. Tina just satcheling in, taking quite a bit of damage with the help of that Dojo utility. Still, though, sight has been taken off the back of that. They should be able to get the plant down. It is going to be for main though, and this lockdown, I don't know if it's gonna push them quite far enough. It is gonna be open area planted for
sight. Oh,
yeah.
Even with the lockdown. Ooh, but yikes. Orchid saw that, predicted it. We have double Hawks come out. Everyone gets blinded for a moment, and Raven capitalizes on it. Aquanoctium's gonna go down, and Orchid finds another. I think that defuse is all but guaranteed.
Yeah, a little bit too late coming out of Apple here. Might be able to get this lurk kill, but that's going to be all that she rolled for this particular round. Apple saving the gun at the very least, still keeping that neural theft online. But see you after those first brilliant rounds. It does seem like UHS, they seem to have found their footing again. Remember though, Split is a kind of defensive cider map. I've seen teams come back from like 10-2. I mean, I've come back from like 10-2, even 11-1. So every single round that they can get on this attacking tally, it's going to be in their favor, especially considering that they have such a very cringy, amazingly cringy Cypher with Apple, the one-bait cages, the tripwires, all of them being there. I think we even saw a tripwire kill coming in at some point in this series.
Yeah, just one thing to keep in mind is that this is a very similar story to what we saw yesterday against these two teams on this map. Cypher, the offensive Cypher is creative. I love seeing it. It's not personally something I'm good at, so compliments and kudos to Tranquil as much as possible. But where Cypher really becomes a powerhouse is on defense. Space denial, locking down entire angles in conjunction with Sage takes away a lot of stuff as we have Tranquil's Sage come in, take down ult here. Okay, Tina goes down to Orchid, but Orchid went down to OK Tina's showstopper. We have the Paranoia come through from Raven, who's hiding out in their smoke, just trying to buy some extra time and wait for the rotations from their team to get into place, as they are almost all there. But Apple is about to egress into the zone where KJ is at. Never mind, Apple is going on
a road trip.
big rotation.
Yeah, all the way in the spawn right now. Does hear the sound. I don't think Binko's going to be expecting it. A very crucial kill confirmed, and now that Tripwire is going to be buying a little bit more information, a little bit more time here. Raven has to clear all of this as they go forward, and right now the B side is going to be open for business. Spike should be able to get down with a too much ado, a 4v2 situation. Economy still there for the side of these players from Houston. Raven finding one, but it's all down to just Alita versus the world. A 1v3, already used the lockdown the last round, so they're not going to be able to have it for this time around. However, they'll see you. They are kind of close to like really losing that economic buffer that they built up over the course of these last few rounds. So now Alita is a little bit on the hunt, looking to find some kills, at least make it expensive, farm that ult back up a little bit. First point of contact though is gonna be Apple. Spots out the player, does a wallbang headshot, gonna be tagged up but not quite being able to get that kill right now. Going for the tag on the spike here. The check coming in. Where is it going to be the peek through? Alita finds the first, but not quite able to turn in time as Tranquil was more than ready for that refrag. And CU find Foreign.
You mentioned it, CU's economy not quite as strong as they would hope at this point. Aquanaut team, you can see she's sitting down at 250 creds after buying for this round. We also see that Raven's at 550 and forced onto a Bulldog, and we also have a Stinger coming out for Alita. We've seen Alita pop off with a Stinger, so really it's not that big of a deal to her, at least. For us as casters, it might be a little bit of a yeesh. The economy is not, the odds are not in your favor right now, so to speak, situation. But nonetheless, as long as they play their cards right, they can bring this one back in their favor. We're tied to a side. Auto roll out with the Cypher cages, so that tells you Apple is confident, and that is why Apple scares me.
Yeah, Apple just constantly being able to find these power positions, though it does seem like Orchid expects it. Still, though, Apple gonna be able to get away with their life. No problem, 14 HP. It's okay. We have a Sky. We have a Stage. You're gonna be able to get back out alive. Right now, though, Noctium is going to be on the hunt as well. Knows that there is going to be some aggressive mid presence coming in. Trying to play in the smoke here. Get perhaps a bit of a cheeky kill, especially if the that comes through that it's going to be an A push. Raven finds one, but Okechina there with the trade. Neural Theft finally kicking in right now. Resurrection as well into Okechina. That knocked him in the meantime on mid, just being a menace. 3 players left right now for this defense. Raven through the smoke, trying to do some damage. Doesn't get a little bit of tags, but will be forced to TP out to desperately try and stay alive. Oh, wow, that was close.
I did not realize they'd rotated in so close to where Raven had decided to teleport to. Boombot is going to be expelled. Another shadow is going to be used, so clouds. Another smoke is put out. We also have an Astra smoke over here near screens. Orchid is just posted up and waiting near that high ground. Retake is about to begin, I believe, for the defense. As they take down 2, Orchid found both Hans and Aquanactia. Now, can Raven find them? No. Tranquil finds Raven's head first. And Orchid now taking down the stage wall, giving away some intel, but needs that extra vision and space to start pushing into sight here. So we're down to the last wire of that spike.
Oh, pulls out the camera at the wrong time and will be punished, but Tranquil, well, is going to be there for the trade. So once again, CU, they take the lead right back here. They are going to be able to get the spike down, so forced to play with half armor, but still rifle is going to be available across the board here for these players. I can't quite say the same, unfortunately, for the side of UHS. They are going to have a bit of a broken, awkward buy here. Scraping together whatever they can find in a half buy to get ready for the next round. The nice thing is, though, even if they have a little bit of a lower buy, they're going to be having 4 ultimates to try and work with and make it possible. And I think it was on this map that we saw a lovely Thrifty run come out the back of a showstopper as well as something else. I think we might be able to see the same again. If Orchid can get like a multi-kill off that ultimate, it might be what she really needs to make this round work out despite the gun disparity.
We'll have to see as we have people pushing up through A main and forcing Aquanoctium back on their back foot and run away. The rest of the team is making noise over on A main, pushing up. We see some slow orbs have been used. Hawk has been used. Nothing really found. Free orb there for Tina, who gets the showstopper and Open can escape. Raven tried to teleport, but she couldn't get out in time. So that is 1 down for the University of Houston Scarlet.
Huge kill right there. Lets them entry onto site. Once again, though, it is going to be Apple caught watching the camera at the worst time possible. The paint shells, though, are going to be immaculate. Actually finding the kill. Okay, Tina, this is going to be their 3rd kill with the help of the paint shells. The Orchid is quick to counter right now. Resurrection online. We might see it coming into play here, especially since Orchid does have that showstopper. Still going to be enough time on the clock, but no, Noctium is ready for that spray down if they decide to go in for that Resurrection. Going to be going all forward with the ults. Not quite connecting, unfortunately. That is going to be that Tranquil on side, being able to find this first. It's all down to just Orchid here. 1 bullet in the magazine will get that kill, but unfortunately Tranquil, once again, just being that player that's constantly there for these trades. And CU, they extend their lead even further, 6-4 right now. And remember, this is them on attack. If you remember yesterday, Nerdy, they put up an even better defense if that's possible. So if I were the side of Houston, I would be doing everything I can to confirm these last 2 rounds. I would take a timeout as well right now, because you really want to assess. Yeah, you want to break the momentum. You want to assess what exactly you're doing wrong, because it's going to be really crucial to convert these last two. Hopefully they can do it. They still have 3 ultimates available, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm definitely on the same page as you. I would have taken a timeout. Honestly, I thought one might have been coming in the last round, but it didn't. I guess the coach for the side of University of Houston Scarlet really is confident in their skill and their ability to keep their heads about them and their wits, and is anticipating them to start bringing this back in their favor. But we have Apple, dual Raven, and Raven is going to be spending time at respawn. And before the wall is confirmed, we have another pick onto the side of University of Houston Scarlet. It is just down to the Sky and the KJ. Sky does have those Seekers. They can send out the cabbages, but I'm not sure how much of help that'll be in a 2v4 situation when they are relatively aware of where most of the players are currently for CU.
2v4, like you said, advantage once again towards CU here. Alita, the anchor on the side, has so much work to do here. Does have some backup though, luckily, and off the back of that, Alita is going to be able to swing and convert that kill. The remaining 3 players still towards his main right now, though they're going to be knowing for a fact that these 2 players are here. Apple ready to cut off that rotation if necessary, playing up towards this wall in heaven. They're going to be looking to possibly re-hit through this area, unless, no, they're just going to be going towards vents. The Seeker is going to be committed as well, so they know for a fact that there are players towards this mid area. It is going to be Apple available to break off both of these things, and the Seeker is not going to find too much value. The spike will be going down without much ado on this ace side, and off the back of that, it's going to be a very, very unenviable retake that these players have to try and commit. Someone is going to be flashed, but Apple's still down to hold an angle. All Apple has to do is really bait for their teammate here to be able to confirm that kill. The counter flash ready to go, will be connecting as well, but Altier finding both those kills. Absolutely huge. It's all down to just Tranquil here. A 1v2 to try and clutch out a resurrection available, but no bodies that they can really very easily pick up. We'll have to try and find these kills off the side. We'll hear the drop coming in. Is able to isolate the fight onto Alita, but now it's going to come down to a 1v1. Altier trying to get that stick here. Will be able to not get half as they are forced off the angle, but it doesn't matter because that final kill will still be in favor of the Sky. And it was a very, very nifty round of 2v4, but UHS, they make it work and they get to 5.
Whew. Okay, that was... Let's see, are we going to end this round at a 6-6? Definitely UHS is showing back up. They're showing signs of life. They brought themselves to 5. I want to see it equalized by at the start of the next half. So UHS has to come out on top of this one. They don't have Binko with the ability to buy full armor, and we even have Raven forced onto a Bulldog, and we have a Spectre coming out for Alita. So not the best. Actually, we're going to have Guardian Gaming Moment coming out for Alita. Not the best buys, but not the worst buys they could have.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen these people forced with just like sheriffs and stuff to play in these last rounds, so definitely much better than it could be. I agree. Right now, though, they're looking to get this Cosmic Divide online. We've seen the value that kind of execute can have. Gonna be breaking those nano swarms as well. They know exactly where Alita likes to put her setup, and at this point, they're more than ready for it. It's okay. They know how to bait out utility. Like at this point, the number of times this team has faced the Killjoy on this B side, they're old hands at it. So yeah, not taking any kind of damage at all while being able to get all of it off board is definitely a W for them. Once again, going in for this sort of mid-pressure right now. Apple ready for the lurk water. Ready position to hold. Gets the first and the second. Has the neural theft as well. It is the last one. You might as well invest it. And now right now things seem to be falling apart. Roketina still able to find one. Dobinko has the res. Might be able to get a player back up. They still have that locked in on the resurrection to try and deal with it. Now that they know that A is completely clear, that it's been pushed free, they're going to be able to get that spike down. Resurrection does come through, but at the end of the day, A side control in every form that matters has been taken right now by these players. Noctium as well towards his main might be able to find some value. They know that all these players are going to be coming through vents with the exception of Alita, who is going to be in that CT angle. Has that Guardian, not ready for this angle being held though. The shoulder peak will be able to keep her alive at the very least.
And the Hawk did identify there were some people coming down from top. They're going to throw the pain shells and force our now defending squad, since they got the plant, on their back foot. Defender's going to drop the KJ lockdown. Tranquil is gonna, was sneaking around on their wall, is gonna go back into heaven. They are able to maintain range outside of the KJ ultimate, but no, Tranquil was not detained and is on the high ground, and no one was prepared for it. Tranquil though was, and Tranquil as well as Aquanatium are gonna go down to the spike, but it's the end of the half anyway. It doesn't matter if you lose your weapons. 5-7, better than when we ended the last Fractures first half on. Not quite as close a score as probably University of Houston Scarlet wanted, but definitely within distance to catch back up to CU.
I completely agree there. And I think that for the side of Houston, they just have a little bit of a better post-plan lineup just because they have that Killjoy available. We've seen Alita being able to clutch out rounds multiple times in the past, just off the back of the nanoswarms, as long as that plant goes down. And if she can stay alive, if she can continue to be the menace that she's been over the course of this tournament so far, I think that she might be a huge factor heading into this particular game. A little bit of a slow start on defense, but I mean, the way CU were taking that map control again, they showed that they're a team that really specializes at this. And of course, Apple just being a menace. I think so far when it comes down to lurking Sentinel of Ward for the tournament, we have to give it to Apple, unless Alita pulls off some magic in this particular game. But yeah, right now, a bit of a split push so far. Mid control already being taken for free. And again, we saw this very interesting wall coming out yesterday. It's still going to be there.
You kind of get like, you got 2 wall options as a Sage there. Well, 3 and 2 tend to be used the most. That one and the one that just completely locks down mid. We have Bingo. Oh my gosh, round the corner with Orchid, and they just 2-tap Hans and they 2-tap Tina. Unfortunately, now Aquanatium's on point, is gonna have to face down a one-man firing squad, and Orchid finds Aquanatium's head faster.
Yeah, just 2 players remaining now for CU. The kills though not quite going in the favor. It's just up to the side for 1v5 to try and close out. This is going to be, of course, CU around as they said themselves their favorite thing to do. And now it's all about the Cypher against the world. Fight going on the world. That's going to be a flawless run converting for this particular team here. You know, one thing I want to point out is how amazing Orchid was. That's the kind of duelist that you want leading your charge there. IGL duelist showing up huge. I believe it was a 3K or a 4K on that round, and off the back of that, it's going to be the full buy coming in for this team, because not only did they get all the frags and flawless, they also did manage to get the plant. So definitely the extra money always helps.
We have 1 Bulldog coming out for Orchid. The rest are all going to go with Spectres. And it looks like we're going to have 1 Sheriff coming out for OK Tina, and the rest are just going to stick with the classics and a Dream.
Oh, across the map though. Alita on defense, finding 2 before finally being shut down. Orchid there for the rest of the cleanup here. And now it's all down to just Tranquil on the Sage. 1v4 once again. Gun not exactly available in an area. Never mind, they're going to be able to pick it up. So at least they have a weapon to work with. Spectre versus 4 players though. I don't really fancy their chances, I'll be honest. But every single bit of damage they can do is definitely going to be huge. Raven though expecting that exact play coming in will be able to make that round very, very clean. You'll just walk away with 4. They only lose 1 Spectre, which I think is a fair exchange. And knowing that perhaps they want to take the lead early, Alita's in fact going to be investing up. May I be reconsidering it later, but is going to be investing up in this Phantom right now, so huge.
I'm here for it. I mean, Alita has popped off when it called for it, and she's like, okay, I dropped my Spectre. I have the creds, so we have to win this one, and she's making that call now. She's telling Orchid, and Orchid's like, okay, we're going to win this one then.
That's the kind of spirit we love to see here in this particular matchup. Now, though, they're going for this B side. We saw what a nuisance Apple was capable of being in the past. The Showstopper invested as well right now. However, it's going to be Apple just running for dear life. Like, I don't want anything to do with this. I'm happy to give up side, guys. I have the cages for the retake. We can just push together as 5 and try to find something. Spike should be going down right now. The Nebula smoke as well to try and cover the Sage here. Or, like, you know, deny the Sage here. The pull not quite materializing, unfortunately. And it is going to be Tranquil finding that first kill on this retake. Tranquil finding the second as well. That's exactly what you expect to see from your battle stage players, so as to speak. They're still going for this right now. The Hawk does blind them, but only temporarily. Hans finding 1 as well. It's all down to these last remaining players. Alita on the lurk, finding 1. The spike is going to be planted for her, but unfortunately, the space, so much that she has to do. Gets the 3rd, maybe can get the 4th. Spots out the player, but not quite able to deny the defuse. Does get 3 on her way out, though, so all things considered, I think she'll still be able to buy back in, considering you get like 300 per kill that you net. And more than that, she made that round super expensive for the side of CU.
Most definitely, but I really got to get a shout out to Apple when that Showstopper got popped off. Apple was like, hippity hoppity, this is no longer my property, and got the heck out of Dodge. Proud of Apple for surviving that, because not a lot of players are capable of dodging in those situations, but Apple ultimately did end up going down. So he took down the Rat player. They are still able to full buy. The only player it looks like is Aquanoctium, as well as 1 other who we have a Bulldog, and we are going to have, Tranquil with the Guardian, and both with half shields. So yes, they made that round incredibly expensive for the side of CU.
Yeah, economy not quite entirely in their favor. Though I mean, I wouldn't knock the Guardian. You just hit somebody in the body twice, they get tagged up 130. Really, I think that's the weapon that has the most damage per bullet, except for like the sniper rifles. Right now, though, it is going to be again a bit of a split play coming in on attack. Nocti, I'm just trying to jiggle this angle. Binko already having crossed over. It's going to be the flash invested for some information. Hans knows now that there is going to be presence towards his A main. Happy to just play it cautiously, though. Not going to be aggressing off the back of that. And okay, Tina will be falling back as well to provide some much needed backup. However, with this Omen smoke, it's going to be a question of which side are they pushing, and the answer seems to be towards B. It's going to be Tranquil with the Guardian trying to find something, but Raven will be able to get that headshot. Very clean right now, and with that Sage gone, it does look like it's going to be a bit of a disadvantage right now for these players. In the meantime, though, Binko walking into a firing squad here. Okay, Tina going huge, finding 2, and that's going to bring the numbers advantage right back into the hands of CU.
And you just heard the in-game cue. We have 30 seconds remaining. Tripwire has been triggered for Apple, and Apple is trying to find whomever that was. Raven's going to use that paranoia. We have a paint grenade out, forcing Raven on the back foot. Apple, very close range teleport, but a teleport nonetheless, possibly trying to shake people up, just giving them a false sense of security. That Raven has teleported to the low ground. We have attacker Killjoy get dropped. It's going to be okay Tina to fall down first. And followed up after Hans find Altier, Hans and Apple go down. Aquanatium did find Raven, who's now just chilling outside of this KJ ultimate, waiting for it to go down. Has the opportunity to get time to probably get this halfway before needing to take care of this peak. Does get the half. Probably could have gotten the full, but is going to clean up Alita first.
Doesn't even take a lick of damage in the process, and that's going to be CU extending their lead to 9 here. Only 4 rounds away, Nerdy, from being able to lock in their spot at Arlington, Texas in May. They're feeling the momentum. They're feeling the shift. Everything's in their favor right now, especially considering that the economy is once again in a really bad spot for the side of the defense. They're still going to be buying up the whatever they can, a half buy, so they can make sure they can buy it next. I like the discipline coming in from these girls.
Yeah.
You know, yesterday we saw a lot of teams just keep on consistently buying round after round after round and just being punished for it. At least, you know, UHS, they know how the economy works, so that's something that's definitely coming in their favor. By, you know, apart from Tranquil and the judge, which I'm not sure if it's an intentional choice or not, still pretty cool. It is going to be a very nifty combo used, though it does seem like UHS were kind of expecting it, so they're not going to be really taking too much damage from it. Okay.
We're whiffing the wall jump. For fifth try is the charm. There we go. Yeah,
there we go.
And you hop off. Okay.
Oh, okay. That was super funny. Tranquil's like, yeah, you finally did a good job. Good job there, Tina. Yeah, no, but Tina, though, with the angle, able to find 2. The head just popping up for Altier. They're immediately being punished. And right now, in the first 30 seconds, we're once again going to be able to lose players. Right now, though, Binko is at least able to convert one. Gets this. It's going to be a second as well from Alita. Sheriff versus Sheriff. It's going to be Tranquil taking that duel of honor here right now. The wide swing, though, if it comes out, oh, wow.
Oh,
okay.
the judge gaming?
Alita's just like, yeah, I'll take the Sheriff one-on-one, but I don't want anything to do with that judge. Yeah, 1v3 right now.
You have no honor. I'm retreating. Alita, I respect it.
Nothing to do with that. On this B side, though, there's still gonna be the strip. I think it's jumpable, though, if Alita can really, like, be careful about it. Yep. Gotta be able to make their way onto site, at least get the plant down, get a little bit of extra pocket money for next round. And with that spike cube coming in, they know that this is gonna be where that execute is. Know that Alita only has a Sheriff to work with, and now Alita just trying to push towards CT, find a little bit of damage, hoping to not be spotted out by that Trailblazer. At least it doesn't connect, but they know exactly where she is now. No post-plant setup either right now, and it's just gonna be able to Tranquil get to that spike and defuse that. Apple holding down the line, takes a little bit of damage, but not a headshot, so all good. We'll be able to get that neural theft online as well. Let's see you. They get to double digits and get a couple of ultimates online. Really clean round.
I think every ult online is now available for the side of Carlton. Yeah, that's going to be a rough situation.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I doubt we'll see all 5 popped this round. If we do, then we know that University of Houston Scarlet has the advantage going into the next one. But yeah, just that cosmic divide, or if they all decide to go down, even 2 or 3 people even, just going in one spot. I could see Showstopper picking up a multi-kill. Not sure how Raven's going to choose to use her ultimate. We'll have to wait and see. We have that pesky diagonal tripwire. Again, remember, it is super low to the ground though, so it's easy to hop over it.
for sure that's going to be the case. Right now, the early mid pressure being put down. They really want to get that wall out as much as possible, so that gives you more options during your rotation. Right now, though, it's going to be Binko to find out that first blood, taking down the controller for the side of the defenders. It is going to be a showstopper that invested. Tina through the smoke, still be able to get that kill and equalize numbers. I think that it is going to be the Seekers as well coming out of the defense here to try and get some additional information. Know that there's still going to be some heavy mid presence right now, though the Resurrection's still online. I think that Binko expects it at this point. That's why they're going to be trying to hold down this angle. Though you do see 3 players trying to take A heaven right now to get this res back online. Okay, Tina to be the one holding down the fort. Binko more than ready though with that off angle, able to convert that kill. Has their own Resurrection online if necessary. Now it's going to be the double peak. The timing might work out, but Binko has taken up so much space here, getting very, very aggressive. Finds the timing, the third on the round, might be able to get the fourth, if not if Hans has anything to say about it. Now, though, in the meantime, B side has been taken. Apple has all of this information, will be holding down the CT and waiting for their teammate to make this 2v3 possible.
Both swarm grenades have been used. We're gonna have Trailblazer come through, get smoked off, unable to see much, but did take fire, so her squad's now aware there's at least people posted up down into that lower angle. Orchid's gonna be the one there. Alita is on the high ground. I think, yeah, Omen's the one staying around tower, and now it is just going to be Hans left standing after Apple went down in the crossfire, and after that, attackers win. That brings us to 8 and 10. University of Houston Scarlet slowly catching up.
Yeah, they're looking so much more better right now. They're finally being able to get those attacking rounds in. And, you know, huge credit on this particular one to Binko. Just being able to get that first pick, knowing that the Resurrection is going to be online and not get just 1, but 3. Also, 3 kills there is phenomenal. I think that's what really made the round for them. They also managed to bait out that showstopper from Oketina, as well as the Seekers from Han. So 2 less ultimates that they have to worry about. Talking about things they don't have to worry about, it's going to be rifles as well, not going to be online for the players from the side of CU here. Just pistols across the board. I think I saw Stinger in the mix as well, and they're looking for a little bit of early aggression towards A.
Smokes are down in mid. We don't have the instant Sage wall this time coming from defense. Alita looking to catch these people. I'm not sure if Alita heard them. She might have. Getting these ones that are going down into... No, Alita did not hear them, unfortunately, so she's not going to probably be able to call to her teammates that they are there, but is going to be able to say that she's not seen anybody yet as she's slowly encroaching onto the A high ground.
Oh, Raven, though, gets that crucial bit of information, and off the back of that, it's going to be Raven finding the first, Binko finding the rest, and Altier for that last kill. A flawless coming in for UHS. They are back in this one right now, and only 1 away from equalizing with CU. Once again, for the side of CU, the economy not looking nearly as nice as what I'm seeing out of the side of UHS. They're going to have enough to comfortably buy for at least the next 3 rounds, if I'm not wrong. For the side of CU, though, this is do or die. Like I said, 3 ultimates left in their pocket. They do have the weapons back online, though I see some light armor coming out, unfortunately, for Tranquil and Oketina. That aside, though, I think Binko as well as Raven are also going to be able to have their ultimates online. Ulti are only 1 away from the Seekers as well, so this could genuinely just come down to which team uses their ultimates better and pops off.
Altier using that Trailblazer, trying to see if there's anyone hiding in a close angle. The scout was taken down. We're not positive as to where, but Orchid did have to take down that... did get darted by the camera. And once again, that Sage wall into the high ground, preventing an easy engage and a fast one, but it does give intel that at least we know where Sage is relatively at. Sage did rotate down, though, so I'm not entirely positive if our attackers are aware of that.
Either way, though, it is going to be the, like you mentioned, pain pills coming through. The paranoia as well from Raven as they try to aggress on top of this. The Cypher's position is going to be spotted out. Still going to be able to catch people with a tripwire. Not getting the kills, but Hans is there for those trades. And now it's all down to these 3 remaining players from the defense to make things work. Resurrection is going to be available at the very least, but the bodies are all in super awkward positions. The Spike as well in control of the defense here. At least they're going to be able to get that player back online, though the wall instantly being spammed. Orchid not quite taken down. The Hans is able to find the 3rd on the round already. It's going to be Orchid, though, striking back, finally able to get that kill. You do not use your dog in the open, because Altier going to be there for the punish and the equalizer, 10 to 10. And this game, it is going all the way.
University of Houston Scarlet, they're saying, let's take it. We're taking this to Icebox. It ain't. This is not the end of our road just yet, but still, we haven't seen those ultimates that have been chilling in the back pockets here for CU for a while. And the defenders, that's Carlton, taking a moment, gonna reconvene, talk with their coach, figure out what's going wrong, what they need to improve on, and fix things up, because they're wanting to close us out here and now. They don't want to go back to Icebox. That is all Houston is needing right now, because they need this victory to equalize us out in this best of 3 series. Carlton, they want this over and done. They want that ticket punched, and they want the go ahead. And oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say things are looking really dicey now right now. You can go on.
Oh, okay, and we're gonna have that Omen ultimate online for the side of University of Houston Scarlet. It's gonna be a little bit rough though. I mean, yeah, you can use it if someone dies with Spike and it's in a rough situation, which a lot of these bodies have been hitting the floor in those bad spots. You can grab it and use it to instantaneously get out, though I think it's a little weird that it allows that to happen. It is a very useful ult in those types of situations. We're gonna have doors drop down here while the timeout is officially over, and it looks like, as you mentioned earlier also as well, economy is busted for CU, and not in a good way. Looks like, yeah, nothing but light shields. We're gonna have a Bucky even coming out for someone. It looks like Tranquil's gonna be relying on close quarters combat. Default wall getting dropped, instantaneously burned as well, because you're going against a squad of full ARs. Paint grenade, I think, is actually going to catch out OK Tina. It does, plus the extra fire from Ultier. Boombot came out too little too late. Still 4 ults online. Still even the Resurrect online, but not a advantageous situation to use it in. We possibly could see a Neuro Theft come out if Apple can find a pick or get close to a corpse, but there is no one yet down for the side of University of Houston Scarlet. As we have Alita coming in, the Jiggle Peek from Aquanoctia does show that there's going to be a 1v1, but Util's exchange, they backed off. Tranquil goes down. Binko goes down to Apple in the response. 3 still standing for the side of CU. 4 left for the side of University of Houston Scarlet, but we are forced to use a lot of healing resource right away. They've got this site locked down. Question is, how long is it going to take before the plant begins? It finally has started. Raven is coming in, looking for an opportunity to catch someone off guard in rotation. There's 2 people posted up. Hans is extremely low and needs to go first here to get this intel about Raven. And Raven instead is going to back off after dropping that smoke.
Yeah, Raven's still going to be able to hold the smoke down. I don't think they have a flash available either to try and get through this. A little bit of spam through it is going to be getting a kill for free right now. The camera, though, will give away Raven's position. They're still looking to play aggressive. The flash not quite connecting, though, as they try to go forward off the back of that. You see the damage these players can do, especially with this lesser buy already. The stinger for both of them kind of singing out here. However, though, the HP not quite looking the greatest for either of them. Altier getting that first, and now it's all down to Apple. Knowing the economy deficit, it is better if they can just hold on to this rifle, and they're just going to be getting out of dodge, going to that A side, and hiding the players in that corner, knowing that they are going to be safe and sound, as it is going to be University of Houston getting to number 11 right now. They've finally taken the lead in this particular series after that pistol, and man, it's got to be a sigh of relief. This one is the one for all the money, though, because looking at the economy here, if they can win this out, they're gonna put the side of CU in bankruptcy and get to match point themselves, possibly being able to extend this to a match 3. Because remember, it was the first map going in favor of CU. Houston, though, they're showing that they're still here, they're still fighting, and they really, really want to go to Arlington.
I mean, both squads definitely do. We wanted a three map series. Looks like we're probably going to end up getting it.
No,
I'm not trying to cast a cursive, but really just looking at the stats right now, if CU can't pull this next round into their favor because they forced, it is good night or going to match point, and they're going to be broke even more so than they are now, and they're not even going to have enough money to buy ARs at that point. So good luck. You need to use these ults wisely. We're 4 ults into 3 ults. We're going to use Boombot right here from Orchid to engage. It's immediately clocked, so they know people are watching right there. Odds of someone not, slim to none.
Yeah, still on this B side though. It's gonna be Noctium being that anchor, puts the pole down, able to really break the Seeker single-handedly. The flash is gonna be more than good right now. Position revealed to boot with the help of that Seeker. Never mind, it's gonna be broken, and still gonna be a player on site here. Not gonna be able to find a kill, although it is still gonna be Noctium in this corner. Might be able to find the play of the game if they have their timing right now. However, it's not gonna be an overextension coming out of these players from the site. Never mind, I take that back. Noctium on site, able to immediately find the punish. Tina as well on the lurk. taking down Alita. Huge kills coming out, and now it's all down to these last two players playing in the smoke. Gotta be bit by that Trailblazers limit. They know exactly where they are. It's all down to just Raven, but the firing squad descends. That is why you check side before rushing into CT, because Noctium will be there to hold down the fort, being able to get that 3K and bringing CU back into this 11-11. And the best part is there, Nerdy, they keep 4 players alive, so they don't have to worry about money, especially with some rifles that they can upgrade right there.
Yep, and we're overtime, probably a
Mostly.
decent overtime coming in from from both these teams. Akuma, it's going to be the University of Houston Scarlets coach calling for a timeout. Not surprised. I mean, every time you equalize and we're in these high-digit rounds, that is where pressure really starts to get to people, and you need this extra minute to reconvene with your players. Bring them back to the basics. You know, one of my friends who's also a coach used to say that, like, sometimes it's like herding cats. When you hear them start to really get crazy, they get the zoomies. You gotta grab them, calm them back down, get things focused up and centered, and get them ready to go. With that being said, I'm pretty sure everyone is playing to their best of their abilities right now. Hopefully no one has any nervous tummy aches happening. If that does happen, hopefully one of these timeouts helps. Make sure you're drinking water, even if you're just watching. It does help with those situations.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some myself right now. Thank you for that. But before I'm gonna talk a little bit more so I can dry out my throat even further. Right now, like we said, 11-11, timeout being called by the side of Houston. They still have the economy, have a couple of ultimates as well, I believe, to try and make this round work. They did commit quite a bit. I think we saw the Seekers coming out last time, but that lockdown from Alita is gonna be playing a huge role in this. But still, the 3 ultimates that the side of CU had, they're gonna be holding on to them. So ultimate-wise, they're definitely ahead. Rifles across the board here. Both of these teams having a little bit of an economic buffer in that next round after that win coming out of CU. But yeah, Alita's lockdown, we saw that she was really able to find a lot of impact like a couple of games ago today as well, almost pulling off that clutch, but so far not quite yet. A bit of aggressive play coming out. You know that Binko likes to lurk around here, but immediately it's gonna be a punish coming in, a 1-for-1, and I think overall it is a better exchange, because if you take down that Sage in exchange for your raise, especially on defense, that's pretty good.
I agree, and now we have people pushing in through mid. CU without that Sage, without the Sage here for the side of University of Houston Scarlet, they're going to have a rough time locking down a site. We had a Sage rotate all the way back to get that res, and they're like, we need this man advantage. So they grab that agent, bring him back to life. Aquanoctium's posted up over here towards CT. I don't think the side of University of Houston Scarlet's going to make the same mistake again and egress into any angle without verifying where other people, what intel they have first, as we have the lockdown getting ready to be posted up here by Alita to just gain extra time. That huge resource that's oh so important to this game. So Aquanaudium finds Raven, who pushed into CT. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I think the Killjoy lockdown might have been placed just a little bit too early here. Just my opinion, but you have to buy 40 seconds at the end of it, and so far it's not going to be much found. Altier gets spotted out as well. Orchid wits 1-for-1. The Showstopper looking to do some damage right now. Again, Tina being able to get a posthumous kill, and that's going to be it. 3 people left alive, and Tranquil on the defuse. Used the resurrection this round, note, and already has half of it back. So yeah, just the battle stage that you really want leading the charge in, and right now CU only 1 round away from booking their ticket to Arlington. Really, really nice round coming out of them. I like how they were playing for the retake there. They knew that it was probably going to be the B-side hit after they rotated over. Noctium pulls all the way back, not trying to anchor onto side anymore, and they just go in for the full 5v4, especially knowing that they had the numbers advantage. Right now, no ultimates going to be left for the side of UHS, though there are only 2 away from that resurrection, especially considering how Binko has been popping off. For the opposite side, though, it is going to be Noctium having that Cosmic Divide ready to go. Always good for that retake kind of scenario.
And Trailblazer immediately popped, trying to get some intel. There we go, Binko posted up. Dang, Trailblazer did notice Binko, so Binko has to get these 2 picks, knowing that she's there. Okay, Tina's actually going to pick up Orchid and Binko, 2 of those really strong frag players that we've had for the side of University of Houston Scarlet. Alita even gets darted, so her location is known. This is going to be a rough get in and get out with picks, and even more so, they have to retreat a little bit and grab that spike. And Raven does find Tranquil, though, so that is a great pick coming out against CU, considering how much the supports have been clutching up fights here for both teams.
Oh, the timing here might be crucial as Raven decides to walk in towards spawn. I believe that it was okay Tina watching this angle for a while, but now they're going to be falling back. They might be able to find the timing. Alita getting that frag right now. Huge impact. Is all down to just Apple. It's going to be anchoring down that side. Gets the first. Goes for the second as well. Is aware of the possibility of CT, but not going to be checking it in time. And now things are back down to a 2v2. Raven, how are you doing this? Third on the round already. We'll be able to TP to safety. And now it's all down to just Noctium to be able to clean things up here and now instead of letting this go into overtime. The alarm bot is going to tick and give away a bit of the position right now. The Nanoswarm as well invested. Noctium not quite aware of where these players are. Going to be walking into Raven's crosshairs, but the HP is too low. Noctium versus Alita! And Noctium will clean things up. That's going to be the clutch for CU. 13 to 11, map number 2. It looked like it was going to go to overtime, but I believe that Nerdy, you might have cursed it because it is going to be CU walking away once again with a 2-0 victory today over Seed 1. University of Houston Scarlet, and they are going to be going to Arlington, Texas in May. They are your Paidia Cup CECC Qualifier champions. Let's give them a huge shout out. I think I've shouted enough, but yeah, you get the idea.
I can't clap because that's really bad for the mics. I don't want anyone getting, their eardrums assaulted. So yeah, congratulations to that squad. University of Houston Scarlet, you guys put up a great fight. It's just things didn't work out in your favor this time. I'm sure there's more opportunities down the line in the future. At the end of the day, both teams showed up, posted up, and did a fantastic job. Do you have any big takeaways from what we got to witness today?
Just that I really, really don't want to run into Tranquil playing Sage on Split, but jokes apart, I think that overall, you did see like Hans mentioned in their interview, we did see a little bit of like mistakes coming out yesterday, and like she said, they managed to perfectly fix it. Talking about those pistol rounds, fantastic job on Fracture. There was quite a bit of counter stratting. They knew how the side of Houston likes to play. They were willing to concede those ultimate rounds because it meant like burning them and getting done with them. And off the back of that, the rest of them, they were just able to play in coordination. I think that the biggest keyword here would probably be coordination, especially on Fracture. They just looked so much better and in sync with each other. But Nerdy, I talked about Fracture. What do you think about Split?
Honestly, I think Split was the ace in the hole for really both teams, so to speak. Losing out on Fracture, Houston was struggling. They really looked like they were supposed to take this one back in their favor. It just didn't work out. CU ended up, really clutching it up near the end. There was a lot of mistakes that I noticed from CU as well. It seemed like the pressure was getting to them. This was supposed to be their map, it was supposed to go in their favor, especially after they kind of swept away everything on Fracture. But it got rocky. They managed to bring it back, but Houston was just a little bit behind. I really think just the frag out kind of solo plays came in clutch as well, and then just not respecting the rat plays as well is something that people need to anticipate. I mean, like, you've scouted it, it's there, you made adjustments, and then you fall back into old habits and you just try to go for the challenge. It did not work out, and it was tragic to see, but at the same time, congratulations to CU.
Yeah, definitely. Really, really well-deserved victory. I don't think they've dropped a single map over the course of this CECC qualifier for the Paidia Cup. I think that's like a testament to how really good they are. But, if your dream is to go pro and play like these girls that we just saw, remember, this tournament is going to be powered by Paidia Gaming. Anybody with a free account on Paidia.com is able to sign up for tournaments, host tournaments, play in matchmaking seasons, and way more. Just go check it out. On the Paidia portal, they have designed a tournament feature accessible for every single level of a tournament, whether you're looking for just a quick bracket that you can play with your friends or like a super big tournament with a prize pool. Paidia Gaming will allow you to collect tournament signups, manage your bracket, communicate with players, and much more. Basically everything you need to do to run a tournament successfully, as long as your players are playing, of course. So yeah, you can take a look at PaidiaGaming.com. This tournament was made possible by them, and of course it's going to be sponsored by Xbox. And thank you to everyone today for joining us. I think that we might be having a bit of an interview. We're still kind of waiting on production. Yeah, we got the confirmation. We are in fact going to be having an interview right now, I believe, heading up pretty shortly. So let's see if that's coming in. I think once again, it's probably going to be Hans. But before we hear from Hans for the last time for this cup, we're going to be taking a little bit of a short break. So just stay tuned.
and welcome back to what is the end of our Paidia Cup CECC qualifier sponsored by Xbox. I was one of your forecasters that you got to experience, Nerdy, joined by Zach, and of course, this has been a fabulous weekend. We got to close it out with CU going completely undefeated and dominating this entire series. Coming up in a little bit, I do believe we have an interview with Hans yet again. It seems like every time we're just kind of interviewing the same players, and it's adding more layers to the onion that exists between these teams. I love it. Look forward to seeing more from that squad when they go to Arlington, Texas in May, because they're guaranteed a spot at that esports arena tournament land.
Yeah, definitely a huge W. But yeah, we are going to be Hans coming in right now, I believe, for the 4th time, if you count that double interview. So hello, Hans. It's always lovely to see you again. Yes, you deserve that after that 2-0 victory. You know, you might have talked, but you definitely walked the talk, as we like to say. And congratulations again on your 2-0 win.
Oh no, I had literally just my team to thank. Today was one of my off days for sure, but my team actually clutched up so hard. I'm so happy.
Oh no, man! I was watching you once, but you know, some of those last few rounds, you were absolutely nasty.
Oh, thanks.
All right, so my first question is, how did it feel walking away from Fracture after throwing a little bit of shade, all in good faith, of course, towards the side of University of Houston Scarlet, saying, you know, I know this is your map, I know you scrim it a lot, but you better be ready to scrim it some more, and you showed them exactly that. How did that feel?
I mean, like, you know, I told you guys that I also manage my varsity team. I like get them scrims and stuff. So if you guys need some scrims, like for Fracture, like I got you.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely one of the most competent people we've seen on that map so far. Let's see. So far, your record is 13-2 and now 13-5. Definitely one of the most dominant showings we've seen. So yeah, anybody who wants to scrim some Fracture and get some good practice in, you can go and scrim these guys. But our only advice is don't push Tranquil on that drop area, because it's just a bad idea. Trust me. Unless you take like at least 4 people, don't do that.
Oh yeah.
Because last time I think we saw a takedown up to 3. But anyway, our second question for you, for this is going to be, you know, on split, things looked a little bit hairy. At some point, I think you did see Houston take a lead there, 11-10. Your eco wasn't the greatest at that point. So what was your game plan like? And when 11-11 came up on the scoreboard, there was a possibility of it going to Houston or going to overtime. Like, tell me what you guys were thinking and what you did.
Oh, well, we like kind of just had to take a break. We definitely took a timeout there as well. We really needed that, just because like there's certain times where when we get it a little bit too close, we kind of start doubting ourselves. We kind of start doing stuff alone. We're not really playing as a team anymore. So definitely, like, I think the timeout system, because it definitely gives us a chance to like breathe and really think about what we need to fix, what we need to we need to play together. And in order to do that, we kind of just need to remind each other that we're working together. Like, this is a team game. I think that really helps in our timeouts, just to talk about it and just be like, we're not playing this game alone. It's not a 1v1v1. It's a 5v5. So we talk about that. We work together, and I think we just secured the bag for sure.
Woo!
And one last question. I've asked this before, but if you've had a full day, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anyone, whether it be parents, observers, friends, players, anyone?
Oh yeah, 100%. We really like thank the community. Our Carleton community has been so supportive of us since like these games have been going, and I like from the team and I like we just say like thank you so much to the community. Thank you so much for everyone that was watching. Maybe some people were cheering for UH and then they started cheering for us, being a Canadian team, the only Canadian team as well. I'm just so happy that we can represent that. Shout out to my team. They did awesome. They always have my back. They're my friends in real life, and they're my friends, you know, just through Valorant. So it's like, I'm so thankful for this opportunity. Shout out to Jack, Robbie, and Ray, and all those guys that helped us dry run through some stuff, just in general. And just shout out to all you guys for giving us a platform to perform on. So I'm really happy, and thank you guys.
Yeah, I think both Nerdy and I had a phenomenal time casting your games. If you go back, if you look at it, maybe not today because you guys need to celebrate and kind of chill down. It's been an intense day, but yeah, you know, once you celebrate that Arlington win, I think Nerdy and I, especially your games on Fracture, we had like a lot of fun casting. So there were like a few,
awesome.
Especially when Tranquil went like ham. Yeah, you should check out Nerdy. She was going crazy. They were like going crazy. But yeah, I think that is gonna be it from us for the day. Congratulations again, and good luck in Arlington, Texas. I think both of us, I can say safely that both of us were going to be rooting for you guys.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
All right. Well, we are, like Nerdy said, at the end of our broadcast. Just a reminder, this was the Paidia Cup CECC qualifier. Remember, it is going to be Carleton University walking off with that victory, and their female squad is going to be representing, Canada, as well as, I think, this particular the rest of us women here over all the way in Arlington. So definitely huge shout out for them. Congratulations on their win. They're going to be heading there in person in May. So yeah, that's something that all of us can look forward to. But I think for the night, we just like to thank everybody who tuned in and supported us. Paidia, of course, for making this possible. Xbox for being a sponsor for this. And of course, my amazing co-caster, Nerdy, for being here with me and just taking us through all of this. Shout out to Crave and KTAT as well. I think they stepped in today for one of the games. And I think overall, just the production for this event, the observers, everyone deserves a huge shout out for making this possible. And of course, just because it's my job, for the last time, Xbox Game Pass PC games with the newest Xbox app for Windows PC. It is easier than ever to discover your new favorite game. Browse the library, view new recommendations, or filter by genre to just find something you like. There are hundreds of high-quality games to choose from. You can join right now at GamePass.com for $1, and the best part for me is just being able to unlock new Valorant agents as soon as they come out. So if you want Gecko and you don't want to grind out all 5 tiers, you just want to take him out and have that cute little bro wingman plant the spike for you a few times in Spike Rush, yeah, that's what you got to do. But I think that's going to be it for tonight from the both of us. Nerdy, any parting words?
I look forward to seeing what other teams qualify for Houston. Most definitely Carleton is going to be a force to be reckoned with. That being said, thank you so much, everyone. Xbox, Paidia, all the viewership, production. Thank you, Zach, for joining me here today. I've had a blast, but nonetheless, I got homework to do. I got sleep to catch up on, and I am hungry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, me too. All right, that's us signing off for the day. Everyone stay safe. Have a great rest of the day, and hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad to reach video game nirvana through PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game. Game Pass has PC games. Nirvana awaits.
We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad. Game Pass has PC games. Nirvana awaits.